told us that in the Halo 5 days, he was a troll, just sending people messages, talking shit for no reason, essentially. And now he's kind of grown as a player, clearly showing his maturity, the way he's drawing on the walls in this game. But he certainly has matured a lot as a player, and you know, it was a great podcast to listen to. Highly recommend.
Man, that was really cool to sit down with Collect. You know, we've had a lot of big three, right? We've had Formal, we've had Bound, we've had Renegade, Frosty later in the day. That'll be fun, but no leaks. But yeah, Collect was really cool, Eli, as he earns the double kill top mid. Collect was really cool to record with because he's one of those players that we would identify as breaking through. One of those guys that had no previous Halo experience, right? Like Collect wasn't popping off in the classics, wasn't really popping off in Reach or Halo 4 or Halo 5. So this is a guy who was able to break through in Halo Infinite and prove that it is possible to come off the bench, hold, if you will, and kind of the sense of what you think of normally with Halo players. They're always riding some previous success in a previous Halo. That wasn't the case for Collect. He came into Halo Infinite and made a name for himself. And despite all the struggles with all the team changes, continues to find himself in the mix for top 8, which, man, you're placing top 8 in modern day Halo. That is, man, tip of the cap to you, my friend, because that is not easy to do.
You're exactly right. Definitely very difficult this day and age. Every team is so good. Everybody wants a slice of the pie. As we see King J here, 9-2. I mean, let's be honest, this round is basically already over. This is all a formality at this point, but I'm curious to see how this team does later in the bracket. I think they are looking to run into, let me see, I'm actually going to check the bracket real quick. Looks like they should run into Scion Esports round 3, so that should be their first challenge, and then if they were to beat them, they'd then run into Sentinels in round 4. So pretty tough bracket ahead of them.
Yeah, Scion Esports, as we look ahead here, 40-11 now for still deciding over Cracked Esports, but yeah, that Scion roster, extremely intriguing in the sense that, wow, an extremely intriguing cluster look, sticky there from Manny. But Scion Esports, Uzi, Zuzi, these are two guys up and coming. Their previous success in competitive gaming was in Fortnite. Their first Halo was Halo Infinite. So again, along those lines of breaking through without any previous Halo success. Exciting to talk about guys like that, as Collect showing us a little something here with a double, no triple. But Uzi Zuzi on that Scion Esports roster, they're a twin duo. So I always think, you know, Ogre 1, Ogre 2, other brothers in Halo that have had a lot of success, Ace and Elomite, Roy and Lunchbox. So I always get excited when we see a brotherly duo. And furthermore, that Scion Esports roster has stayed together for like 6 months at this point. They have more experience than any other AM team in Halo Infinite. So I know we're looking ahead a little bit here. We assume still deciding we'll take this series. I think that's safe to say. No faded takes this early on a Sunday, the Lord's Day. But I don't know, man. I think Scion Esports is an intriguing matchup here, just a few rounds deeper in the bracket.
Yeah, I mean, Scion Esports, those twins that came from Fortnite, they might be the first semi-pros that actually thought Master Chief was the guy from Fortnite. Like, can you think of that? Like, maybe Master Chief comes out in Fortnite and the Zuzi twins are like, wait, who's that? And then they discover Halo. That's how they discover Halo Infinite. And then they start playing it. That could have actually been reality. I hope not, but
oh, that was awesome.
Either way, as we take a look at some of these highlights here, no drawings on the wall, a little disappointed, but we are going to move into Solitude King of the Hill. Looks like game's already starting up, Hunter.
Ooh, baby, baby, baby. Is this live? Sorry, guys, this is pre-recorded. Pre-recorded.
Hello?
Pre-recorded. Pre-recorded. And I don't know why I got like Canadian. I turned Canadian for a sec. I don't know what that was. Pre-recorded in the future. This is 2073. And we're coming to you guys live from the future. No, just kidding. This is live right now. HCS Open Series #1, Road to Atlanta. I know that's a meme in the chat. I'm just having a little fun. I'm memeing back.
No, this is not live. Himothy 57. This is recorded. Anyways, speaking of names followed by numbers, Jared 270, the opening strat, tries to make it through the LR tunnel to the yard, and access has been denied.
Annie, looking up. I thought maybe it was going to toss the shot to his camouflage teammate, but instead he's just chilling. All right, no DCs, just hanging out here, giving a free frag to Cracked Esports. I don't know. I think he could maybe give a few more because still deciding. They're not facing any trouble yet in these early rounds. But we expect that here in just a few. We laid that out for you. Got a couple of dangerous teams on the horizon for rounds 3 and 4. King J, dangerous with the shock rifle, hits another headshot.
You know what? I think the most pressing matter in front of us right here is what happened to his canoe. The guy's name is Fix My Canoe. Is there a hole in his canoe? Has he submerged underwater? Who's playing on his account? Like, he could be still in the lake somewhere. Can someone fix his canoe?
That's a good point, right? It's going to be difficult to patch that up when you've got Manny G sliding down your throat. I don't know how you're going to be able to fix that. Fix My Canoe. He's got way bigger problems than that.
Yeah, like, I'm impressed that he even signed up for this tournament if he's got a canoe with holes in it. Like, there's more pressing matters in your life. Like,
so you'd advise not only do you not take the canoe out on the lake, but you don't even leave it in the garage in that condition before you fix that canoe.
Yeah, I mean, there's no other thing that should be happening in your life until you fix your canoe. Like, get the mighty putty, slap it on there. I don't know.
Flex Seal here to remind you that the power of Flex Seal can even fix your canoe.
That's right. I mean, this guy could also be making infomercials right now.
Oh, dude. Garrett just got in my ear. He's like, dude, no free shout-outs. My bad. Big Adhesive is here to tell you about the abilities to fix canoes. I don't know where to take that. You really need the Flex Seal shout-out. So, yeah, maybe we can get some sponsorship revenue out of the Flex Seal crew. Send in this clip and, run it up in the impressions. And who knows? Imagine Flex Seal sponsoring LVT Halo, baby. Let's go.
That would be so epic. I would sign up to be in every Flex Seal recording. Somebody send these clips to Flex Seal's marketing team so we can put this together in no time.
Oh, that's how beautiful marketing gets made right there. Just pure memes and dreams. 2-0 right now for Still Deciding as they crank that bar further to the left to get closer to a 3-0 lead here on Cracked Esports. And a 3-0 series sweep. 3 go down for now. Fix My Canoe. He's clearly preoccupied fixing the canoe. He gets taken down from the side by King J. And look at this. Look, build a little camaraderie here. You see that? He said, Collect, why don't you come grab the shock rifle? I already grabbed it for a little bit this round. I love how we're already seeing some chemistry being built here from Still Deciding. Love to see it.
I'm absolutely shocked. I think this is the first time I've ever seen King J not green for a sniper rifle. Like, this guy is probably, like, if this is matchmaking, he's probably killing his teammate for the shock rifle right now. But he lets Collect grab it. I mean, that's true love right there.
Chemistry forming before our very eyes, and we're joking, but at the same time, I think there is something to be said. I think, well, maybe Collect gave it to Ramy, or maybe that was Ramy that was going forward in the first place. But my God, talk about a chain of chemistry. If King J gives it to Collect, and then Collect gives it to Ramy, like, are we witnessing a plus 50% aim assist buff because of the friendship?
I mean, maybe, but let's be honest. Like, the only reason Ramy has it is because Collect's Xbox 360 got shot by somebody on the other team, and it fell on the ground. He's not dropping that thing, but it makes for a fun storyline, though. Yeah. So yeah, sure he dropped it for Ramy.
All right, there we go. Dropping down into the lower bracket will be Cracked Esports, Still Deciding with a pretty sure thing victory there. 3-0 sweep, but it's only going to get harder as we move up the ladder and deeper into round 3. I think round 2 we might still be a little silly, having some fun, but I think by round 3 we're going to get super serious for y'all, because that is a matchup that this Still Deciding crew can't sleep on.
Exactly right. Look at the objective efficiency damage. Really? Okay, there's a pretty big damage disparity. It doesn't look terrible though, right? Everybody got over 1,000 on the other side, but it's hard to do anything if the opposition is controlling the entire map. You're spawning where they want you to spawn. They're also hitting every shot, and this becomes a very difficult predicament for some of these matchups early on. But guess what? Tournament's not over for Fix My Canoe and the boys at Cracked Esports. They do have another chance in the lower bracket, and if anything, this is great experience for them, right? Like, now they get to go back, watch this film, study maybe what King J was doing throughout this game to see what made him so successful, and maybe they can learn from that into the next tournament they enter.
Lining up the nade shot, doesn't even need it. Rami with the headshot. Perfect centering, perfect lineup there. And still deciding play it perfectly for the 3-0 sweep. This is going to be a really intriguing day, Eli. You mentioned Brad being in Europe still, and we were kind of memeing about that while all this roster mania hurricane zooms and thumbs around him. But what that means is that I believe we would see Native Gaming with a substitute. And who's going to be their substitute? And is their substitute planning on finding an official team of 4 that they can, lock in with for HCS Atlanta? So that's going to be really interesting. We also got a sneak peek yesterday at that complexity roster potentially in the LVT Halo Hub Forge tournament. So plenty of questions on the table, plenty left to be decided as we follow along here. We're still deciding. LVT Halo's coverage of Open Series #1 Road to Atlanta will kick off and continue here in just a few. For now, we're going to take a quick break for the replays.
We make noise, love it when you see it so good that you can't avoid. Pedal to the metal, we going far, going far. Foot on the gas, just getting started. Let's get it started. Pave the way, roads uncharted. Let's get it. Let's get it started. Let's get it started. Let's get it. Let's get it started. Are you ready? Let's get it started.
Double kill. Killing spree. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Score. Double kill. The hill. Double kill. Nearing victory.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the HCS Open Series Road to Atlanta. Mikowski joined alongside my duo and Eli. We might just have the most intriguing, most difficult round 2 matchup that we've ever seen in these HCS Open Series. Coming up next, we're going to see Complexity versus Stop the Glaze, which is that People's Champ roster with Complexion. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, this is probably because Rain has not been competing this season, so he's got 0 pro points right now. So it's going to create some interesting round 2 matchups. And we get to hop right into Pit CTF. This should be a very fast-paced one. So many weapons to play for. Gunplexion with the sniper early, and this looks like it could be an early flag run. All they've got to do is stop the spawners from getting through the long haul.
Whoop, Complexion doing just a little more than that, I should say, just that. A little more than that with the no-scope, landing a body shot as well, and that will be enough to gatekeep Complexity from even getting a touch on that flag runner leaderness as he puts in a quick cap, not even 30 seconds off the board.
Wow. I mean, these guys are ready to play today, and you know, when you're one of these top rosters, it's in the middle of a team change, you know, these tournaments are a big deal, right? Because this is kind of like a test. Like,
yes.
how does our chemistry naturally blend together? And if they get run over quickly by the Stop the Glaze roster, I mean, we could see a different team next week. I mean, that's really how high the stakes are in a match like this.
Oh my God, and Complexity are getting ran right now.
Wow.
They're getting
Kill.
absolutely wiped off the floor. 4 go down again, and 2 go in less than 2 minutes. 90 seconds off the clock. Not even 90 seconds. Less than 90 seconds are needed to go up 2-0. Stop the Glaze. Stop the farming.
They just got their second kill on the board, Hunter, and it's 2-0 in flag caps. They need to turn the tide, and quickly. They've got to take their time off spawn. It looks like they have. They do finally clear their side, except for one sneaky, cheeky Gunplexion here with the shotgun. It looks like Mikwin was aware that he was probably somewhere nearby, but doesn't take the right route to stop him. Look at that. I love the play from Gunplexion to burn the last shoddy shot. Now he knows that that shoddy comes back around 9 minutes and 8 seconds. And he just immediately runs the flag. He knew that he had the spawners on the court side. Now Stop the Glaze coming off spawn. They've just got to hold off Huss. They could end this very quickly, but Mikwin is in a good position to potentially stop it.
Oh my God, and this is ultimately the rudest welcome back to Halo I've maybe seen yet in Halo Infinite. Rain, unretiring Rain, back in the HCS, but back on the respawn screen more often than not in that game number 1. Complexity get absolutely steamrolled here in round number 2. Unbelievable. We have not seen domination like this from a semi-pro team against an all-pro team. I dare I say ever.
That is unbelievable. I mean, Ryan, we got to point it out, right? The goose is loose. Mikwin with the breadstick. I have a feeling these guys maybe just got on there, maybe still waking up a bit. Like, you might need to slam the rest of that triple espresso, brothers, because this team is not one that you can sleep on at all. And not only that, but they instantly start up the next game. There's no room for hey, let's re-rack, let's reset. No, there's no chance for that. We're loading up into streets already, and you got to worry for Complexity. Have they warmed up? Are they ready for this?
You never cook eggs on high heat, and my God, if you check the pan, cooking up a little breakfast this morning as the clock turns to noon Central CST, my God, it looks like Complexity are still getting out of bed. As a reminder, you check the pan, those eggs are fried, brother. Absolutely cooked to a crisp. Oh my God. And Eli, Pit CTF, not the smallest map game mode combination. Slayer Streets is. So if that speed presented an issue, if that pace of play presented problems to Complexity, what's Slayer on Streets gonna look like? As we kick things off for game number 2, Complexity, dare I say, in a do or die situation. This is unheard of what we just witnessed.
I mean, the good news is these guys on Complexity, they've got a lot of experience. I guarantee you they're probably just saying, okay, yeah, we trolled the opening. They got all the weapons. It happens, you know. They should be able to shrug it off and maybe lock in for this game. But like I said, I mean, with not much time between games 1 and 2, it was feeling a little bit concerning, but they've already got more kills than they had in the last game. They have a 7-3 lead early.
And that makes sense, right? You're trying to fit in this newly minted roster. McWin coming over from Native Gaming. He's now on Complexity. And then Rain coming off the bench of retirement into the hot and high-paced frenetic action of an HCS Open Series online, no less. So where the game's a little bit quicker, right? We talked about that with a lot of pros. On LAN, there's higher consequence, right? So you might see the pace slow down a little bit, but online, it's pretty much just like this wall of death mosh pit at a metal concert. Everybody just kind of runs at each other in the middle and lives with the results. Ryan Noob living with a double kill, cluster luck grenade to take down 2, and Complexity have regained
Triple
off of the
kill.
triple from Ryan Noob now. No need to look for the overkill. Instead, they'll take a 3-kill lead.
This is exactly what you want to see as a Complexity fan. We've got some weapon control now in the hands of Ryan Noob. I don't think he's got a ton of ammo left in that Stalker, but he's got teammates with him, and they know where Stop the Glaze are trying to hide on the other side. This is a nice push here from Ryan Noob. Huge pickup. He's on a killing spree, and I'd say that makes up for the goose in the last game. He's already on a killing spree in game 2. You know that first game annoyed him.
Yeah. And I just think we talked about the chip on the shoulder of that still deciding roster. All 4 with chips on their shoulder, you could argue in that case. I don't know. Stop the Glaze is another crew that looks just like that. Gunplexion especially. Like, Gunplexion is a guy that gets discussed as being deserving of better opportunities, maybe better teammates than the ones that we've seen here in these open series. But more often than not, Gunplexion does a great job just making it work somehow, some way. But for now, it's Complexity regaining here in game number 2. And that's huge. You want to make that game 1 feel like a long distance memory at this point. I think Complexity has 21-12.
I mean, these first 2 games just already exemplify exactly how snowbally this game can be off of an opening break or opening sequence. So important here. Complexity won the opening. They are awarded with the weapons. They continue to roll. Same thing happened last game for Stop the Glaze. They won the opening. The difference on Pit is there's a rocket, 2 snipers, and an overshield. So that steamroll can get a little bit out of hand a little bit more quickly.
Big bounce back here for Complexity. They do go 3 down, but such a big lead, up by 3 possessions at one point. It looked like still actually up by 3 possessions, 26-16, double-digit lead for Complexity. And now's when things really get going here, heading into the 30s. Can they continue with this level of domination? Stop the Glaze is a team that can make a run.
Double kill.
Starting to do a little bit of that here, but Complexity do a good job to take down Gunplexion. Not that you're playing for trades just quite yet, but you'll take them nonetheless.
Taking a look at Gunplexion's stat line. So he's leading the way by far in kills, 9 kills, but also 9 deaths. So it tells me he's willing to get in the mix and be a part of the action. But I mean, if you're going to come back, you've got to stop trading out your kills. You've got to find ways to get kills and stay alive. That's exactly what he's done here, utilizing that shroud screen, and his teammate Squilly in front of him gives him a little bit more confidence to move forward. And this is a dangerous man with the Stalker rifle. If you can add the camo to his kit, this could be exactly what Stop the Glaze needs to get themselves back into this game.
Oh, here we go. Gunplexion with the Predator camo, and he's already smacking backs. Us goes down to the back smack, and it's just an 8-kill game now. What was a double up lead for Complexity is now just 2 possessions within reach, and if Stop the Glaze can get one of those +3, +4 net outcomes right here, they could make it a little squirrely, a little clenched are the cheeks of Complexity if they're able to bring this one back.
Yeah, the lead starts to dwindle away a little bit. You start to have a little bit of doubt creep into your mind, but Complexity holding strong for now. I think they decided to slow things down. Understanding, weapon advantage has shifted to the other side. Just got to play their process. I like Ryan Noob's play here. So doesn't want his entire team to get trapped inside of the C side. So he immediately takes space on that B rail that opens the door for the rest of Complexity to push through this purple street as well. So all 3 lanes currently being occupied by the push of Complexity, but the defensive effort from Stop the Glaze is too strong. They actually crawl a little bit closer to catching up to that lead.
That was huge. Gunplexion has the kit. He's got the Stalker shotgun combination, and if he had just given that up to Huss, that could have spelled trouble. He's out of Stalker ammo, excuse me. Still has 4 shells left in the shotgun, but Huss gets it back in blood, takes him down with the grenade off screen geometrically, finds a way to angle that one into the office. Someone fell asleep at the table, it looks like, maybe, as they lost the shotgun. Now it's in the hands of Rain. 42-34, still an 8-kill lead for Complexity. But if Stop the Glaze can find a few slays here, they can bring it right back. Unfortunate back foot spawns, though, at the C side, but Complexion back against the wall in the trash can. takes down one, but that's an ultimate trade out. Stop the glaze. Got to start finding those plus 2, 3, and dare I say even 4 net outcomes, but they're starting to do that. 2 go down for Complexity, 3 go down. Nobody down for Stop the Glaze, and they're only down by 5.
Rain spawned over here, but thought he was unseen, but apparently
4.
he was, because he just gets jumped. No chance for survival. Squilly's trying to get out of the seaside, get into a position that he could potentially grab this camo. I like the way he's playing this. He's playing it patiently, not just desperating for the camo. Knows that the members of Complexity are likely to be baiting it. Tries to open space on the outside. Was a member of Stop the Glaze able to grab the camo? No, it's still on its spawn point. Huge plays out of Rain, coming out of retirement and already making big clutch plays. Not only does he get that double, but teammate gets the camo, and that might have just won them the game.
Massive plays there for Rain. He's -2 in total in the match, but that +2 there with the bang bang grenade DMR cleanup combination on the cuts down Stop the Glaze, and we got a tied series 1-all. That's exactly what Complexity needed, exactly what Complexity wanted after a rough game 1. That's a distant thought, right? It's a distant thought in the future, the way the chat thinks and talks about. Is this live? That's kind of the way I think Complexity are looking at this one, as they've tied up the series.
Look at the damage output from Huss, man. This guy is just always dealing maximum damage, maximum pressure. Huge stats coming out of him. And love to see Rain kind of picking up where he left off. I think the last time that he competed may have been, what, Worlds last year, before that insane off-season Team Hurricane roster mania that we saw back then. And, you know, usually it takes a few reps to get your, you know, get back into the swing of things. I know they've been practicing with him on the squad in some scrims, so not the very first time he's come back, but showing up well and strong regardless.
Yeah, I was very pleasantly surprised and happy for Rain when we saw that double kill. Glanced up at the top of the screen, like, ooh, who was that? Kind of play, and hey, it was Rain, man. The OG, Halo Infinite OG, I guess you could say, competed in the very beginning of Halo Infinite. Haven't seen him for what feels like maybe a year and a half. And a lot like we gave credit to Druck for coming off the bench and coming into HCS London, having a great performance. I just got a lot of respect for guys that stay ready, like it looks like Rain has, as we kick off game number 3. Maybe another highly contested, fast and frenetic matchup here. Strongholds on Recharge.
Starting off with Huss, gets that camo, early camo grab, pretty crucial. Might be able to also grab the shock rifle, but always so objective efficient. He's gonna prioritize getting this B cap first. Complexion tries to contest it, but doesn't get his feet in time. He's gonna get taken out by a grenade, and Huss is gonna survive in gold. This is a good early look for Complexity for some early control.
A couple of solid frag tosses from Complexity as well. I've noted that not only in the feed, but in the first-person POV. We've seen some clutch grenade kills, actually, that open up things like this 12 and rolling lead for Complexity as they're looking to earn a trip cap off the start as well. And that momentum that Stop the Glaze earned in game 1 feels all but over. It feels like an afterthought at this point, as now Complexity looking like Stop the Glaze did in game number 1. But here it's game 3, series tied 1-1. Both of these two teams looking to take an edge in this best of 5.
You know, in some ways, it might have been a good thing that they got rolled as hard as they did in that first game, because,
yeah,
I don't know, there must have been some type of conversation like, okay, we weren't even talking to each other, we weren't listening to each other, like, what the hell were we doing? Like, just really hold each other accountable for what went wrong in that first game and make the correct adjustments, and they clearly have, because now they're suddenly working well together. Communication looks to be fluid as they're moving around the map and controlling time and space together. But as I say that, looks like they do lose control of B, but not before also stealing C, so they actually maintain that scoring position.
80 seconds in rolling. Stop the Glaze hasn't been able to stop this run from Complexity, and haven't even been able to get on the board. As 2 more go down, Complexity are going to have all the map control they want to work with. Collective probably going to score some squad spawns. If us weren't so close on the long haul, probably see some long haul spawns here for Stop the Glaze, but it looks like everybody's going to get that gold Dorito, I assume. There it is. Yep, the gold Dorito spawns for Stop the Glaze come through. Complexity pick up on it, but not before picking up a little bit of camo. Ryan Noob nerding his way around the pillars. Oh, and if he stays alive on batteries and earns B back for Complexity, that would be incredible. Gets the double. And he's not going to be able to earn back B himself, but it's a trickle-down effect. It's a fork in the road that Ryan has created for Huss, and Huss is able to regain control of B with control of C. That score is going to continue to roll. Nice play there from Ryan.
Really favoring this BC setup at the moment. They don't mind if Stop the Glaze are spawning in that A side because they can just kind of hold off all the exit points. It's been a good strategy so far, and look at the way Stop the Glaze is playing this complexion. You can see him kind of like peeking for information. Wasn't exactly sure where Complexity was hiding to play defense. Somehow gets a trade out of that situation. That's a good trade, but the problem is nobody is in position to follow up on it with a grab of the B Stronghold. They do rotate to B. Rain gets a very clutch stick on that player in the tower side, but the play continues on, and Stop the Glaze are still trying to desperately cap B to get back on the board.
God.
But no, another perfect grenade coming in from Rain, and an instant reset from another member of Complexity. These guys are controlling the entire map right now.
This isn't a conversation that gets brought up often, Eli. Like, oh, who's winning the grenade battle, right? Like, you'd never hear that, but I'd make a case that Complexity have dominated in the grenade category, because more often than not, whether it's on screen or off, sometimes we're on screen or first person POV with the grenade that gets tossed off screen, Hail Mary type, and that connects too. Like we just saw previously for Rain, we saw him get a sticky in the tower as well. And you know, like I said, it's not a common conversation point, but I don't know, I'm thinking Complexity, their grenade proficiency has been a reason why they've been able to build a big lead here. Absolutely steamrolling Stop the Glaze with a frenzy now for Rain. Welcome back to HCS.
Incredible. I mean, in your first like kind of tester tournament situation, you're on a killing frenzy already, so welcome back, Rain. He hasn't died yet. He's 10, 6, and 0. Absolutely unreal gameplay right now out of Rain. And I was about to say, I mean, Stop the Glaze capping B is a great start. You know, they've been trying to cap it for so long, but they've already lost it. Now they're starting back over from square one. They've got to cap not one, but 2 strongholds to even have a chance at starting to come back in this. But the way Complexity has been playing this, they're just being stifled every single play they try to go for.
God, I love this little non-verbal response here from Rain, letting his gameplay do the talking. He says, I know all you guys were talking about the goose eggs in game 1. How's this for a goose egg? 0 deaths with just 15 seconds left, possibly in regulation. If Rain lands the perfect game against a great squad like Stop the Glaze, talk about building up some confidence, not only yourself, but the team as a whole. Just 5 seconds left. Rain needs to win this 1v1 to stay perfect. But he gets stuck instead. 11-1. Tough, but he'll take the win. But hey, for Stop the Glaze, they get on the board and are able to keep control of A and B and maybe start to spawn trap Complexity at back C. Who knows?
Yeah, I think Leader Ness's stick on Rain there was the symbolic stopping of the Glaze. Like, all right, stop talking about Rain, guys. Like, let me just end this real quick for you. They also get 3 dead. Make it 4 dead as Complexion. Putting the shock rifle to work here, and if they can cap C,
yes,
don't look now, but it's not over yet. Problem is, the first time they lose control of scoring position, this game's over.
Yeah, you give up B with your push for C, but I think in a situation where you're down 246-2, you got to take it. You got to take the risk. As McWin takes the sticky and the dub. Victory for Complexity as they take game number 3 and start to put out there from an eye test perspective more of what we thought we'd see from this Complexity roster. An entirely brand new Complexity roster, right? No more Descendant. Where's Descendant? It almost makes me want to break away from my thought and go check and see where Descendant's competing this weekend, because my God, that's another top Halo player that could be
He's playing with Native.
An odd man out. Okay, but Descendant going to Native Gaming, so taking the place of McWin. So we're seeing a lot of team changes, but a lot of it for now almost seems like a relative trade, if you will, in the HCS, as we're starting to see some of these rosters swap 6 through 16 in the HCS, all but assuredly going through some form of a team change. Eli, does that bring up an opportunity if you are a 13 through 16 team to maybe stick it out through this roster mania process, or would you be looking to make a change like everybody else?
I mean, the reality is, if you have an opportunity to climb the ladder, get on a team that's a higher seed, a lot of these guys are just going to take it. It's so hard to grind your way up from a team underneath. So that's kind of why we see so many team changes. It's a dog-eat-dog world out there, man. And if you're not eating, then you're getting eaten. So these guys are, doing whatever they can to work their way up. And We're going to see a lot of different movement. I don't think any of the rosters this week are necessarily like confirmed. Like we said, APG still in London. So while Descendant is playing on native, it could be almost like a
Killing frenzy. That makes me calm.
I don't even need. I don't
Rain,
even know
what did you
about,
do?
Oh man.
Oh man, Master Chief goes down in that sequence, but Rain does not, as he earns a killing frenzy, a damn near perfection in his return to HCS competition. 2-1 lead here for Complexity going up against Stop the Glaze, the people's champ. Gunplexion on that squad, and what does he have for us in Game 4? Can he send it to a Game 5 against Complexity? I think that would be huge just to do that. So let's see how things go. Off the start here, Live Fire, King of the Hill.
I can't even think right now. I'm just thinking about the Arbiter right now. Or
Did that just derail you like it did me?
What's her name in the lore? I forget.
Harbinger, right?
Harbinger. Okay, yeah. Obviously, I haven't read the books, guys. Sorry. But anyways, what game type is this? Okay, yeah, Live Fire, King of the Hill. All right, perfect. So
we're playing Halo 2. What is this? Oh, Infinite. My bad. Okay, here we go.
The hill.
this early hill rotation going to be very important. Usually what happens here is the team either gets early hill time or they get the camo. If you can get both, that's a phenomenal, promising parameter. Not a win condition, but a victory variable, perhaps. And I like this positioning here from Gunplexion, holding down the nest side with the snipe.
You just used all of my taglines, dude. I'm all out. What am I supposed to say now? 75% here for Stop the Glaze. Yeah, you're gonna have to come up with some new ones for me. Gunplexion looking for the sneaky skill jump, lands it, now has possession of the snipe at the snipe tower, but with this hill over here on the green location, feels a little bit better. Setting up on the nest bridge. Rain gets down to 1 HP, so too does Complexion. That sends him back to the well of that seaside, getting some mud spawns as well for his crew. That allows them to maybe get back in the fight from an interesting angle here. That's the one Gunplexion's taking, and it's gonna end up with a no-scope onto McWin. A great shot there from Gunplexion. Following up, Sniper AR. I don't know if we've ever seen that combination in Halo Infinite either. Seen a couple of firsts here today as we kick off our road to London, or Atlanta, sorry.
Wherever we are in the timeline. We're all over the place today. All good though. Yeah, very interesting right now. Both teams really fighting for this tower side. I mean, this tower side is good for this hill. Plus, obviously, that's where the next hill moves. I'd say that a lot of teams, if you spawn A during this hill when the other team has control, like a long flank rotation, if you have the time to do so, usually more effective. It's just easier to approach this hill from that nest side. And right now, looks like Complexity continue their momentum from the last 2 games. They take hill number 1, and I think they've already got good positioning for the next hill as well.
I agree with you, Eli. You went back to that game 1 thought. You said maybe this is a blessing for Complexity, kind of wake them up a little bit. It is winners round 2, and most pro teams in winners round 2, they're kind of used to playing with their food at this point. But like we said when this series started, this is not a matchup you can sleep on. This is a very talented Stop the Glaze roster with one of the top amateurs in the scene, Gunplexion. Don't forget about Leaderness too, Squilly Collective. They're all great players. And for Complexity to bounce back and show what we expected them to show, even though they have a new roster, I think that's big. Their bounce back is in. But for now, Stop the Glaze have a lead on hill number 2.
I think maybe one of these members of Complexity decided after that game 1 to step up a bit as a leader, start calling the shots, start making sure the team is on the same page, because kind of what you need against any team really at this point in the meta. Everyone is so good at the video game, and you cannot get lazy whatsoever. And like to see this bounce back from Complexity. Rain in familiar territory with this sniper top tower. I feel like over first couple seasons we saw him in this position quite a bit. See if he remembers how to do damage from here.
Complexity have earned back possession of the Sea Hill and the lead on it. Nice body shot lineup there from Rain. That's like, again, we're seeing a lot of that veteran playstyle, that veteran mentality come through for Rain, lining up the reticle at the chest level on a player that's weak in the vents. Good example of that. Now he's just doing some DPS on the players pushing up on the nest side. A grenade takes him down, and this should give Stop the Glaze possession of the hill twice now. They've been in a close encounter with Complexity. Stop the Glaze actually had the lead on that first hill. Complexity stole it. We'll Stop the Glaze do the same here on hill number 2.
McWin has a small window of timing to get back here, but he's been predicted and shut down. That might just do it for Stop the Glaze. Rain, though, Gonna put his body directly in the hill to start the contest. Problem is he goes down, and it's now a 1-1 tie. Stop the glaze. Looking like they could potentially bring this one back. They've also got several dead and an early rotation on the A hill.
Could be a split spawn scenario where McWin gets A and the rest get B. That's exactly what occurs. Rain actually with a nest spawn far out from where Complexity need him to be in the mix on that garage door. And my God, look at Squilly utilizing the pillar like a boxing bag, training for that Floyd Mayweather, Mike Tyson, Jake Paul fight, it feels like, as he's able to stay alive with the nice quick feet, quick hands as well. And now he's in the hill with scoring.
I don't know how Squilly stayed alive there. That was unbelievable. He had 3 different opponents applying pressure to him, but fortunately had teammates to help him navigate the situation. Complexion aiding his teammate. No one's safe in this man's lobby. But he does get a kill, and he's still got some camo to work with. McWin probably took some grenade damage there, and he's going to have to slow down his push.
You see Complexion trying to almost bait and draw out that push through the door on the right. Instead, his positioning prevents that push, forces Complexity to the left through the big door, and they go 3 down. So Complexion there goes down, but it was his positioning set up in the right time, right place. Allows Stop the Glaze to continue the scoring and ultimately score hill number 2. Eli, it's not always about getting slays. Sometimes it's not only about just staying alive, it's about being at the right time, right place, and that's exactly what we saw there from Gunplexion. Stop the Glaze with the 2-1 lead now.
So big right now for them. If they can bring this to a game 5, they can start to make Complexity sweat, make them question maybe that game 1 wasn't a fluke, but still got a lot of meat left on the bone. Still a lot of game left to be played here. McWin trying to make a quick rotation through the pillar side. He gets taken down, and I gotta think it kind of feels like in some of these situations Complexity moving a little bit too fast, and that's not what you want to see from veterans like McWin and Ryanoob. I feel like these guys are all about timing. They know how to make good pushes together. Ryanoob sees a window of opportunity to kill the hill guy, and he's going to get out of dodge. I love this play from Ryanoob. He's going to now re-rack, relocate, and hopefully the rest of Complexity can do something. But no, they go 3 dead while Ryanoob wraps back, and this could be a 3-1 lead in a hurry.
If not for these green spawns over here for Complexity, this might have been a hill you say, GG's, go next. Let's not even contest it, but it looks like Gwyn's going to push up on the nest bridge. Support pushing up the snipe tower as well. It's going to take down Gunplexion with the snipe, and now Us has it to work with. Lands the body shot, headshot combination for the triple kill. No spawners close enough nearby. He was looking for that spawn kill overkill. It's actually going to be to his left on the dummies. Lands what I believe was a no-scope body shot again. And Eli, this is so intriguing. Yesterday, we saw Us as the primary power weapon bearer for that magnanimous roster, and we posed the question, will that bleed through into HCS play? Kind of looks like it is.
Kill.
Yeah, he's 16 kills right now. I mean, he's just a very talented gamer through and through. I feel like while he does like to be that kind of assist support type player, does the dirty work, I mean, he can deal damage with the best of them. He's so fast and slippery on the map as well. I mean, look at this rotation. Up the Glaze thought they had tower control, but no, sorry, Huss is here. Wow. He's getting a double kill before being taken down, and that level of aggression is why Complexity are about to cap this hill.
Yeah, Huss with that double kill in a 1v2 creates a +1 net outcome that trickles down to the scoreboard and puts another one on the board for Complexity. Now just a 1-score game with plenty of time left in regulation. Both of these two teams, because of it, going to be playing for the hill points, as it looks like the early rotation occurs over to the B side, and the Glaze have a little bit of it. Rain with another one of those stickies. Does he have a triple in mind as well? Prevents Leaderness from jumping up, clambering up with that grenade toss. Spiker delayed finish on Leaderness, and my God, Rain has been so impressive in his return to HCS, and I'm going back again, Eli, to the grenade skill that he's been showing throughout the day. He's been landing it, whether it's a sticky or just putting the grenade in a chase spot to where the opponent pushes through and thinks he's got a free space to clear a cap point. Not there, as Rain has been dominating that level of play with the grenades again, which I don't think you hear too often.
You're exactly right. I mean, grenade efficiency and effectiveness extremely important in this game, and he seems definitely very selective with how he uses them. We see a great looking hill hold right now, but McWin with melee shot into pancake metal there. Just the most demoralizing way for Gunplexion to get taken down, but They still got more enemies to fight here. Mikwin gets taken out, and Schooly's going to be able to milk at least a little bit more time while his teammates come off spawn.
Earns a couple more flashes of the scoreboard after that repulsor. Sends Ryanu packing, but not for long. It's a quick trip. All he brought was a backpack as he's back in the B hill. 2 down on each side. McWin on the back B corner. Huge defensive effort here. This double kill could open up more time for Complexity. Just staying alive does instead. Complexion, though, with that nice grenade towards the corner of the geometry, takes him down, and we have it tied. Game 3-3. Next Hill wins.
Look at this. Complexity spawned back tower. Schooly wasn't able to make it back here in time, but it is a split spawn, so the first 2 spawners spawn back tower, the rest spawn in A. They do ultimately clean this side out, but the other 2 spawners have crossed top center, and what looked like could have been a favorable outcome for Stop the Glaze for this rotation. Complexity do shut it down for the most part. During the commotion, though, Collective able to get away with the camo, and now he's able to hunt down Ryanu, who thinks he's being sneaky. But the Collective's just a little bit sneakier.
It is not often you get the beat on a veteran like Ryanu playing so nerdy, thinks he's safe and free, but Collective with the camo. True superior sneaky beaver takes down what looked like a sneaky beaver play there from Ryanu, and that has stopped the Glaze in control of the lead, but not this hill as it flips back into favor of Complexity. Gunny standing still there, maybe just conceding defeat, hoping against a favorable spawn on the other side. All 3 members of Stop the Glaze pushing through top mid, and they're not aware of Ryanu, but they need to start turning and looking. And what looked like could have been a triple or maybe even an overkill gets stopped short at a double, but Stop the Glaze have got to regroup. Gunplexion has to win this 1v1, but Us takes it instead.
This feels like it's just slipping away from Stop the Glaze. This is their last chance to break the setup, and I don't think they have the numbers to do so. Complexity too smart. Leaderness, though, with the combo play, turns 2 and forces a 3rd off of the platform. That's 3 dead. They could get a lot of time here. What is Rain going to do, though? His play is so important. He is sitting and waiting for his teammates. This is their last push. If this push fails, Stop the Glaze will tie up the series.
Leaderness with the flank on the sniper side. Now he has possession of the sniper tower, and could that spell trouble for Complexity? Opening break slays go to Complexity. It's just Squilly and Leaderness left. Leaderness, the last Spartan standing. Does he have 2 hero moments in him? No, he does not. And Complexity steal game number 4 and the series.
Wow. What an insane last game that was. That could have gone either way. Both teams playing extremely well, but Complexity certainly righted the ship after that first game and have really stormed back into a powerful looking team. And this is exactly the type of warm-up they need moving into the later stages of the tournament.
Yeah, I agree. Going back to your thoughts, that was a blessing in disguise. Losing that Empyrean CTF in 90 seconds. I think it was less than 2 minutes, I believe. We'd have to go back and look at the exact time. It was one of the fastest wins that we've seen yet. We've seen I think we saw SSG do that against Bittersweet, but those are 2 professional teams going up against each other. It was really surprising to see this semi-pro squad and Stop the Glaze come out and absolutely dominate in game number 1, but you're right. I think that woke Complexity up. And better to have that, I guess you could argue, in winners round 2 than winners round 3 or 4, where you start going up against those other teams that are right in the mix for those HCS pro points. And that's the key here. Rain, let's talk about that. Eli coming in fresh off the bench. I don't think he has any pro points to speak of. So this is a big makeup weekend for Complexity. I don't think Ryanu or Huss earned any points at London. So I think a big reason why we saw this matchup in winners round 2 is because of the points disparity. Complexity not really with as many points as they probably rightfully should have, but hey, you got to play the points you have, and you got to play for the points you need, and that's where Complexity's at right now, needing every HCS pro point they can get.
That's a great point. Yeah, with the DQ situation, we've all been following it. You guys all know about it. We did interview Sparty on the broadcast, and he admits he made a very stupid mistake. I agree with him. However, it means the rest of his teammates kind of having to make up for lost ground, right? These off-season or between tournament online events going to be very important for them to start accumulating points, and they look to do so very well. I mean, if they were to lose this round, this would have been so bad for their outcome just for the rest of this tournament, but also would have probably ended up in having less points for next.
Man.
So, A lot on the line for these guys.
Yeah, the Juju would have been cooked, I think, if Complexity were to have lost this early in the tournament. Again, not only just from a performance standpoint, what you expect from these guys, but again, what they now need in terms of HCS Pro points. Let me ask you something here, Eli. Theoretically speaking, Spartans, year-long ban, or I should say rest of Season 3 ban from competition is being appealed. Do you think organizations and rosters are keeping some powder dry? Maybe potentially having a spot open for Sparty if he does become available? Because it looks like to me, hey, the world keeps spinning, right? So everybody's still competing. Everybody's in this tournament looking to get those points. Do you think we could see a team still pick up Sparty and keep that powder dry?
I mean, he's one of the best players in the world. So, yeah,
right.
if the appeal goes through, then someone's going to make a team change for him. Like I said earlier, I don't think many of these teams that we see this week are even close to being the final product that we see at Atlanta. I think roster mania is going to remain in effect for at least a few more weeks here. But, yeah, I think that I'm not sure what the likelihood of the appeal going through is, but you know, should that happen, he'll certainly find his way on a team.
Yeah, I agree with most of the community. I think a ban was warranted, but it felt a little heavy-handed. But we're just casters, Eli, right? I think a lot of people assume that we're the TOs, that we're responsible for adminning the tourney and paying out players, but we're just casters. So we don't have much to say in the grand scheme of things. That's up to the admins and the HCS leadership to determine. But we'll still share our thoughts and communicate with the community on what we think. But for now, we're going to take a quick break. Complexity still deciding all of these rosters, going through some massive roster mania team changes. We're going to pick another one to follow next. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Triple kill. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Score. Double kill. Enemy team took the hill. The hill. Perfect. Double kill. Team nearing victory. Perfect. Double kill. Triple kill. Killing spree. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Killing frenzy. Perfect. Kill ready. Killing spree. Triple kill. Double kill.
All right, here we go. Back with more HCS Road to Atlanta action. We're kicking things off again with still deciding here in winners round number 3, going up against Underplayed. And Eli previously saw this actually might be winners round 2 because this was the previous matchup we saw for CTF and Pyrian between Complexity and that Stop the Glaze crew. What should we expect as we kick things off once again on Empyrean CTF?
I mean, this is where Still Deciding have to prove that they are the real deal. Starting to get into these tougher and tougher teams. I believe Underplayed is the Durf gang, now being represented by a community organization, Underplayed. Shout out to Sleepy Letty. I know she's been putting a lot of work into that org. And this is not an easy team to roll over on the side of Underplayed. Still Deciding have to be efficient if they're going to take down this squad.
All right, the Durf twins we know for being extremely difficult to play against, and they've also made some pro teams bleed a little bit, taking some games, at the very least some battles off of them. But for now, both the Durfs go down, 2 down on the Durf side, just Manny down for now. So this means Still Deciding crew has the pressure and presence in the base of Underplayed. Could give them a look at a pull, but a huge takedown there on Rami might just slow things down just a little bit as Collect pushes through with the snipe.
Collect all the way in the back of the base. Not afraid of anything. There's no scope and one more. I don't think they know saves is here, though. They do now. And Collect missing that shot means that Manny is going to die with the flag, but doesn't matter. Collect on an early killing spree, and this flag looks to go home unless Hydurf and Netroxin can stop it.
Oh, still a couple battles to be fought down the long haul, and Netroxin gets the double kill. Not sure if that was a team kill from Still Deciding or what, because we didn't see it on screen, but hey, nonetheless, the flag gets stopped for now in a very precarious spot. It's through the long haul, but a lot of pressure coming through the long haul. Snipe shot goes out from Hydurf. That could have been the saving grace, but instead, Still Deciding will ultimately score that first flag of the game. 1.5 minutes off the clock and a 1-0 lead for Still Deciding.
Rami with the sniper rifle still has 2 bullets left to work with. Looks like he's got the eyes on Durf, and once he can stay down no shields, he's got to run away. I think Manny's going to hunt him down. He does. And every single kill here is very important. Underplayed need to stop dying alone. They are getting systematically shut down one by one. And look at the push. 3-man push coming in through the long haul. Going to try to force the next set of spawners into the courtyard, and looks like Manny was in position to maybe apply pressure to those spawners, but Underplayed have done a great job to shut this down. Looks like they're able to shut down Manny on the other side, and now should have no problem clearing out Rami. Now Underplayed can try to fight for mid-map control, and at a perfect time when Rockets and OS are coming up.
Yeah, a lot more teamwork deployed there from Underplayed. Even in that stop on that first run from Still Deciding, saves was still in a 1v2, right? Which you just mathematically don't want to take that. Hydurf has 2 rockets to work with, does get it from the grave slay on the second, so rockets are depleted. So too is Rami as he goes down. King J now on a defensive effort at his top snipe tower, and it's the Durf with an overshield to work with. This should get him through the long haul, and it does. No more overshield left to work with, but hey, look at the flip side. Without that overshield, that flag run would be dead and gone. Instead, it's a 1-1 tie. Nice regain.
Huge cap out of Underplayed, showing that they are here to play. This next set of sniper rifles going to be important. King J able to shut down a member of Underplayed that picked up theirs. We'll see if one of the other members of Still Deciding can pick that up. No, it looks like Underplayed are going to spawn courtyard as expected. They should have regained control of that sniper, and Durf trying to extend out to the sword side. I like this. He needs an extra angle to work with. I have to imagine another member of Underplayed will rotate back here to the first BR. Tries to. Netroxin gets a kill on Collect, but King J shuts him down, and they are still on the defense. Saves last player alive, gets 1 kill and gets another to half shields, but I don't know if that's going to be enough. They got to be very effective off of this spawn in the courtyard.
Rami looking left for the spawns. Instead, they spawn on the right side at the snipe tower as Durf has 2 runs here in a row for Still Deciding that don't really make you sweat too much if you're Underplayed. So this is allowing them to settle in, to start to play their game at their pace. And after all is said and done, 4 minutes, I should say, off the clock, and still tied 1-1, and that flag will get reset. Rami, you can see him sliding for it with low shields. Better to just dip, recover, play as a team of 2. And wow, look at this split. 2 on the left, 2 on the right towards the sword side, and this could spell trouble for Underplayed. The positioning is on point for Still Deciding, and they're going to run this toward the snipe side because of the presence and support for Collect and Manny on the sword. So I like this. An unorthodox route. Usually see 70% of the time it goes through the long haul, but I think with the situation being what it is, this could be a score.
Exactly right. It's important to be adaptable on flag game types. Like, yes, there is a preferred route to run the flag, but every situation's a little bit different. If you've got nobody in place to block those Mauler spawns, then running it courtyard is totally fine. I think that if the other member that pushed in with the flag survived, they would have ran it Mauler side, but because he went down and the only surviving teammates were in court, he runs it that way instead. So great adaptability on the fly out of Still Deciding.
Fighter now with that plasma pistol cranked up, but he misses the shot on to Collect. Collect makes him pay, and woof, this could snowball downhill and out of control. Still 4 players down for Underplayed, and King J has just now gotten through the long haul. There is no way Underplayed can stop this. This is looking like a likely 1-0 lead for Still Deciding, as won't even see a shot going in the back of King J. Nice quick cap there. Gives Still Deciding the fairly easy game 1 win. Underplayed were able to score, but afterwards, Still Deciding got on a roll there, and Underplayed again did a good job to counter cap, but it's the +2 from Still Deciding that gives them game 1.
The big difference to me when watching this was just the level of aggression. Still Deciding just occupying Underplayed's base seemingly the entire game. I mean, the one time that Underplayed were able to get out of their base, they did convert it into a flag cap, so that's massive. But if the other team is just keeping you pinned in your base for the rest of the game, even if you continually stop flag runs, eventually they're going to get one through. But it was right here when they were able to secure the OS, and that was the difference maker for them to cap the 1 point they got.
Yeah, so often in the under-seeded teams, the lesser-seeded teams, they need things like the sandbox. They need things like an overshield on Aquarius or a camo on Livefire or Streets to find the victory. And hey, this is the game 2 where the underdog has their best chance, and they know, does Underplayed, that they have the Slayers on the side of that roster to make a difference, to maybe make Still Deciding bleed here a little bit. But again, we're noticing, I think, an uptick in level of competition, Eli. It's usually not until winners round 3 where these professional teams like Still Deciding have to go up against some stiff competition. They're doing it now here in winners round 2. We previously just saw Complexity versus Stop the Glaze at Gunplexion roster, just winners round 2. So, man, especially if you consider the fact that sometimes buys get handed out for winners round 1, to just wake up, come off cold, and go up against such a difficult opponent, man, the level of competition in Halo has never been more strict.
Have to agree, man. You're right. I feel like at the beginning we were looking, okay, the first 3 rounds are free. Round 4 is when they're going to be tested. And then as time goes on, then it was round 3. Now it's round 2. I mean, are we getting to the point where it's going to become round 1 where you've got to maybe wake up 2 hours earlier and start warming up octagoning the way Gunplexion does every day, because the competition is fierce.
Love to see it. High level of play on display here for LBT Halo's presentation of the Open Series number 1. We're resetting the clock. Road to London is here, and my God, everyone's just getting off their flights from London. It was just a week ago we had Championship Sunday from HCS London, and now everybody's back to work. Collect back-to-back slays earns him the double kill. Netroxin gets a few shots onto him for an assist. I believe a combined assist for Manny. Manny finds 2 with the camo and finding optimal use of it to give his team a 2-kill lead.
Really going so important here. Manny, it's the jumping melee with the camo, stays alive. Huge pickup there as well. And look at this. I like the fact that he recognizes his speed is more important than the camo. So he's actually still just curb sliding. I mean, that does not keep you camouflaged, but it means that he's going to get into the play faster. I do sometimes feel if I have camo and I'm just walking everywhere, I'm just late to the party in too many fights and maybe let my teammates die more than they should.
I agree entirely. It was also great recognition from Manny there. The fact that it seemed like most of his teammates had the attention of Underplayed. So, hey, camo or not, you're kind of cloaked in secrecy if everyone else is looking at your teammates. And I love that recognition there from Manny. Like you said, sitting at 5-3, the top performer in the lobby so far, but it's still very early in a very highly contested game. 15-14 now as Collect earns the nade shot to take down the the shotgun user. And with 3 shots left, he's still got a little bit to work with. This could be 3 slays for Collect if you're not careful.
Collect definitely dangerous with this. I mean, he's going to be in your face whether he's got a shotgun or not, but if you give him a shotgun as well, it's just going to be even more dangerous. But here he likes to wrap around the outside. I think recognizing he's the only one in this lane, approaching it a little bit more carefully. Like when players walk with their gun up, just have that reticle ready to get that first shot. First shot's so important in this game, guys. If you're walking around corners in a lazy manner, you're going to lose more fights, whether you realize it or not. Right here, Rami does a great job to back up while weak. And it's a big part of the reason why Still Deciding to have this lead is they're not only getting the slays, but they're also staying alive while doing so.
My God, Still Deciding quadruple up on what was just seconds ago a 2-kill game. Now 2 possessions separate these two teams. 8 kills in total as Manny looks to push on through, has some cross shots coming through from the tram, but it's the positioning of the players in front of him that he wants. No, this is like he took those shots personal from the seaside. I thought he was going to chase all the way back, but instead he's going to try to cut off the push through on the P side, but he's kind of thinking to himself, wait, where is everybody? It looks like for now Underplayed are going to wait for the squad spawns on C and then all push out collectively. And I think that's a good decision in the sense that Still Deciding have been using pinch positioning and just pure brute force to find this 10+ kill lead. Where did this come from?
I don't know. Underplayed are getting a little bit impatient, though. Yeah, they waited for the spawns in C, but then they push out at the wrong time.
Right.
You gotta maybe wait a little bit longer, like set a trap for Still Deciding. You know how aggressive these guys are. Why not just bait the doorways and team shoot together when they do show up? But right now, Still Deciding just kind of doing whatever they want on the map, just running from one side to the other, and that's how they've built this massive lead. That's how they've been able to just continually grow the lead as the match has gone on longer.
34-22 now. This one's getting a little out of control when it has just unofficially started into the 30s. But Underplayed are coming back. A nice resolve, nice regain, team wipe there. A +4 net outcome that Underplayed absolutely needed as the lead is back to 8.
Once again, Hyderf playing defensively here on the P side. It's paying off, though. Looks like he pulled some attention to himself, and that's actually a 4 dead. Rami first spawner. How do Rami and Manny play off their spawn? They're all spawning on this cafe side, and I think it's because Underplayed are pushing on the opposite side as well, but love the play from Rami. If you're coming off spawn on a map this small and the enemies are approaching your spawn point, you have to aggressively push out to one side. He does so effectively, and that completely stops the potential snowball rolling in favor of Underplayed so that they cannot be collapsed on. So huge off the back foot plays from Rami and Manny to completely reverse the situation.
I love seeing these new teams that have formed. Love seeing them get tested. Love seeing them face a little bit of adversity and seeing how they respond to it. So far, a flawless response from Still Deciding, as it looked like after 2 possessions, Underplayed were about to bring it to within 4 slays. Now this lead is ballooned back to 11. So Still Deciding in full control into the 40s. Manny looking to clean up the remains of saves. Takes him down, looks across to the right, collect. That's nice timing, finds the sticky. And it looks like 47-34 here. Still Deciding, looking for the finishing touches on what will ultimately be a 2-0 lead in the series.
There's 3 kills to go. Great shots out of Durderf here. It's actually going to turn 2. Wow, don't look now, but they got about 4 kills in the span that Still Deciding only got 1, but Manny looks to close the door with a nice double kill here. Boxer medal as well, so he was in their face that whole game.
That was good, though. I think that was huge for Underplayed. They lost by 12, but they're going to have a lot of good VOD to look over, because that was... in moments, if you just kind of put a microscope on it, they looked like the better team for moments in that match. So big ups to Underplayed, finding a way to make the other team bleed, but it's a 2-0 series lead for Still Deciding. As we switch gears here to Passion United, taking on Complexity in a brawl, 1-to-1 oddball. Game 1 on streets here. Winners round number 3 on your screen.
Shout out to my man, Bigabaloo. Most kills on his team and 83 seconds of ball time, 10 assists. Gave him a little pep talk last night, said, bro, you're made for this. Like, just do your best tomorrow. This is one of the better squads that he's been able to play on, and I think he's going to show the world what he's capable of. I mean, they're already making Complexity sweat a bit here. If they can get a game 1 win against these guys, that could be massive.
Yeah, had a chance to cast Bigabaloo's big-time gameplay at the Armed Forces Esports Championship at Complexity headquarters, that LAN tournament where all of the military's best came together to compete. And I remember watching Bigablue and thinking, he's not only the military's best, this could be one of the best Halo players in the world. This could be a guy who's next up. So keep an eye on Bigablue, as despite being in HCS Season 3, everyone says it's, you know, been mostly established. There's still some new faces and some new players that are breaking through. Love to see it as we hop on board here with Bejesus. Spots Rain going over the B rail, but with Ryan picking up the oddball, instead wants to land 5 perfect shots to take him down. Lands a body shot for that 5th shot. Because of it, that keeps Ryan alive. And with 100 seconds of ball time, this looked like a little bit of a bounce back round number 3 for Complexity.
Bigablue saying, welcome back, Rain. Here's a 5 shot. I know you probably don't know who I am, but there's some stuff you got to catch up with if you're going to rejoin a top team here. Complexity do a great job to hold off the pressure, though. This looks like a pretty strong oddball setup. Mikwin wisely rotates back to this heaven position. This is such a good spot to hold. We've got a deep sight line on the entire B lane. Just going to get the intel to feed that to his teammates so they can know how to rotate that ball more effectively.
Yeah, you can get shot off pretty easily from heaven, but by then you've got all the intel that you were looking to secure, as McWin communicates that to his teammates. Jesus now on the B rail, B stairs, goes down. Huss climbing that ladder, heading back to the P side of the map instead, and looks like setting up another pinch here. 2 on P side, 2 on the arcade, I believe. And yeah, this is perfectly timed potentially from Complexity, if not for Bigablue. Oh my God, gets in enough shots to where that could get cleaned up. Maddie looks to his right after resetting the oddball, could take down Rain, but Rain, gotta give him credit, does a great job staying alive there after some nice shots from Bigablue.
Complexity have maintained their control. If you're on the side of Passion United, you got to make sure you find a way through the setup. Big gets an early pick on Huss, which is massive. It should make it a little bit easier for the rest of them to push through, but Jesus with a huge win on the P side. This is the best chance they've had yet to break the setup, but Ryan with a massive double kill sticky grenade. And I think as a last member alive, but Jesus, though, he cleans up the situation. Problem is his teammates are spawning afar and enemies spawning close. That's going to be a big difference here, so they don't get any value out of what looked to be a good push, but mostly stifled by a huge nade out of Ryan.
Yeah, but Jesus had a nice triple kill, but it was the triple down on his side for Passion United that forced those close by adjacent spawns for Complexity. They spawned PD despite Bejesus being at A, and despite Bejesus resetting that oddball even, he played his process, right? He did everything he could, and Complexity are still able to strike and take that oddball back, being fought for now along the red wall. As Bejesus back on board with him, another assist. I feel like he's really been doling out a lot of damage every time we're on his point of view, but oof, just as I say that, 4 go down for Passion United. 1, maybe 2 runs up the streets to stop Complexity from taking game number 1.
Also, shout out to 4 Atticus. Decided he recently announced on Twitter that he's going to take a step back from Halo, and maybe that's why we see Bigablue and Bejesus filling in this Passion United roster. Atticus was on this squad for quite a while and made waves. They even had one of their best showings ever at London, but Atticus decided to hang up the sticks. But Passion United playing for the first time with this group of 4, just like Complexity playing for the first time with this group of 4. So both teams kind of trying to work out that chemistry, work together. But in situations like this, it really boils down to teamwork, coordination, talking well to each other and helping each other in each fight, because nobody's really had enough time to cement down, you know, concrete strategies.
Great heads up rotation there from Ryan Noob. You could see him taking it towards the cafe side, but once he got intel that 2 players for Passion United were down to 1 HP on the spiker stairs, you saw Ryan Noob drop the oddball, take down the 2, and with a 31-78 lead here, they're content to play a little keep away and almost that, come on guys, why don't you come and take it? But Passion United are able to take it and able to take it back up top, but losing numbers in the process means they have to reset things shortly after, and yeah, this is where Complexity and their strategy really shine.
They've done such a good job of playing keep away. Every one of these pushes that looked good for Passion United just falling barely short. These rotations have been unreal out of Complexity, and kind of what you expect out of some of the best objective players to ever play the game. Bigablue gets a nice double kill with the shotgun, but he gets shut down shortly after, and Palfi's last player alive on this side of the map finally gets shut down by Mikwin, and that could be all she wrote for game 1 here.
Addy, the last hope, and the last line of defense for this Passion United roster, but in a 1v2, it's going to be very difficult. Ultimately, a 1v1 there that Huss wins outright in complexity. Take game number 1, but if not, for a very hard-fought, highly contested 2-1 oddball. We joined that one in progress, but geez, Eli, based on what we saw, Passion United gave him a tough fight.
Absolutely. They've still got more games to try to win as well. Hopping back into the still deciding match. We saw games 1 and 2. This is now game 3. Still deciding, picking up where they left off. They've got an early lead in Recharge Strongholds.
99 to a rolling 66 to be in fact, as Underplayed are down in this match, but with possession of A and B, if they can hold here, this could spell trouble for this still deciding, but Collect gets a big slay on the gold stairs that should help him regain control of B in a 1v1 here with Natroxin. That little shroud screen, enough cover to keep him alive. Nice use of the shroud screen there. Collect grabs the grapple, then Deadliest catches his way to a shock rifle possession. And I'm just waiting. As soon as he sees red fill up that C side, he's going to start shooting the platform. Boom. There he goes. Troxin feels the tickle effect of that shock rifle. And selfless plays here from Collect. Probably hurts a little bit to just waste an entire shock rifle, but he says, no, I'm going to start putting it to good use. That grapple G-slide, super G-slide across the map, helps him take down 1 and take back C. What a play from Collect.
So aggressive. I mean, a lot of players would just sit back and be like, all right, we can just protect A and B. But he said, no, I also want C. I don't want them to cap that. I don't want them to feel comfortable at all. I want to apply maximum pressure to all the strongholds. And this has been a favorable setup for a few teams we've seen where they're just holding BC, letting the other team spawn in A and just keeping them trapped there.
I love that shock rifle possession from Collect. He used the first half of the magazine to clear C with the pad, and then went to work on the second half, earning perfect after perfect. Not only earning perfect after perfect, but rotating from gold over to the tower. And when you're unpredictable, when the other team is like, oh, where's the snipe? He's at gold. No, he's not. He's in the tower. That starts to cause some confusion, and you could almost see it in the POV of Underplayed. That's all a cause and effect of the big streak there with the shot from Collect, as they've turned it into 3 caps and a 100+ second lead.
If you're the side of Underplayed, this is just starting to feel almost insurmountable. They've got to make something happen. They've got to do it quick, but look at the pressure nonstop. It seems like these members of Underplayed just don't have much time to survive. They've been staggered for so long now, kind of dying one by one, now forced to desperate into the B stronghold to try to get some level of confidence back, but that gets shut down in a hurry. And I feel like if you're on the losing side of the situation as Collect with an insane play there, goes for the no scope beatdown combination, but I feel like B is got to be the hardest one to cap. They keep getting shut down at B. It's going to be bad news, but they do finally convert B. Now they shut down the C side, at least for the time being, but no, Collect is here to shut the door. Goes for the insta-splode, barely misses it, but it doesn't matter because they're going to flip B, and I think that's the game.
And that will do it. Underplayed go down in 3-0 sweep fashion. I'm a little surprised, Eli. I feel like the narrative today so far has been these underseeded teams really giving a fight to the pro competition, even taking games off of them. Here, it's not the case, as still deciding easily take this series 3-0. Despite what we've seen from the Durfs, routinely, I feel like they've, if anything, this was set up for them, right? That's a crew and that's a duo that routinely give pro rosters and pro players trouble. But today it was not the case. It's still deciding. Take it 3-0.
Yeah, I wouldn't say easily. I mean, that last game, the biggest blowout for sure. But I mean, Underplayed had signs of life in both the first 2 games. Just seemed like still deciding kind of held on to the lead the whole time. So Underplayed has some work to do in that lower bracket. Expect them to make a solid run. Looks like Sentinels already found their way into the winners quarters. Yeah, probably haven't dropped the map yet, but we're gonna take a quick break. When we come back, we'll have more action for you guys.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to LVT Halo's coverage of the HCS Open Series #1 Road to Atlanta. We're still getting ready for that still deciding versus Scion matchup, but with games on the screen, why not cast it and bring you guys the action as McWin brings the no-scope headshots in the ventilator system, gives mid-map control to Complexity, and it looks like as we join this one in progress, it's right at the start of Game 3, Complexity up 2-0 in the series.
And Ryanoob has an early flag run out. This did not start off well for Passion United. I think McWin still has his original sniper. I think they were able to shut down the sniper of Passion United as well. And wow, they have Huss stayed in the base during that entire flag run to apply pressure to the spawners, but that also means they can run another flag as McWin lines it up. You could almost see that player's life flashing before his eyes as McWin just robotically centering. Finally, it's the quick scope. I mean, that was impressive stuff. 3 go down, and all McWin's got to do is stop Alpheus from killing his flag runner. He does so, and Maddie going to spawn. I don't think he's going to be in a position to stop this.
Ooh, Huss taking the quick route, and it's going to lead to a quick 2-0 lead here for Complexity. Back-to-back scores, and that was all predicated on Huss's positioning in the back of Passion United's base. That seemed like a premeditated plan there, communicated through the small talk from this Complexity roster that we have seen build chemistry and communication on the fly here in their first HCS action of the year as a team of 4.
Man, they are looking insane right now. I mean, this is the last cap going in. I mean, all members of Passion United are here to maybe stop it. They do barely. Goal line stand coming out. McWin accidentally shooting the plasma nade there, and this will be a return and a potential counter cap. So this flag was inches from just ending the series altogether, but all of a sudden, signs of life from Passion United. Maddie does get shut down with the flag run for now, but if they can get this one home, they'll have a chance to bring this back.
Quite a tone shift that would be to go from 3-0, series over, game over, to 2-1. Next poll could potentially tie it. I mean, that is an entirely different conversation that we're having now, as Maddie has an entirely new sniper to work with, lines up the centering onto Ryanoob, and Ryanoob presents what looks like the greatest threat. Excuse me, it's McWin across the map with the snipe. There's another headshot, and he could shut down this run entirely as Huss goes down in the back. Sets his X up on his X, and my God, another X stacks up as bejesus takes another one to the head, another one to the back of the head on Maddie. You almost you got to grab a BR right here and try to put some cross shots onto McWin. He's not gonna miss. McWin, will he miss? He won't. Okay, just kidding.
That's a caster curse if I've ever heard one, but man, that's one of those like, okay, your life's on the line if you know the sniper hits all the shots to stop the flag run. Like, who are you gonna put in that position? I guess it's McWin, because this guy is absolutely unbelievable with the sniper. You can see why he's often chosen as the sniper 1 category for just about every roster he finds himself on. This guy is unbelievable. 12-3, by the way.
Wow, unreal. And now he's rotated into the other team's base, all while possessing that sniper rifle. Now he's out. He took too many heads with it. He's all out of snipe ammo and bubblegum as he's been kicking ass since we picked up with him. 13, now 14-3 cross map. Long range DMR D-scoped 1v1 win with the 5 perfect shots for McWin. Are we seeing a little renaissance here from the wily vet? 3-0 for Complexity, and that's they wanted to give that goal line stand to Passion United to just feed more confidence into this crew, because my God, McWin with what, 4, 5, 6 snipes it felt like to stop that run. I mean, that was unbelievable. Let's take another look.
Yeah, right. This was the craziest one to me. I mean, he's taking heavy fire from Big Blue. We know that guy doesn't miss many shots, but somehow takes cover while one shot to get the first shot. He stays alive because of it. Gets the Killjoy sharpshooter medal already, by the way.
Killing spree.
Just one by one, picking them up. Big knows the sniper's there. Tries to slide his way to the flag because he has to, as that flag is about to expire. McWin single-handedly just willing the end of this game to happen.
McWow is right. My God, as start getting set up for our main match. Appreciate the LVT production team for making sure we get into that one. And I always get a little intrigued when I see the chat box in the top right flare up. Alex Shot just got out of bed like the Undertaker. Okay, I assume now Shock isn't on this roster. No, it's Dark Matter. Yeah, there is Dark Matter. All right, there we go. We're in the mix. We have all 4 players for each team ready to kick off an Oddball Streets Game 1, which we previously saw in another one of those series with Complexity and Passion United. Eli, talk to me about how you feel like an Oddball sets up at the start of a series, knowing that it could go the distance and last 20 minutes plus.
It's definitely a mental tester. It's a stamina tester as well. I mean, this could be a very long game. It's going to be a hard-fought victory for either side, but if you're the team that loses, it can kind of be an energy drainer as well. I feel like to start off with a 3rd round oddball and to lose it narrowly can sometimes just take the entire energy out of your squad to the point that you lost a series just because you lost game 1. So I'd like to see whatever team does lose the first game to be resilient and to maintain their level of focus going into the next game.
This is a Scion Esports roster that we saw at LVT Orlando just weeks ago on LAN. Not on sea, not on air, but on land. Take games off of GBX. Take games off of Rebellion. Not only the Slayers, but I believe they had even won a Strongholds against top-level pro competition. Here they get another chance to go up against some of the best pros in the HCS. Scion Esports on upset alert. Will they break through? So many questions for this up-and-coming roster led by Uzi Zuzi. You got Ty as Reverb, one of the free-for-all masterminds of the HCS community, and Dark Matter, who just seems to always find his way to compete at a high level. Going up against a still-deciding roster that is just newly formed. Up against the Scion Esports roster that's been going at it as a team of 4 for 6 months. How does that dichotomy of time in with each other play in this series as we get ready to kick off game number 1, Oddball Streets?
Definitely an interesting matchup. Scion been together forever, still deciding, been together since yesterday. So but
Right.
will the level of talent on still deciding be enough to throw off the level of discipline that we see on the side of Scion Esports? I mean, what I really respect a lot about this Scion roster is their discipline, and they have a game plan in just about every situation you could imagine, and they stick to that game plan every single time. How rarely do we see them deviate from their playbook? Now that could be a blessing and a curse though, right? Because if the other team knows the playbook, they can then come up with counter strategies to throw them off guard, maybe catch them slipping. But so far this has gone a little bit back and forth in the Slays department, still deciding with an early advantage though.
Yeah, when we had T-Squared on the Tied the Leader podcast, he said his biggest regret as a pro player was making team changes that were a little hasty. So Scion Esports, they say, all right, T-Squared, we'll follow that credence. And Scion Esports, Eli, not only have they stayed together for 6+ months, they stayed together through the off season where everybody made a change outside of what, 2 rosters? I mean, unbelievable to see these guys stick it out, stick together, but what can they do with that time in? For now, you need to get some time on the board as it's 37 and rolling to nothing.
Definitely need to make something happen quick. I know they have a game plan for when they spawn in C and the other team has an A hold. It usually involves taking space on one side or the other, but look at this rotation. I think this rotation might be throwing Scion off of their game a little bit, as they had a game plan for the enemies spawning at A, but how good is their game plan if the enemies are holding the ball in C? Collect using the Shroud to just gatekeep the C stairs, keep Manny safe with the oddball. Camo's coming up, and King J trying to position himself to maybe grab it, but he gets taken down. That's a free grab for Scion, and the push is here. Problem is, Collect has her repulse to push him right back, and looks like they have a solid defensive stance for just having 2 players alive here.
Love this setup here from Collect. Almost reminds me of like a spider laying in its web, waiting for that trickle to come through, that positioning from the opponent to come through and then strike. That's exactly what we saw there from Collect. But just to say that, Uzi and Zuzi are starting to put something together, take down all 4 for Still Deciding, and at the 68-second mark, sure, they give Still Deciding a big lead, but hey, if you can find a big hold at the back of C, you're right back in it.
Exactly right. Manny, though, somehow finds his way through the setup undetected, and it's going to be enough to force Scion Esports out. Rest is Still Deciding in positions to stop the exit point, and they've got the ball right back. I mean, this is looking worse and worse for this first round for Scion. There should already start to think about round 2, but it's technically not over yet.
Numbers advantage here for Scion. Really, it's a 1v3 if you think about it. Wow. But Rami, hey, he says, as long as everybody's focused on the oddball carrier, we'll get some cross shots, allow Collect to clean it up. Exactly what we see. 2 go down for Scion Esports. Grenade coming through from Ty's Reverb. You got to worry about Collect. Almost like camouflaged, it looked like, inside of the plants there. Nice. 5 perfect shots there from Ty. And all right, Eli, hey, hold the phones. We got ourselves a match. 4 go down for Still Deciding once again. Collect with a potential staggered spawn. He's the only one up in the lobby for Still Deciding, and just curious if he lays in waits for his teammates to push on through. If he tries to extend by himself, he extends by himself, and because of that, Still Deciding are going to give up at least 15, maybe 10 more seconds, if not for a really nice push through. And it looks like, wow, what a regain off of that. Still Deciding. I thought Scion were set up for more, but it looks like Still Deciding could steal it and ultimately will. Wow.
Yeah, Collect actually got a remote detonation pretty shortly after coming off spawn. So yeah, he did go down pushing by himself, but just 1 kill can sometimes be enough of an opening for the rest of the squad to push through. You see a nice replay of Ty's 5 shots on King J. King J definitely getting a little bit caught off guard there, but doesn't matter. This team does win the round, and Still Deciding looking good. I mean, this is usually the question mark for game types like this. Do they have a good game plan when it comes to breaking a setup? And while they might not have talked about the strategy as a team of 4 yet, they've all been on teams that have good strategies in the past, and they're all pretty similar, right? So I think that just communicating what they're going for in the moment is enough for them to come up with these game plans on the fly.
I think if Scion need to break anything right now, Eli, it's breaking out an opening strat with some efficiency. Thought we saw a little bit of that there as they were able to get 3 on the board, but right after 3 went down, left Uzi to fight by himself at the A tower, and he goes down shortly after and goes down once again, as Still Deciding will now have possession of the A side of the map. A nice trade in the cuts evens things out at 2v2. Oddball gets reset after not being touched for 30 seconds as Rami wins it off the starting point. Camo here for Collect. What can he do with a few seconds left of it?
I like his decision to stand perfectly still. This is not... There is that distortion effect, right? And we've noticed people are locating camo more and more frequently. I mean, the best way to stay undetected is to sit completely still. That's what he does there. He actually just waited while his teammate fought that player, and Ty, maybe some old man eyes, not able to see Collect. But eventually that camo runs out at the worst possible time. All members of Scion swarm and kill him, and that camo running out at that exact moment just completely shut down the push out of Still Deciding. Manny, last player alive. For him to get a trade would be massive, but no, he's going to be denied the opportunity. Does enough damage, though, that the follow-up grenade from King J does land a kill, so Still Deciding will continue to push.
Did those ferns in the backside of the C-Tram grow a little bit larger after the last patch? I mean, they seem to be providing more cover than what I remember seeing throughout HCS's 3 years now of competitive play, as a little bit of oddball time continues to trickle through for Scion Esports, and Still Deciding haven't gotten any of it. And Eli, that was the key. 68-0 for Still Deciding in round number 1. Scion needed to show more fight off the start, and they've done just that. 28-second lead, and there's some of that body disrespect you expect in these types of lobbies where pros take on semi-pros, and a little bit of a gatekeeper body bag right there. Love to see it from Collect.
Almost like he's saying, go back to Fortnite, kid. Go build yourself a home because you don't belong in Halo. But I tell you what, I think he does belong. These Uzi twins, amazing players. Love to watch them play. Love their attitude too. I mean, honestly, some of the most like well-collected young men that we had our chance to interview. They're just very professional, take the game very seriously, and that's part of the reason why they are looking very good in this round 2. They were not shaken at all by that round 1 loss, and they're starting to run away with this.
Yeah, I'd almost make the argument, Uzi Zuzi, that's one up-and-coming young Halo duo that you don't want to teabag because of just how icy and mature they are for being such just fine young gentlemen. And like you said, Eli, we had a chance to interview him at LVT Orlando, and I spent as much time interviewing him as I did behind their screens. I love watching players behind their screens. I think you get to learn so much about them. As 4 go down for Scion, Still Deciding will reset that oddball. But one of the things that I took away from that experience watching Uzi Zuzi and Ty and Dark Matter Man, they are not afraid to chirp. They are not afraid to stand up and get loud in the face of a Bound or a Renegade. So here again, still deciding. They're probably like, we got this. We're good.
It's a great point. I mean, we did see these guys actually steamroll that GBX roster in a live fire Slayer. I mean, it might have been the only game they won, but it was an emphatic victory that they had over some of the best players in the world. So I think coming off of a nice LAN performance at LVT Orlando has these guys feeling themselves a little bit. But I tell you what, you can never get lazy. You can never feel yourself too much. You've got to stay disciplined. They've got to stick to the game plan, because all of a sudden, still deciding, starting to come back in this round.
Yeah, they've cut this lead in half, and the score is rolling. The oddball's rolling too on a rotation, it looks like, through the red driveway into the C tram. But Uzi and Zuzi are there, ready for it, as they possess the oddball now. Nice pickup.
Enemy has the ball.
Oh no, it's still deciding who possesses it instead. Uzi on a little bit of a sneak attack here. Wants to wait till the time is right. Gets King J. Oh, that Dark Matter push just a little late. They're able to take down 2, but they lose 1 in the process because of that Dark Matter. Does not have protection. If only himself with that shotgun in his backhand. Now we're seeing another rotation come through. Jumps up to the B rail side for Manny. Going to go down to the Stalker shotgun combination. Zuzi continuing to rotate this one back to A, and this is too mixy right now. You got to just focus on slays. You can't pick up this oddball until 3 go down, and unfortunately for Scion Esports, that's the inverse of what happens for Still Deciding. They'll have oddball control because of the focus on slays in that micro moment.
Look at the positioning from Still Deciding while Scion are 4 dead. They create a perfect U-shape around the rest of the map to force all members of Scion to spawn in the back of the tram side. Now recognizing which way they're rotating, all members rotate out of the U-shape into this fight. While the oddball player comfortably racks up time, he does decide to drop the ball and help win the fight as Collect goes down early. But I mean, I just love to see the plays on both sides here. Very impressive. Scion immediately pushing all 4 members out to one side, Still Deciding try to respond to the effort, but Scion played it brilliantly.
Scion answer back and retain the lead. Now looking to retain that 30-second lead that they once previously had. Collect with a sticky nade repulse combo. Able to trade out with the opposition. Trade outs occur throughout 2v2. In that moment, King J with the use of the camo does not take Zuzi off guard at all. Zuzi, through either just great game sense or communication, knew about this push from King J, and King J goes right back to it. But you got to find a different route, brother. They are on that.
Yeah, I mean, maybe just those young eyes see a little bit better. You're right. Zuzi just saw the camo immediately. Or, I mean, it's obviously there's only so many routes you can take after you pick up camo. So I think Zuzi probably just predicting that he's likely to jump up tires and being ready for it. So just heads up awareness on both sides, I would say. King J's out of camo, but does have 3 rounds of a shoddy now to work with. And all of a sudden, Still Deciding look to potentially take the lead, but they've got to hold off at least one more Scion Esports push.
King J has the cross watched, but with most of the attention and volume of players on the cafe side, he sets his sights towards the cafe. Nice shot through the tires. Take down 1. Player pushing through. Zuzi, though, with the flank, finds the headshot. And my God, if Scion Esports could pick up the shotgun here, it could prevent more pushes into close proximity. Collect. Almost wonder if he's scanning for something like the shotgun, but he doesn't have time. 93 seconds secured already for Scion Esports. And look at this heads-up rotation from them. They sense the push through the backside of PD from Collect.
Wow.
And start to work the oddball towards the arcade. As Collect takes down 1, he's not able to take down 2. 2v2 for now. Ty looking to milk out the final 3 seconds, but with 3 down on each side, it's a 1v1 for the potential win. Uzi looks to make it away with it, but he stops just short at 98 seconds, and this could spell trouble. No, it does not. Scion able to milk their way. I always get so worried, Eli, when you got 3. It's really between 4, 3, 2, 1 seconds. So many teams, even at the top level, we've seen SSG do this, where they just start kind of forgetting about slays, forgetting about the other team, it feels like even. They just kind of haphazardly throw themselves at the oddball. There it works out, though, in Scion Esports' favors. We got a tied game 1. 1-all.
Yeah, I mean, the way Scion did that was with a purpose, though, right? I mean, they're milking time while the rest of the team is fighting on the other side. I think it was Zuzi that had a clutch kill on Collect during that engagement while Ty just kind of ran away. And then they're paying close attention to where each other are spawning and just walking the ball towards their next spawning teammate. If they can just milk 1 second at a time, close out the round, that's exactly what they've done. Now, if you'll recall, though, it was the beginning of the rounds, last round, that Scion mounted, I think, about 50 seconds before Still Deciding had gotten any time at all. This round, a bit different. Still Deciding with early control of the sandbox. We got Camo Shoddy in the suit of King J. Oddball safely at the seaside. Scion have to play patiently to get out of this situation.
Great recognition there. King J noticed the spawner occurring right on top of him at the cafe side. That lets him know that on the opposite side is most likely where Scion Esports are, and that heads up awareness from King J. He hasn't missed a beat in terms of game sense, but misses a crucial shotgun shell, which ends up not hurting him at all. Collect has the oddball. All 4 go down for Scion Esports, but I still love the recognition of the spawns from King J. And I think Collect is bagging bodies that might not even have a chance to see him in the respawn screen. I love that even more.
I mean, the good news for Yuzi and Zuzi is they're so young, they probably don't even recognize the Xbox 360 coming out of Collect Spartan's helmet, but is Collect still wearing that armor, by the way? I mean, I feel like it should be illegal.
Yeah, we should, no, Collect took off the banana helmet. He's only trolling in rounds 1 and 2 now, Eli. Round 3,
I see.
Things get super serious as Manny pushes up on the oddball carrier. Dark Matter goes down. King J picks that up, and look how efficient this is from Still Deciding. Multiple, half the squad down to 1 shield, 1 HP, and they're still able to find those crucial rotations. Now to the backside of C Tram. Rami takes down a player pushing through on the B rail. And if he can hold on to Camo, oh no, Dark Matter spots him out, and that's huge. They gotta make something out of that Camo takedown, but you can look up at the top left and right of your screen. They still don't have the numbers advantage. Still Deciding, doing such a great job to trade and milk out that oddball time because of it. They got, wow, a big 83-3 lead.
I mean, they're about to close this one out. Yuzi missing the melee, a little bit of T-Rex arms. But okay, they do finally break the setup. Collect was the last player alive. Dark Matter gets behind him, shuts him down, and immediately pushes forward. Knows that there's more spawners coming up behind him. And this is the best Scion have looked in this round 3, but is the lead insurmountable at this point? They've got to play perfect.
Ty with the Stalker could set up at the B rail, watch the crosses. The players have already pushed through. That's King J, and he's going to start getting shot from Collect and have to worry about him instead. As Collect pushes on through, despite having the Stalker rifle, Collect with the positioning and the timing is able to take him down. And D for now, that crucial power up here on streets, down at the bottom of B stairs. And with how much attention's on the B stairs, it almost becomes like a power position. Collect the powerful double. Oh, look at the timing and the process there. A couple shots onto Ty, picks up the oddball, tosses it back into C safely, and with this shotgun, sets up for what could be a couple of easy slays. Ty, though, quickly pushes on through. A little bit faster than I think Collect even anticipated, but will not going to pose any trouble as Collect able to hit 5 perfect shots, but and Scion Esports bounce back a little bit. Wow. Oh my god, Eli, once again, the rotation meta is the meta here, and Still Deciding we're just better at it. It felt pretty even in the slays. Didn't feel like anybody was getting dominated, you know, minus 10 plus or so. That all came down to the rotations and resets. And you could argue Scion was the better team, better version of that in round number 2. That's why they were able to tie up the series. But man, too good are Still Deciding with those rotations. Every time you switch to a Scion Esports POV, after a couple slays, you think, okay, maybe the ball's nearby or ready to get picked up. And now there's someone from Still Deciding moseying on towards the other side of the map. Just a great job of oddball efficiency and rotations there from Still Deciding.
Yeah, so impressed by the way Still Deciding have been able to just adapt to the situation, especially against a roster as organized and effective as Scion Esports. But it's definitely not over yet. If you'll recall, a moment ago, I was talking about how powerful the Scion roster was on this game type against the likes of Pound, Renegade, Legend, and Tusk. They nearly staked that squad. I don't think it ended as a stake, but
it was 50-32, I believe.
50-32. I mean, they put them in the dirt and seemingly just played their positioning almost perfectly around each other. Can they find some of that same magic in this game? I think the early game is going to be a big deciding factor.
All right, here we go. Kicking things off. Live Fire. Game 2 Slayer. This is the opportunity for Scion Esports to strike, tie up this series at 1. Make Still Deciding, have to still think a little bit about it. Rami's got nothing to think about. Pushes in with no hesitation onto 2 members. Gets the double, third for the assist. And that's the lead so far. Up 3 are Still Deciding.
Double kill.
Early game so crucial, as is this double kill from Rami. Very interesting. Yuzi just ignores Rami. Rushed right past him and somehow gets 2 kills out of that. Are you kidding me?
And if he keeps the camo down on the ground for Scion Esports to pick back up, my God, what a massive trade win condition that was for Uzi. I'm not sure. Once I saw him sprinting past the cuts and all those free shots going into his back, I thought that was GG. But instead, it's still a close game. 8-4. Now 9-4 here is still deciding. Could open it up a little bit here. Manny with the snipe. 3 shots to work with.
This level of gameplay, you definitely don't want to give up too many free back shots. Make them work for it. Just have them take you out to dinner first. But Manny's got the sniper rifle here. See if he can put it to work. They've got an early lead and good positioning on the map as well.
Yeah, Manny. Sniper gets depleted, so he's not able to take advantage of any of that instantaneous TTK. Instead, Zuzi takes him down, and this is what we were looking forward to. A highly contested, close game number 2. We saw still deciding with the biggest lead of the match, up by 4 or so, but that's been cut in half now, 10-8. As things reset, a little bit of a standoff here in the early goings. That opening break, though, for Manny on Dark Matter. Green light means go. That's where you normally see teams push on through with that numbers advantage. Zuzi, a little late on the chase grenade, not able to do any additional damage onto King J. Now setting his sights towards the back of Mud, looking to help out with Ty here. Nice bait and switch from Ty and Zuzi. And then can they do it one better on King J? Imagine some support from the Nest side would be crucial here. I see it building up, it looks like, but no, they're going to push through on the Mud. Dark Matter looking to clean up on Rami, and they do just that. A win on the backside of Mud for Scion Esports keeps them close and within 4.
In some ways, I like the play from Scion. They're definitely working together. They're definitely communicating. The problem is they did so from kind of compromised positioning. They played the positions they had pretty well. The problem is I think you can pick better positions to start from to lead to a better outcome. But Scion have done a good job to keep this close. They've been trailing the whole time, but using that coordination and teamwork, there's not really many kills whose damage is not followed up on. It seems like when they do get damage, somebody's in position to shut it down. Now they've brought the lead within 3. If Zuzi can kill Manny, Manny's not going to let happen with that sick jiggle peek there. Scion are doing a good job, though, like I said, to keep this one close for now.
Yeah, great job from Manny there, just biding his time to allow for King J on the backside to earn some of those free shots. As Manny now, result of that positioning, jiggle peeking on the cut side, has the camo to work with and plenty of backs to take. But wow, Ty, almost like he heard Manny creeping up on him, but I don't think there's any audio cues for something like that. Incredible awareness on the camo, takes him down with efficiency.
One check him SSD, that awareness is on another level, but Scion still within 2. They've got to find some separation in these engagements, and Collect misses the skill jump but hits the no scope. That's one way to keep yourself alive. Yeah, right. It's all part of the plan. Is baiting him into thinking it's a free kill, but it's not. Does miss that one though. Yuzi able to take him down, and if that sniper changes hands, this could be disaster for Scion. They're now spawning on the A side. They've got to fight against high ground, better positioning. How do they play this situation?
You said that like you had finger guns with you. But for now, it's Remy with the most important gun, the sniper rifle to work with. A 5-kill lead now for still deciding. And you're right, Eli, the Scion have been able to keep it close. They've made it interesting, down by as little as 2 kills at the halfway mark. But can they break through, needing that type of performance that we saw on land at LV2 Orlando? Uzi Zuzi, loud and proud with their comms, with their gameplay on land. Equally so online, but having a little bit more trouble here again, still deciding. Oh my God, Rami lines up the headshot onto Uzi, takes him down, and maintains that multi-possession lead for still deciding.
Rami has to be one of those guys that would fall under the category of like most underappreciated almost. I mean, this guy knows how to win games. He can pop off. I feel like on land, he just steps up to a whole nother level. I think he's in California. We all know how hard it is to play this game from the West Coast online. So I'd love to see when Rami gets a chance on squads like this. He's 12-6 right now, by the way, and absolutely instrumental in his team's lead right now.
Yeah, hate to see if Rami was just having a good game instead. You'd probably be in the lead if you're Scion Esports, but instead, Rami is having a great game. And just as I say that, though, he goes down. Zuzi goes down with the camo. And we talked about it earlier, Eli, those sandbox options, so crucial for the underseeded underdog team to control. We've seen Scion able to grab a few, but really able to find much use out of it because of it. We're still close, but Scion have not been able to break through just yet. 35-32.
3-kill lead isn't much. Now it's just 2. Dark Matter, one of the most dangerous players on this Scion roster, in my opinion. He's so individually talented. Now, they've been down by 2 or 3 essentially this whole game. This next sniper spawn going to be very important. King J and Collect here to secure it. And now that Collect has it in his hands, Scion have to be on notice. They've got to be careful. They cannot poke out for free as they do here. Yuzi also gets stuck on the wall, has no escape options, and Collect's completely content to just sit on the other side, probably predicting that if Scion are showing on Big Door, they're probably also sending members up cuts. But when nobody shows up, it's going to look back at the Big Door to see if Scion are going to reset that push situation.
And I'd love to see Collect reset his position here too. He just got a couple kills on the Big Door. I don't think Scion Esports are going to push that again, knowing he's nearby. Exactly. You're going to bait it. Oh my God, why would you actually push that? Okay. Ty does push through. Dark Matter with the shimmy shake. I thought that was the smart play to make, but Ty going to have to rethink his strategy there. And Collect is, I guess, saying now, hey, if you guys are going to continue to push through the Big Door, try to sneak through green, I'll just continue to hold my scope there. That's exactly what we see as Uzi. He thinks twice about it, and my God, you can just sense the respect and pressure that Collect is able to have on the map by just seemingly holding in the left trigger. I don't know, LT aimers in chat, I just exposed myself. Right stick click, there we go, for Collect in chat.
But don't look now, the rest of Scion found a way to kill all of Collect's teammates. Collect forced to rotate out of the situation. This is very smart from Collect. Instead of just staying at tower and trying to hit a couple of shots, recognize that, you know, if 2 guys with bandits start shooting you at the same time, you're probably not going to survive very long. He completely flips the map. Scion did not know where he rotated yet. He gets 1 kill, gets Dark Matter to 1 shot, but Scion's still within 2 once again. Dark Matter, though, finds the elbow of King J at an inopportune time. And still deciding, holding on to the lead. Zuzi gets a kill on Manny. This end game going to be very contested.
45-43. We are close to being within 1 possession, securing game number 2. But this is big for Scion Esports. They've been able to keep it close. 1 fell swoop where they win a plus net outcome, and they could be in the lead. 45-44 now. Uzi, I like this setup here on the snipe side. 3:45 left on the clock. So like we've seen sometimes in live fire, like we did at London, that Optic match that was incredible against SSG, I believe. It was a standoff for about 3 minutes. Will we see that here? 45 all.
Good Ty. I think he's just trying to use himself as bait, but a perfectly placed grenade from Collect. Gonna shut him down. And he's also got the repulse to send 2 players back at the perfect time for his team to push through. And look at the aggression. Collect wants this damage to be followed up on. Huge kill from the Grave. If he doesn't get that kill, the situation is totally different.
Okay.
Ty,
Double
can Ty tie it up here? No, he's gonna wisely back up to safety. It's a 2-kill game. Still deciding only need 1.
49-48. 3 went down for still deciding there. And Scion Esports, I'm just waiting to see if they push up on a potential staggered spawn. No, that was big there from Manny, I believe, with the sniper tower control. He was able to force a team squad spawn on the dummies, and they scurry out of that. That's usually a disadvantageous spawn point there, but Scion aren't able to take advantage of it, and they actually give Collect the snipe. This could end the game.
Collect can't finish the kill just yet. Zuzi has to peek. Oh, wow. That is a huge example of proactivity winning the game. Scion had a chance, but it just felt like still deciding were more willing to be the ones that made that last move. And man, it was a tough situation to manage for both sides, but still deciding with just fearlessness, just pushing forward, not afraid that they could potentially be double killed to end that game, and they're rewarded for it.
Yeah, that was just pure experience on display there as Collect, Rami, Manny, King J, some of the most experienced players we have in Halo Infinite. And I go back to that sniper grab at the very end. How do you take down 3/4 of still deciding, and Collect is somehow able to get the snipe and make you pay for it? And we had just previously seen what Collect did on the Nest Bridge with the snipe. So just unfortunate power weapon mitigation there, you could say, from Scion Esports. I think they'd like to have that one back, but a great game nonetheless, only losing by 2.
Very impressive stuff. These guys came to play today. I think Scion have an avenue to come back. I don't think they're defeated just yet. They know that they're capable of pulling off a reverse sweep. They know that they've prepared for just about every situation. They've just got to execute against some of the toughest opponents in the game. But game type like Argyle CTF, I feel like might play to their favor, as they might have a better game plan.
Snipers going to be key. Grapple's going to be, I think, a big key, especially. I mean, Argyle, a map, it plays long. It plays not only long distance, but it plays long in the tooth of timers as well. This one usually goes the distance, all 12 minutes, as we kick off game number 3. Scion Esports needing a win here to start that road to a reverse sweep.
Look at the nice QT play out of Zuzi. Not going to keep him alive, but at least got himself a kill and a little bit of extra damage before being taken down. Rami not getting too aggressive here. Knows that he lost a few teammates in the opening play and has a little bit less help. I like the way he's playing this, just guaranteeing that he stays alive. Gives his teammates time to come off spawn, but a nice grenade from Dark Matter is going to shut him down.
Sniper in the hands of King J. Nice clean up there with the bandit headshot. Both teams still feeling each other out. King J takes a couple of shots into the side from Ty and looks back that direction, expecting to see an opponent. Doesn't yet, so instead sets his sights to the middle map. For now, 4 versus 4. This battle for the mid map could very well spur the first cap or pull of the game, as Ty is the first one to go down. King J still waiting for the peek, and there it is. Patient play there as he takes down Zuzi. Rami has a snipe to work with. King J has a snipe to work with. Watch out.
They both are forced to retreat from the vent, though, as a rain of grenades come in. They do shut down Rami. Looks like King J going to stay alive for now, just kind of patrolling this bottom area. This is not really where you want to be as a sniper player. There's still enough sight lines to land a kill like that one on Ty. Very fast reaction time to finish the body shot with the bandit. But Yuzi has the snipe on the other side, and huge pickup from him. He's going to shut down King J, and he's going to be able to move up.
Last time we saw a sniper 1v1, it was still deciding winning it. Scion now winning it instead, but with no shots left to work with. Gonna have to clean it up with the bandit Evo. Collect goes down, and it's 3 going down. 4 for still deciding. And Scion, on a map like Argyle, you gotta play your process in thirds. So 1 team wipe, not enough. I think they're gonna need at least 1 more. That flag is continuing on through, and it might just be 1 more slay instead. Wow, efficient run here from Scion Esports. Usually, historically on Argyle, it takes a little bit more than 5 slays to get a pull and a cap. And there we see just that from Scion. Great run there for a 1-0 start.
You're exactly right. Usually takes more, but I mean, if you effectively identify, okay, who's the most important spawner, which spawner has the best chance to stop the flag, and you shut them down first, that's a huge win condition for a flag cap, and that's exactly what they did. Just catching that first spawner off guard, and then also body blocking for the flag just in case. Love to see the process being played for Scion.
Yeah, now you have that 1-0 lead. You don't necessarily want to park the bus. This lead's not that safe, but now you can kind of let the game come to you a little bit. I felt like I kind of saw that from Dark Matter a little bit, moseying his way on through the right side of the map, now taking his positioning at the top of vents. But you can tell he doesn't feel stressed or pressed to find a headshot. He's going to let it come to him. Boom. Wow. There's the no-scope. King J, as we predicted, Dark Matter finding his form and maybe even finding a little bit of flow state.
It's an important shutdown, right? King J, we've known what he can do with the sniper over the years. Yeah, the man's probably out of practice, but sniping's like riding a bike for a lot of these guys. Doesn't matter how much time they took off, they're still going to hit those headshots. But to shut him down in that moment is huge, right? That's now 1 less sniper in their hands. They could potentially rotate and take the ammo from it as well. Manny has found his way into the base of Scion, and maybe they don't expect him to just pull it and run. Kind of forces Dark Matter out of his positioning, and this could be a dangerous game to play.
Double kill.
If you're Scion Esports, you got to get this flag returned.
Yeah, that was the most pressed and stressed we saw Dark Matter in recent moments. He was chilling in the ventilator system, and as soon as Manny pulled that flag out, you could almost sense the like, oh shit. As Dark Matter worked his way through to the reset, goes down, and that flag is still on the move. Zuzi with 2 grenades, not going to be enough. Manny got to watch his back, gets it taken from Dark Matter. Ty with the positioning on the top of grapple takes down 1, and that ties it at 1. Great response and regain here as we're tied 1-1, but a counter cap could go through. A great response from Still Deciding. Could be an even greater response from Scion.
Here we go. Can they get this flag out? They've got to deal with another round of spawners. Collects, raining down some heavy gunfire. Rami takes that opportunity to push through, but this flag is still being moved. It's not that far from being capped. Still Deciding are trying to find a way through to get shots on the flag runner. Collect, I think, is on the flag return. No, he's under the base, so he's got to actually backtrack. So he played forward to get the kills and then goes back for the flag. Love that process from Collect.
And that was pretty sweet, pretty heady there from Collect. Usually he's taking heads, but it's the heads-up strategic positioning there that earns the reset, and another flag out for Still Deciding in a 1-1 game with 6:45 left on the clock. This one's not down to the end game, but the end game feels a little accelerated on a map like Argyle, where every score matters so much. 3 go down here for Scion Esports, and with that, Rami gonna have the free space on the map, push up, take his positioning here in mid, gonna give the vents up to the sniper, and all the while that flag was run efficiently. I don't think anybody got any shots on that flag runner. An easy score for a 2-1 lead here for Still Deciding, needing one more to secure the series.
Collect having himself a game 13-8, just making life difficult. Every time it felt like Scion was about to have a chance to score or even pull a flag, it seems like Collect was the thorn in their side to stop it from happening. Looks like Yuzi does get the kill on King J. Dark Matter putting the sniper to work. Flag does get pulled, but not in a great position to run right away. It now does get picked up once again, and Dark Matter is going to try to shut down the next set of spawners so that flag carrier can make some distance.
Players trickling out of the base for Still Deciding, and they're able to take down Dark Matter. They're able to take down all of Scion Esports, and that could help propel the rest of this game. 2 still on the respawn screen for Scion Esports. Uzi gets sent back to it as Rami looks to push on through. Those flags are reset, so they're going to need a full run, and like we talk about on Argyle, usually need 2 or 3 team wipes. This would be number 2. But Rami's going to go down. Manny goes down, and Scion have done a great job to reset their base, and with 5 minutes left in this match, they're still in it.
Still in it for sure. Yuzi shuts down Collect. Ty does his best to kill King J. Unable to do so, but Yuzi there to clean it up. 1 bullet of snipe to work with, and he puts it to work, but can't land the headshot, just barely missing left and right in each of those shots. So great shots out of Rami. But look at the flag. The flag's all the way to bottom center. Problem for Scion is Collect is in a perfect position to look over it.
This must be what enemies see when Batman is like waiting on a ledge, right? That's kind of what Collect looks like. I dare you, go take it. Instead, 3 go down for Scion Esports. You're not supposed to laugh, Eli. Or maybe I'm not supposed to, but snipers are up nonetheless. Crucial moment in the match. Collect picks up Still Deciding snipe, and looking to set up defensively here in the flag. Now working his way towards the PCs, and he pops off. You might need to check him, PC. There's a slay. Make it number 2 for the double. No, he goes down shortly after, so Scion, they could steal one of those snipes. They've stolen the numbers for now. Rami still positioned in the back of his flag. A big win there from Manny at the 50-yard line. Makes it a contested battle for mid-map control.
Ty trying to hold mid-map, but he gets shut down. Rami getting another kill, and all of a sudden, that is it. Great heads-up plays out of Still Deciding throughout. They just really made life difficult for Scion, and an impressive win here. Like we said, this team might have formed in the last couple of days to defeat a team that's been together for a long time. This goes to show the level of talent and experience these guys have, that it doesn't matter. They've not played together before. They're able to use coordination, teamwork, communication. They're able to talk through each engagement and come out on top, and that's a swift 3-0 for Still Deciding.
A lot of roster talk going into HCS Atlanta. A lot of roster mania taking place over the last 24 to 48 hours. Collect finds himself as the odd man out once again, but the top performer in that last match with 17 slays, leading Still Deciding to a big victory over an upstart Scion Esports roster that we anticipated could give them trouble, but trouble no less, as Still Deciding move on to take on Sentinels in the winner's quarters. This bracket's starting to fill out and heat up. In the meantime, we're going to take a quick break, reset, re-rack, grab some water to hydrate, maybe a snack or 2. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more from LVT Halo. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to LVT Halo's coverage of the road to Atlanta. We are on HCS Open Series number 1. Mikowski, going alongside me is my duo, Eli the Ninja. And Eli, this is the best series we've seen yet. Still deciding, taking on a Sentinels roster who, I got to give them ups for competing here today. Not needing any of these points, right? They've already qualified for pool play in Atlanta, but as a new squad, they're looking to put in more work. You'll love to see it. What are your thoughts?
I mean, it's not really surprising to me. We just had the chance to sit down with Boo Boo Doo for the next episode of the podcast. A little bit of leak for you guys. And during that, I brought up the fact that it doesn't matter what the tournament is, if it's Forge maps, if it's Halo 3 throwback playlist, if the game is dying like back in Halo 5. Boo Boo Doo was just signing up for every single tournament he possibly could. This is one of the most competitive individuals we see in our scene, and yeah, it doesn't surprise me that this Sentinels roster, they want to get some more reps in. They want to practice and get more tournament experience in. It can only benefit them. They can also get a little bit of extra points as well in case that can decide the difference between seeding later on in the season. So no surprise to me that they decided to play today.
Yeah, I think one of my biggest takeaways from interviewing Boo Boo Doo for the podcast the other day was just how hungry he is. He mentioned, and it was the tone in his voice more so than what he said, but he mentioned how, you know, I've won a lot online, but I've yet to win one on LAN in Halo Infinite, and I want it so bad. And it kind of made me think back. It's like, wow, yeah, you're right. Boo Boo Doo and Sparty, remember in the 2v2s, they won 2 out of 3 of the LVT 2v2s. Boo Boo Doo with any form of the triplets, it feels like, online, they're winning most of those tournaments. I think Frosty was the 4th on that squad. So yeah, you look at a guy like Boo Boo Doo, just trophies on trophies on trophies online, but he hasn't been able to secure a win just yet. And I think, yeah, that's going to be one of the things that you look out for if you look out for those podcasts available this week on Patreon and YouTube for Tied the Leader is, yeah, there's always like a key takeaway, I assume, at least for most of the viewers when they watch that. And that was mine. What was yours, Eli?
I mean, I've known Boo Boo pretty well already, so it's kind of exactly what I expected. I already know this guy is super hungry to win. But also, I think one of the other standouts was just how comfortable he is with this specific squad, right? Because of course, we had to bring up the force choke that everybody saw on social media. You won't want to miss that part of the podcast. But you know, the fact that he's just comfortable to be his true authentic self and have fun with it, I think is just making him a better player inside the game and outside of the game once, you know, he feels that kind of level of camaraderie with his teammates.
100%. Keep an eye out on that on the Tied the Leader YouTube. We're just in the process of getting that edit wrapped up. Huge shout out to Kills in the Night. Just does such an incredible amount of work on post-production. He's there in all of our recording sessions, really puts in a lot of time, a lot of passion to this Halo community that I think comes through in the final product that we put out there with the Tied the Leader podcast. We've seen amazing support. It feels like we just started that, and we're going to be celebrating episode 10 with Frosty. But for now, let's talk about the series. This is a big one. Sentinels versus Still Deciding. Sentinels have been rolling through. They got to this point, which in what felt like a speed run fashion. Still Deciding have dropped a couple games and drawn some blood a few times throughout the series, but here we go. We are ready to start off King of the Hill on a recharge.
Still Deciding won their last series 3-0. But as the wise man, Why Not Be Casting, once said, there's levels to this. So we'll see if they can still come out on top in this game. Right now, both teams going to vie for control of this gold side. And it looks like Precision going to make his way into A. I think those are the spawns they favor for hill number 1.
Yeah, a little bit of that L-shaped formation, but Elect looking to break it down. He goes down, but 2 go down for Sentinel, so that's going to make the hill highly contested. Manny with the shock rifle cleans up on Precision. Nice process to dismantle gold, but everybody gets dismantled in the lobby. Only 2 players alive in total, 1 on each side. But that might just give the edge to Manny and Still Deciding. But close spawns on the long haul, split spawns on the A side are actually going to give them great sight lines onto this B hill and make it very difficult for Manny to milk out a few more seconds, which he's doing a great job of. Avoids the grenade damage, but not for long, as Manny does go down, but not before taking a lead on hill number 1.
We were just trying to deal max damage to this player in the gold side. Tries to get a nade on the bat ledge. I think it missed though. Collect's gonna stay alive for now. Finds a shock rifle. Ooh, piece of candy. Gonna try to find his way out here and see if he can put these shock rifle shots to work. And he does see it. Manny unsuspecting. Might be able to hold down some space here.
Collect with a full magazine left to work with. The mag's not full yet though. Would need to reload to get that fourth and final shot of electricity as he looks to line up his shot. Doesn't need any headshot proficiency on lethal as he was absolute. Great recognition of that from Collect, but he goes down shortly after. King J sliding in on the Boo Boo Doo takes him down shortly after. It's a 2v2 for now with camo up, but King J, despite being on it, despite having the slays, goes down instead, and Lethal's gonna steal it. Collect the only player alive for still deciding. And this could roll here. Collect goes down. Spawn staggered out. Lethal with the back smack double kill. 5 perfect shots on a King J for the triple kill. And if Lethal can clean this up for an over, that would have been the play of the weekend so far, but might even be nonetheless when you look at what this leads to, a potential 1-0 lead for Sentinels.
Yeah, understands it's not worth it to chase that player out. Wanted to make sure he blocked that A spawn, so crucial for that first hill. We're starting to see shades of the old Lethal. The Lethal we knew that won every tournament he entered seemingly. He's 13-4, towering over the lobby in the stat department. Valkated though with 9 assists already. I mean, he's definitely been rolling with Lethal quite a bit to help him build that stat line.
Yeah, Lethal, just at a quick glance, has 2 less slays than the entire team for Still Deciding, and no one from Still Deciding is really having a bad game in the slay department. So when you say that and line that up especially, it really shows how high above the rest Lethal is right now. It's King J across the map though with the shock rifle, a full litany of electricity to work with as he repositions down the long hall. He'll set up down at the white hall. Back C, a crucial point of control and contention. But it looks like for now King J has a good setup here on the platform. Awaiting that push through the C stairs, gets body shot damage, gets flanked from the long haul, and none of the damage or pressure is able to take him down until Falcated does. And he's got the shock rifle to work with because of it, but he has to reload. That throws off his timing a little bit, but it doesn't throw off his accuracy as Falcated wins that 1v1 onto Manny.
Huge shot, not an easy shot to hit at all. Close range, hits the body shot first while facing heavy pressure. If he doesn't land that headshot, he is dead, but that makes all the difference. Sentinels now in the hill, and it looks like Valkated trying to hold down this tower side to just deny access to this side of the hill.
Valkated goes down. Only 1 shot left in that shock, I believe, so not a consequential takedown in the sense that you don't take back that power weapon. The Collect takes down Precision with the reverse, with the hands, with the double kill on the Lethal. Collect slipping and sliding his way through the turbine, and now they send Falcated for him, and they finally take down Collect. But look at that, all that attention on Collect at the backside of C, while the hill continues to stack up for Still Deciding. They have the lead on this particular hill, and Manny makes sure that they keep it after the triple kill. Feels like this is brewing to be a 1-1 tie. Sentinels have to decide, do we want to contest this hill or do we want to play for next?
Insane movement out of Collect to just buy so much time for Manny to come through and get that triple kill. And Collect just playing like a man on a mission right here. Perfectly shoots the grenade while taking cover to get Lethal to no shields. Teammate cleans that up. It also sticks Precision before going down. Collect definitely trying to will his team back into this one. Doing a great job so far. They tie it up 1-1. And it looks like, though, Sentinels are the ones that have control of the elevator. No, Rami in the elevator. And Sentinels are still fighting for space.
3 go down for Still Deciding. Precision after a nice trade sticky from Collect. Frame perfect, really. You couldn't even see him toss it. Still got the sticky down onto Precision, but Precision comes off of spawn and immediately goes to work. Sentinels going to work on hill number 3 as they're at the 25% mark. Setting up, feeling out the next push from Still Deciding. Do they want to push through from the long haul? King J with the white tower position up top has good potential damage to shoot down into the hill, but all the while, Sentinels are still securing it. It feels like Still Deciding you're set up for at least a defensive push, at least make Sentinels have to step out of the hill, but they have not had to. And it looks like Sentinels are going to take this one cleanly for a 2-1 lead. Unbelievable. 3 go down again for Still Deciding, and Boo Boo Doo Boo, last player alive for Sentinels. He's going to clean up on that hill, but Manny gets the camo. I think you'll definitely take Sentinel's favor in positioning instead with the 1-point lead.
I don't know if Boo Boo got out of the hill because he was weak or if he was intentionally delaying the hill capture for better positioning as they take 3 dead instantly and can right away rotate to the opposite side of the map. This is flawless gameplay out of Sentinel since this last hill started. And now they just look to shut down the push. Boo Boo accurately predicting the spawns in the pipe side and trying to cut these players off. He knows they want to rotate through the long haul to get to Falcated. When he goes down, Falcated wisely backs out of the hill. This is that teamwork, that coordination, that understanding that Sentinels has that makes them so difficult to play against. They recognize their strong side and their weak side so quickly and can immediately react to play effectively on the opposite side.
Lethal is having such a good game here to start off this series. Falcated with the remote detonation double kill, 2 grenades combining from Boo Boo Doo as well to take down 2. But yeah, going back to Lethal, Eli, he's got the fiber buff, and every Halo player knows if you get fiber installed, that first week or 2 of playing Halo at home feels so damn good. And Lethal now, I say this because he doesn't need to commute anymore to the office. He's got that fiber internet installed, and he's showcasing the fiber buff online, having the best performance in this lobby by far. Nobody else within a killing spree plus of the slays that Lethal's been able to put out. Love to see that from the modern day Halo Go.
Yeah, a lot of people early Halo Infinite might have questioned Lethal's work ethic. You can't question it anymore. This man was literally driving to an office every day to compete.
He had a commute.
Finally, he literally had to commute to work as a pro Halo player, which is just crazy to think about. Puts on the suit and tie, the suitcase, had to bring his PC with him
Yes.
and then take it apart every time. I mean, I can't even imagine the trials and tribulations. I mean, I remember seeing one of his tweets. He said that he walked all the way down to his car and then realized that he forgot that he had to pack up the PC, then has to walk all the way back to the office, pack it, and then come back. I mean, the guy was fried after long days of Halo. And I just feel like he's kind of been playing his best recently.
For some people, it's check him PC. For Lethal, it's forget him PC. He literally had to lug it around and take it apart and set it back up at the office and then back up at home. He was like, what else am I going to do? I mean, there's like still 8 hours in a day. I want to have some fun. So love to see Lethal back in full form. And, you know, we're kind of making light of it, but that's huge, man. I think we're going to see a better Sentinels team online because of Lethal getting fiber installed at his home setup. Doesn't have to commute to work. That takes energy, dude, especially driving in the streets of Dallas. These drivers in Dallas are absolutely mad. So Lethal getting to exert full 120% energy efficiency towards Halo instead of that commute, instead of putting on the suit and tie, and it seems to bode well for Sentinels here as they're going to take a 3-1 victory in game number 1.
Yeah, at the point that they had a 2-hill lead, it is clear and obvious to go ahead and play time. They do so very effectively to guarantee themselves a game 1 victory. And still deciding bounce back in game 2. That's the question. We got Street Slayer coming up next. But I tell you what, Sentinels have proven that they are quite good at this game type. I mean, I feel like anyone on this squad gets control of that Stalker rifle, they could make life very difficult for still deciding.
Lethal tops in the lobby via damage. Everybody just about above 5K for Sentinels. Everybody at around the 4,500 average mark. We're still deciding outside of Collect with 5,300. So that damage efficiency really trickled down into the scoreboard. It feels like it was about an even split. Saw some great plays from both teams. Manny here with a triple kill to make it a 1-1 tie game. And then that Needles Hill could have gone any direction, but Boo Boo Doo Boo secured it as the last Spartan standing. As we see a beautiful Spartan on our screen here. This is why we fight. I think one of my favorite comments ever from LBT was, I think, active in tools. Like, how would you hand a lollipop to someone with a helmet on? Sometimes my favorite moments are out of the game and just with the fun that we have from the commentary. But Slayer on Street's going to be game number 2. Sentinels in a series where I don't think they expect a sweep, but I think they'd like to do that, right? They'd like to flex their muscles on a team that just got formed, but feels like at the strike of midnight, all of these 4 members coming together during Roster Mania. Sentinels, though, are sticking with their team of 4, and this is where you got to show it, right? You got to show that difference in time in between these two teams, and I think Sentinels did a great job of that in game number 1. As we kick off game number 2, it's still deciding, though, winning the opening break.
And Rami with a very aggressive kill on Lethal. I mean, I like to see that. Problem is he had to burn all 7 shotgun shells on his way So that goes down. Now he goes down as well. Sentinels trying to fight for this camo. Lethal finds the Stalker. Almost gets the kill on Collect to shut that down, but Collect getting away with the camo. No, Precision's going to shut him down. That's a big pickup right here, as Still Deciding could have started to steamroll if Collect could get away with the camo, but a nice Hail Mary grenade on Boo Boo Doo, and Rami starting off hot. He's 4-1.
Love that cue from Louis V. Titan as well. The Hail Mary Jeff Steitzer announcement comes through thanks to the great, passionate work of our production team. Rami with a passionate takedown of 2, I should say. He earns the double kill, now has double support via Manny, but Boo Boo Doo times that perfectly. Boo Boo Doo must have recognized when Manny split from the from his teammate, and Boo Boo took advantage of it. Doesn't take advantage of that repulsor. You got to be really on point, even to make a small jump like that, Eli. Any little delay with the repulsor, it just doesn't have the same effect it did before the networking update.
Yeah, I mean, Boo Boo probably feeling a little bit silly, bonking his head on the side of the railing there, but ultimately not going to matter too much. He's now found his way over here to the cafe side. Valcada just playing in the face of Still Deciding. No fear whatsoever. Lethal trying to catch up to the play just to have a factor in it. Sounds like looks like he's probably getting the call that there's an enemy back A. Ultimately, he gets taken down after being alone. Falcade able to snag the camo, but not going to be able to get much out of it. Just kind of denying that resource to the opposition, but Still Deciding, holding on to a 3-kill lead. And honestly, Sentinels do not look to be in good positions to start coming back.
18-15, Still Deciding have swung first and held on to the heavy fist as they still maintain a 2-kill lead. Precision getting pushed by Collect. Really surprised we didn't see Collect push through there. Just to show the respect that is brewing and building for the likes of Precision, seemingly an unknown name in the Halo community within the last calendar year or so. Now he has made his mark on this Sentinels roster with his best opportunity yet to really break through.
Here we go. Boo recognizes he's on an island here. Doesn't know where all the members of Still Deciding are, and what I've noticed so far and why Still Deciding has been able to maintain this lead is Sentinels have been separated pretty handily. They have not been in the same parts of the map, usually off alone. I think that's because Still Deciding are playing their process very well to force split spawns. They're playing aggressive on the remaining members of Sentinels so their teammates cannot spawn with them. And that's why they're still maintaining a lead. Sentinels do get a few kills to answer back, but finally, they are in good positions to team shoot together. And what does it lead to? A 3-1 trade in favor of Sentinels.
Sentinels at the halfway mark have tied things up, and that's huge. You don't want to allow Still Deciding to build not only on this lead, but build on their confidence as a newly minted team of 4. And like their teammate says, they're still deciding. So any type of error in judgment or accuracy throughout this day or Thursday when we can conclude the HCS Open Series #1 could mean that these guys don't team as a team of 4. That's not the case for Sentinels. They know no matter what, they're sticking through it. They're sticking with it. And I think that could spell trouble for Still Deciding. You're starting to see a little bit of that experience as a team of 4 come through as Sentinels have chipped their way back to a tie. But it's Still Deciding who keep it close. 28-all. This one's back and forth with nobody finding any separation.
Falcated so smart to use that sticky grenade to trade out in a 2v1 situation. Knew he was dead for sure, but picks the best option to at least get a kill before he goes down. And now it's a 4 dead for Still Deciding. Sentinels not only have the camo, but I think also a few weapons to work with as well. Plus, they know where Still Deciding are spawning. And look at this. They're just treating their opponents like sheep, surrounding them on all sides, getting them pinned into the back of A. But honestly, Still Deciding doing a great job of trying to get out. As I say that, though, 2 go down. Lethal needs some help on this side, but wins a piv, and it's another clean 4 dead. So they've now gone on an 8-0 run, and how are they going to spawn kill them next time?
Yeah, this is what I was worried about for Still Deciding. This is where Sentinels could start to flex that experience muscle, if you will, as they retain a 5-kill lead now. This is a lead for Still Deciding towards the midway mark. Then at the midway mark, Sentinels were able to tie it, but now heading into the 40s, Sentinels, you could argue, are running away with it. Precision pushing up towards the cafe side. Curious if someone saw that magazine drop out. That actually is very interesting, Eli. I think the magazine flopping out towards the left side of cafe gave up what looked like sneaky positioning from Still Deciding.
Team nearing victory.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of moving pieces on this map. I know 343 took a lot of them out, but on this map especially, there's still some objects that you can accidentally kick around and give away your location in funny ways. But it's now a 9-kill lead. While this game was very close and even in Still Deciding's favor for a lot of the first half, as soon as Sentinels gets control, they start to build that separation. And at this point, if you're Still Deciding, you've got to be playing a bit closer together. When you get kills, you've got to also stay alive. You cannot afford to trade out, as it looks like Bubuduba's strategy is to just trade out in as many opportunities as possible. And because they've done such a good job of that, they only need 3 more kills to close the game.
Falcated with 15 of his own here in this one. Top performer so far in this lobby. Rami doing a good job to keep it close at 13 on the other side, but Falcated going to put the finishing touches via the hands into Still Deciding as they get 4 down in one fell swoop. Calculated, cohesive pinch and push there from Sentinels gives them the 50-39 lead in game 2 for a 2-0 series lead.
Sentinels look to find their way to the end of this tournament without dropping a map. They have yet to do so in the bracket. This is definitely their toughest opponent yet. Still Deciding, like I said, looked very good at the beginning, but just could not close things out. And Sentinels did such a phenomenal job of controlling the entire map when they did get 4 dead. And that's what makes them such a dangerous team, right? Is when they do get into advantage state, they make you pay for it. They're going to stay in advantage state for longer than most teams. But looks like we're going to hop on board with a fresh series on the other part of the bracket. Same rounds, but this one is between Reversal Perfy and Cloud9. Tied 1-1, but this next hill going to show who takes the early lead in the series.
Hey, yo! Venta Ninja filling up the chat feed with the 10 gifted. Love to see that. Thank you guys so much. As you guys know, LVT Halo, an entirely community-based, community-backed project. So to have support like that coming through in the gifted subs is what gets us to tournaments like LVT Atlanta, or I should HCS Atlanta, excuse me, where we get to cover the matches on land. So huge ups to Venta Ninja for the 10 bomb and all the other supporters in the chat. Love you guys. Thank you so much.
All right, we've got a bit of red zone coverage here. So back to our main match. We'll keep eyes on that Reversal Perfy Cloud9 series. Keep you guys up to speed with what's going on with that. But back to this. This is one of, I think, Sentinel's best game types. They're very good at, you know, deciding exactly what they're going for. They know how to hold every configuration if they want to. BC, AB, AC, doesn't matter. They're going to have a good setup for it. But more than that, know exactly which parts of the map to apply pressure to or which ones to hold back from. And I can see this one getting out of hand fast. This early game going to be very important as Collect hits a clutch no scope in order to grab the camo, and he's still got 5 shots of sniper to work with.
Like my main man Tony says, there's levels to this, and this could be an opportunity in game 3 for Sentinels to show Still Deciding that there are levels to this. A great team in their own right, having a lot of success throughout this tournament so far from what we've seen from Still Deciding, but it just seemed to have gone up against a buzzsaw here in Sentinels. But it's Collect with the buzzsaw in his hands in the form of the sniper, looking for a triple. Doesn't get the triple, but takes down 3 nonetheless. And if anybody can bring Still Deciding back in this series, it's Collect.
Definitely a big part of the reason that they are coming back here. Still got 2 bullets to work with, as we see Karma with a huge gift bomb as well. Another 10 from Karma.
Okay.
This guy, I feel like I run into him in matchmaking all the time. He's usually on my team and we usually win. So thank you, Karma, for the 10 gifted and for helping us get those dubs in matchmaking.
Annie down to low HP, down to the low ground. Gets right back up on top with the use of that repulsor. Perfect timing on the push onto Falcated. Helps out his teammate. Take him down. Manny now looking to take down A. And this one's been mixy off the start. No team really able to find much separation, much control in the form of AB or CB. Split has been the means to score, it feels like, so far in this one. It's Still Deciding. They go 3 down. Manny, the last player alive, he goes down. And in a Strongholds match with 4 down, take your pick. What do you want? AB for now for Sentinels.
Yeah, I think if they had the positioning and an extra player alive, they would have maybe gone for the flip on C as well. But I like the decision to just let the other team spawn at C. We can then wait for them to do something from there, collapse on it. We'll get C later. That's exactly what they do at Precision with the cleanup and the quick QT out just to maintain his life. He's gonna also be able to protect a B. So love the use of the Quantum Translocator, where in Strongholds you can basically apply pressure to multiple parts of the map at the same time as he then blinks back to C, tries to stop that push. He does ultimately get taken down, but applying some pressure nonetheless.
Sentinels have been doing a great job force staggering these spawns, and I almost sometimes make the case, Eli, that you're better off going 4 down in the case of still deciding than 3 down with that 4th player usually split out. Almost always forcing staggered spawns, split spawns as a result. So I got to give credit to Sentinels. It feels like they're doing what I noticed Quadrant did a lot of last year when they were seemingly had a death grip on Strongholds. They would always take 3 down, and even if they had the chance to take the 4th down, they'd wait that extra second to make sure that the split spawn occurred. We've seen a little bit of that here from Sentinels, as still deciding look to regroup, but no, Boo Boo Doobu's not going to let him. Gets that slate onto Remy. Just as still deciding could have had a net outcome numbers advantage. Boo Boo Doobu shuts it down.
Look at this. They recognize A is being taken. To headbutt it would be a little bit too difficult, so why not just rotate to C and take that instead? Seems like Boo Boo knows there's a player lurking. And look at that, the trust to just wait for his teammate to finish the kill. That is massive.
Oh!
And it's the no-scope on Manny, who just shows his gymnastic ability with a beautiful backflip there, but it's not a time to be practicing your gymnastics. You want to stay alive on the map as he gets another one. Back-to-back backflips for Manny, and Boo Boo is putting them in the blender.
Boo Boo Doobu, he's a runner. He's a track star known in HCS for being very healthy, very fit. Routinely goes on runs, but now he's just simply running up the score. Staying alive now at the back of mud, calling for help. And that is going to be enough help to take down the opposition that was pushing up on Boo Boo Doobu. Collect tries to take him on in a 1v1 and gets the best of Boo Boo Doobu there. And that's a big shutdown. It feels like Boo Boo Doobu was starting to roll. Sentinels are rolling here, 177 and rolling to 27. This is all but it for still deciding. They need to regroup and find control of 2 cap points within the next 10 to 15 seconds. Looks like they're doing just that. Control of B in their favor. How long can they hold, though?
Despite an impressive run from Boo Boo, I was quite impressed with Collect's ability to shut him down, and then also predicted that someone else would be approaching him and pre-nated precision before he even got there. Collect shut him down, and then off of spawn, Collect gets a double kill. So once again, Collect kind of willing his team back into this one, doing a good job of closing the scoring gap a bit. Precision also getting caught off guard, but stays alive. Manny's able to shut down Lethal on the other side, but not before 2 members are still deciding go down. But this is a long stretch of time that still deciding have been able to score. Yes, Sentinels are about to flip A, but Remy wisely flips C as well.
Remy with control of the nest bridge, which could lead to more control of C and B. You can see Remy on that nest bridge, almost like a fulcrum between those 2 cap points, but now simply pushing through mid. Help from Manny on the big door. Elects to push on through. Members of Sentinels in the rat tunnel. It's a 1v2 that still deciding can take advantage of, but Boo Boo Doobu finds a way to trade out in a 1v2, and with a 100-point lead, that's a good trade, but is it good enough to prevent this trip cap? Remy gets a big reversal killing spree, and don't look now, but still deciding are soaring into the 100s.
That's a huge shutdown. If Lethal gets that kill and resets A, this is not a trip cap. They're scoring significantly less in this moment. That could end up being a difference maker as they continue to roll. So once they get into advantage state, they know how to use it as well. Sentinel spawning on the A side and still deciding are ready for their exit point. Remy just going to watch this big door side. Have to imagine teammates watching through top center, potentially on the cut side in case they do rotate on that way. But look at the push from Sentinels. They send everyone to C right away. I like this play, but they take heavy damage while doing so. Collect last player alive on the side of still deciding, and it's a successful push for Sentinels. They've now flipped the map.
Lost in all of that chaos of that top mid push was Precision. Landing a no-scope with the snipe, goes down shortly after, but yeah, if not for Precision landing that was looking like a potential triple, or if not an overkill on the side of still deciding, but they're able to regroup and regain control of A and B. And look at this, Eli, they're only down by 30 seconds, and in Strongholds, that feels like 3. 3 go down, though, for still deciding. Boo Boo Doobu with the sticky onto Remy, and I almost, did that go off the wall? Did he call backboard on that? No, that was just a clean switch. Cross map, that's all prediction there from Boo Boo Doobu, lining up the trajectory of that sticky at the right time, right place to give still deciding a party hat. Holy.
And the prediction, I mean, he knows that The opposition is capping C or trying to protect it and just predicts that they're going to now rotate to try to look at him at the B side. Perfectly timed. And now they've got the trip cap back in full effect. It was momentarily forward dead. Precision gets away with the camo. And this looks bad for Still Deciding. They've got to find a way out of the blender. They don't have much time to work with.
Tom, Boo Boo, Doo Boo, Brady, not only orchestrating that sticky grenade long Hail Mary toss, but orchestrating what feels like Sentinels regaining control of this map and a firm lead. 236 to 149 now. Split control of the cap points across the board. Still Deciding are able to control A. Trickling here onto C, but Precision has collect down. And that looks like that'll stop the scoring on the C side. Last second push here from Still Deciding. But with Colette going down, a 3v3 even gunfight is not going to be enough as Sentinels take the series sweep 3-0.
Very impressive stuff. And there are indeed levels to this. These guys came to play and shut down what looked to be a great run from Still Deciding. They still got that lower bracket to make it into the top 12. Keep in mind, this is just day one of the tournament. But just want to say thank you guys so much for listening to me and Mikowski on the cast. There's still a lot more tournament left to be played today. We've got Tony and Tools going to take away the commentary from here on out.
Ladies and gentlemen, what is up? What is up? We are back and I'm feeling good. Why not be reckless? AK, why not be casted? And I got my mans with me, my brother from another mother, my shooter from another looter. Tools, you ready, baby?
Oh, I am always ready, Tony. Thank you for the kind entrance, and well, nothing kind in this game is happening. It is it is basically a 1-to-1 run in this Slayer game so far, neck and neck between these two teams. Cloud9 versus Reversal Perfy, and already, I mean, I don't know where you put these two teams, Tony, but you can say this could be a big upset right here. Reversal Perfy up 1-0 in the series thus far.
I mean, Reversal Perfect, they've been upsetting left and right. They've been doing it even before London, and at London, pretty damn good, so shouldn't be real too surprised here, although Cloud9 have been on quite a run of their own, including their first tournament together, upsetting the likes of Optic, getting some big placings on land, currently with a 4-kill lead, but I'm excited for this Reversal Perfy versus Cloud9 matchup.
Big question marks for this Cloud9 roster is always going to be around Suspector, right? This guy has had so much hype behind him because of the potential that everyone sees, right? That ceiling is so high with him, and the amount of slays that he can put up is really, like, it is on that level of these players on the top 3 teams. Consistency has been the big sticking point for him. I'd like to see him come in this series and just continue to have these high slaying performances. And honestly, Tony, the other player that I really keep my eye on is Tusk. He has 10 kills in this game thus far. Ever since we saw him at LBT Orlando, it seems as if he's been hitting that next level, has been playing just some of the best Halo I've seen from him.
So I mean, if A squared plus B squared equals C squared, we're the reason why Tusk has leveled up. I mean, that's what I'm getting.
You're the one
from
that's
you.
saying it.
No. You said it. That's what you said. Nah, honestly,
you're just connecting the dots.
Tusk has been a phenomenal player for quite some time, and his slaying has really gone up. I feel like since the Bandit rifle, I feel like he's definitely caught an upgrade with it, and Breaking Shaw caught an upgrade with this Bulldog. Beautifully played as he puts them back within one.
Breaking Shot reminds me of Rami in Halo 5, right? He was this, Rami came in, would substitute in for a lot of pro teams during his early tenure in Halo 5, and he would just completely pop off. Was always a fantastic player, but never quite got that opportunity that he was looking for. Breaking Shot has been so good for Reversal Perfy. Whatever team he's been on, it always feels like he's making waves, and how can we not talk about the return of Super CC evades? Super CC taking a little bit of a break during that first split. Looks like he might be back to stay for Atlanta, and I think the scene's always better when we got Super CC in it.
Yeah, I feel like if I remember correctly, I believe he wanted to take a break from 4v4 competition, but still wanted to compete in free-for-all, do a little bit of content creation, but you know how it is with us Halo players. We try to stay out, but they keep pulling us back in. I ain't mad. We got the return of Chasing, the young man Coatesville, Pennsylvania. Reversal Perfect with a 2-kill lead at the moment. 2 squad wipes away from taking the game, but back-to-back kills out of Cloud9. Tying things up at 43 apiece and a fresh 3 down. This is what Cloud9 were looking for.
These red room spawns are just devastating for Reversal Perfect. Cloud9 was hyper aware in comments, doing his best to survive, begging Super CC to come get the help, but there's just nothing he can do. Smart plays by Tusk to get the kill. Don't overextend, don't give an angle, and stay alive. Cloud9 gets that little bit of advantage, but that 1 kill could be the big difference in this tight game.
Switch gears over to where Tusk, who does have that Stalker rifle, and it could be the difference maker when it comes to this 1-kill game. Both teams at their end game at the moment here. 1 false move can cost them this game, and 1 bad game can cost you the series.
Game's really in Tusk's hands when you think about it. This red gun, it's gonna be a lot of Cloud9 letting Reversal Perfect take space, trusting that Tusk is gonna hit the 3 shot. You see how the other 3 are just playing together? Their job is just to trade out. If someone pushes, get the kill. Tusk, for him, play on an island, get a unique angle, hit the 3 shot, win the fight. Sab's gonna try to bait a player through.
Good shots coming in from Sab, but it's a 1v3 at the moment. Backs down smartly, down to 1 shot. Didn't know the Bulldog was in play, and that's a 3 down for Cloud9. Sending that grenade back was huge for Sab, but still down by 1 kill. They lose that engagement. Reversal Perfect coming in out of nowhere.
You know Sab's stomach just completely dropped when he saw 3 players go down the feed. Great job getting value out of his life, taking 2 down with him. Tusk equalizes this game 48 apiece. Septify in a dangerous spot over at benches. But Cloud9 looks like they're very interested in taking the first stab at this. They'll get the first pick, and here we go.
It's the stab minus the T. It's Sab coming in and getting the final 2 kills on that one. It was looking a little bit scary for Cloud9 right there. Reversal Perfect having a huge break and really dominant towards that strong side, that B side of the map. But Sab coming in, laying down the law. That's a 2-kill victory. We have a tied series.
Reversal Perfect looked like they were in prime position, right? They got that 3 down. Who was the last player alive? It was Sab. What does he do? He gets extra value, those extra 2 kills. He comes off a spawn. We see that Reversal Perfect have the high ground. We all learned that lesson in the early odds, right? We all see in episode 3. We know what disadvantage you're at. It doesn't matter. Sab looked as if he was ready to force initiative at the end of this game. Right now, Cloud9 don't really have this powerful position with all these players looking down upon them. Sab gets that opening pick, and then he knows, hey, they think they're coming up B stairs. Let me give them a little bit of the Sab step. Comes in from the back. The distraction from driveway is perfect. There's just nothing they can do. A little overzealous on the challenge from Haynes, but I don't think anyone was staying alive. Sab, perfect positioning to get that job done, and they tie it up 1 apiece as we move into the Strongholds.
Like you said, we all seen episode 3 of Harry Potter Chamber of Secrets, and we know you got to get to the high ground. That's exactly what Sab did after that, or at least before that huge flank, and then that flank coming in, shutting things down. That was huge for Sab and Cloud9. Now we go to a swing game 3, a live fire Stronghold to split the difference here. It's going to be big for both of these squads. Reversal Perfect want to pull off yet another upset. This game 3 is the most important one of the series.
I'd like to see Reversal Perfect and Cloud9 play for a knockout here, right? The last 2 games, you can see them on the scoreboard. They've been very close, a lot of back and forth. If I'm one of these teams, I want to establish that momentum in this game, sort of set the tone for the rest of the series. In order to do that, go for one of those strong knockout blow trip caps and try to win this game by 100, 150 points. I don't think you can let this thing be close. You got to really show that you are the team that has the advantage in this series.
It's a live firing area, as the sign says. You better watch out, because it's about to get lit. It's about to be live. It's about to be fire. Live fire Strongholds coming up next. You got a bit of a camouflage to work with. Don't forget about that sniper that spawns over toward the top mid, and more importantly, those Strongholds. Will you be holding a setup as far as that double cap? Will you be spawn trapping? Will you be constantly rotating for that trip cap? There were so many ways to play Strongholds effectively. Who's gonna come out on top?
I'm sorry, I was saying big thing for these teams, adapt to what's given to you, right? Like you said, there's many ways to play this map. Look for your opportunity to play for that trip cap. Try to close this game out as fast as you can. But the big thing about this game type is always to be adaptable. The team that can recognize position and timing to understand what the next correct play is will be the team that comes out on top.
As of right now, looks like Cloud9 we're trying to go for that Charlie Bravo setup, but the Slays will shut them down. A reversal Perfy might just be stealing Bravo for themselves. Cloud9 still starting from the C side of the map, but they have to push forward. There's some free shots going onto Haynes. Sab turns it quickly into a double kill. Bravo was reversal Perfy's, but not for long.
Sap's just been an unrelenting force that reversal Perfy are going to have to find a solution for at some point in this game. And this is why I like, right? Sap's trying to push that tension forward at that big door, understanding one, the power weapon's there for the grabs. We need to make sure that we get it. But two, this is how you start to play for that next level of the game state. Unfortunately, they break out through C, but you're not too upset about it because you got a sniper locking down this lane, just up to hit a big shot.
As of right now, not locked down for long because reversal Perfy are able to grind forward and immediately take over that nest to B side of the map. And because of that, reversal Perfy are taking right back what they had, and that's a Bravo. This time, Charlie set up for them. Cloud9 momentarily took the lead, but reversal Perfy, they're taking it right back.
What we've seen early on from reversal Perfy is this wolf pack mentality, a lot of three-man strikes as they push up onto this map. It's a risky maneuver in my opinion because of Cloud9 having those power weapons. If they were able to get those early picks, you'd see those pushes fall apart, but Cloud9 not able to execute on those plays. Reversal Perfy then have the advantage in those gunfights so far, have been one step faster on those rotations and have been able to outgun their way into these strongholds.
I thought Haynes was being forced back right there, but a huge stick out of him creates an opportunity to hold within the defense for him to simply push through. And now the rest of reversal Perfy want to play off of that momentum right through the green side of the map. One goes down, but it turns into three on the other side for Cloud9.
This is what the Wolfpack mentality gets you though, right? You're waiting for this. When you get that blood in the water, you can just swim and attack, right? Everyone falls in and collapses. You're playing for that trip cap at all points in time. When you are running together fast like this, you're playing quick rotations. The problem is when you get caught off rotation, when you go down early, that's when things can start to turn dire. Tusk able to get this camouflage. He's going to have a lot of space to maneuver upon. Haynes is going to be looking for that help early on, but if they don't take care of Tusk, the rest of Cloud9 are going to be able to surround these players.
55-25 lead in favor of reversal Perfy, and a big back smack coming out of Tusk onto Haynes. Full shields, wants to engage once again, goes in and challenges Super CC. Now you see his eyes set over toward the Charlie side of the map. He wants to work with Septify.
I love how quick Cloud9 and reversal Perfy have been on their attacks thus far. They're getting that 2 cap and they're already thinking about what comes next. They're very fluid on the map and running with each other. I think this is a recipe for success on either side, and Septify staying alive, right? It doesn't do a lot in the kill feed, but boy does it do a lot for their team. They have another level of contention at A, allowing for this trip cap to start really starting to put on those points.
Bravo and Charlie in the hands of Cloud9, and Chris Common wants to make his way towards Bravo. Multiple members of reversal Perfy hitting the black screen here, but nobody from Cloud9 able to stop Common from taking back Bravo. So a huge fight now coming out of reversal Perfy will lead to yet another lead change. Septify with the flank though. We end up going down. Reversal Perfy answer right back.
The big mistake from Cloud9 in that setup was that they didn't have anyone on that pivot foot, right? No one that could get to every hill possible. Now reversal Perfy have the better timing. They're going to be the one that dictates the pace of this game. Even though Cloud9 was in a scoring position, they don't put any points on the board. They're going to have to find a clean 2-3 down to get themselves out of this gameplay loop.
85-73, Reversal Perfy back in control and holding on to these two caps. Are netting them so much points now. It was close for a bit. Seems like Reversal Perfy have downloaded Cloud9's strategies here and now pulling off a counter. Sab wants to make his way towards tower. A huge fight. Tries to take the backside, but Breaking Shot was ready for it. Active Camouflage is coming up. Suspector taking too much damage in order to go for it. Haynes is going to get his.
And once again, this is perfect from Reversal Perfy. They've been able to really corral Cloud9 back into their own spawn. We would like to see maybe a little bit more value come out of that camouflage, but content at the situation that they have right now, right? You have two hills, you have good access to both sides, and as soon as you understand where these pushes are coming from, you can react to them. The big thing though is not dying without getting a trade out. As long as you trade out, you're gonna be fine in this situation.
139-73 lead here for Reversal Perfy. Amin wants to make sure he secures this back green side of the map. It'll be an important position. If Cloud9, they want Bravo, they will have to go through Chris Common. Meanwhile, the other members of Reversal Perfy have taken so much space. It is a full defensive setup that we're seeing out of Reversal Perfy. If Cloud9 want Bravo, they're going to have to earn it. They're going to have to slay out for it, which apparently is exactly what they do. 3 down for Reversal Perfy. Cloud9 win that engagement.
And I think that's the mistake, is what you brought attention to, is that defensive setup, right? For so long, they were the ones dictating the pace. They got too comfortable at having that BC setup. Eventually, Cloud9 is going to be able to figure out how to crack that open. And now with the sniper rifle in the back pocket, this is dangerous for Reversal Perfy because they're not just staring at 2 cap. Now it's 3 that are in the possession of Cloud9, 2 points for every second. And the scattered players of Reversal Perfy aren't going to have that much firepower to try to break their way through. Haynes doing his best to stay alive there. Might have just bought enough time for Reversal Perfy to get a foothold to stop this trip cap terror.
Snipe in the hands of Tusk. 10 kills is to his name already, but he wants to add a bit more. The one-shot Super CC of AIDS will end up getting away, evading death right there. That doesn't stop Tusk. Pushing forward. Common ends up giving away a little bit of audio cues there, but once again, another player one shot, and it almost gets away with their life. Tusk hunts him down, gets right back into the fight, but runs into a couple grenades there. Breaking Shot awarded the kill for that one.
The sniper, it's been an interesting dilemma for both these teams because it hasn't really played that much of an impact into the game yet. I think so far we've seen a very defensive sniper from both sides. Only a couple times where we've seen them really go forward with that snipe to try to play into the trip caps. Maybe the difference maker between the first half and the second half of this game, but Septify with a nice patient play at the back of tower is going to make this hard for Reversal Perfy.
Cloud9 are scoring once again. Reversal Perfy fresh off of a 3 down. They were the ones who had the lead for quite some time and still do at the moment here, but momentum now starting to shift a bit in favor of Cloud9. An all-out brawl. If Reversal Perfy can win this, it could be huge. That's exactly what happens. Cloud9 sent to the respawn screen, but it's Septify, the final player alive, with some perfect shots.
Value when you're the last player alive is as a stat that you can't really keep track of, but might be the most important in the game. Septify last alive for Cloud9. What does he do? He hits a 5-shot across the map to stop the outlet push of Reversal Perfy to B. It buys time for his team to at least have a chance at this fight. But the firepower from Reversal Perfy has been too much. I spoke too soon. Septify with the noob combo causing mayhem at the backside of B.
Septify almost done stealing away Bravo, but it ain't gonna be easy. Shots coming in from multiple different angles. I know that Haynes and Reversal Perfy are trying to drive them out. Actually, they're adapting, like you said before. So important. They know there was a lot of focus on Bravo. They decide to push around towards Charlie, but Septify expects that. He shifts his attention over toward the tower side of the map. Some reinforcements coming in from both sides, and not yet have Reversal Perfy gotten Charlie. Septify with a couple of shots. More importantly, stay alive, and they're gonna trade out Charlie for Alpha. Not a bad plan there.
The new combo versus Sniper. The poor man Sniper wins. Septify able to get the Sniper back in their possession, and this has been brilliant gameplay from the man out of Michigan. Septify's been phenomenal for his team. Been rotating between the two axes on the map at C and A and helping his team get that spawn. And the most important thing, slowing Reversal Perfy's push down each time. Finally, Reversal Perfy get that leverage that they've been looking for at that back spawn. But man, it's been mayhem for their side because of the plays that Septify's been making.
That was a crazy little strafe we saw from Common right there. Little crouch strafe coming out real hot. They did lose the lead here, but they do have the Bravo Charlie setup. If they hold on to it for long enough, they can take this lead right back. And that's a double out of Super CC evades. Cloud9 have 214 points. Reversal Perfy are cooking.
Like to see Super CC get aggressive towards C. You know this push is coming. Try to play with your teammate at back tower. They have a great pinch on these pushes and exactly what they needed to happen. Nothing can arise for Cloud9. Just too much space being taken by Reversal Perfy. There is no comfortable way to get out of this situation.
Super CC works a little bait and switch action. Because of that, Sab hits the black screen. Reversal Perfy are fully loaded still. They take the lead once again. This time, won't it be for good? Can they close out here? Super CC trying to do some poke damage onto Spectre, and Sab ends up peeking a bit too much. Septify gets behind them, ends up taking them down, and that's the opening Cloud9 we're looking for, but they weren't expecting Chris Common making the uncommon plays. 3 down go Cloud9 once again. Reversal Perfy may just pull off another upset here in game 3.
You see the risk reward play of Septify, right? He left sandbags to go to C to try to get on that flank. The reward, you get that kill, you open up an opportunity for the push. The risk is that you left sandbags open. Chris Common takes advantage, gets behind enemy lines, and gets 2 kills to keep the team in possession of the hills. Great heads up play by Reversal Perfy to take game 3.
Some scrappy and opportunistic plays coming out of Reversal Perfy lead to a swing game 3, and we often talk about the game 3 in a best of 5 series. This series is tied up so much. The stats lead to it so many times. The team that wins game 3 ends up winning the series, whether it's in the second objective that inevitably is going to come in that game 4 Forbidden Capture Flag, or in the Slayer in that game 5. Reversal Perfy have done a huge step to pulling off yet another upset. They've won the game 3. They're 1 away from advancing forward to the semifinal.
And what's been so impressive about this Reversal Perfy squad is they've been going blow for blow when we look at slays with Cloud9. Cloud9 having some premium slayers on their team, but Breaking Shot really leading the charge in that game 3. Fantastic efforts from them thus far, and looks like we're going to get a little bit of a game 3 action as well. We saw Pure. They've been kind of beaten up on complexity in this series thus far, up 2-0 in this series as we take a detour onto Strongholds on Livefire.
A little bit of Pure action, a little bit of complexity action, and I ain't mad whenever I see Tyler get away with the sniper 8 bullets. Away from him, doesn't need the sniper in order to take down Rain there, but still has it and might have McWin in his sights. McWin is over toward that camo side of the map.
Enemy team.
They've hunted down the play towards camo. Tolik's just looking eagle-eyed for the camo player, but McWin already has made his play, and I think McWin needs to develop that a little bit more next time, right? A little too eager to try to take down the players of Pure there, and that mistake's going to cost them dearly as this 2-cap just continues on for Pure. And what's been interesting is this leverage that Tolik keeps trying to get with that sniper on that open side of the map. He's been able to get that great damage down. 2 kills go their way, and Complexity's routes, they're just being spotted before they even know that they're taking them. It's been heads up from Tolik and the rest of Pure.
46-9 lead in favor of Pure at the moment, and this is what you would expect when it comes to Strongholds. You're an amazing Stronghold team, and now things are to go from bad to worse. A trip cap for Pure. Complexity need kills, but they may not get it as long as Taulik is haunting them.
This is why you add the skill jump into your repertoire, right? The way that Taulik's able to increase his timing on the map gives him a perfect flank on those players coming into B, and he's just been in the action 8-0 to start this game. And the difference between what we saw last series and this series with Pure versus Cloud9 and Reversal Perfy, right, is how aggressive the sniper has been of Taulik. He's constantly repositioning. He's getting behind the players of Complexity and hitting them in unexpected areas. This has just caused mayhem into the comms of Complexity, and they haven't been able to recover. Just one kill away from a frenzy for Pure. Taulik's been incredible thus far.
Doesn't get himself the frenzy, but clearly his presence has been felt by Complexity with a 102 to 19 run. But Complexity are the ones that are scoring at the moment. Us has snatched off that sniper away from Pure, and the body shot will slow down Pure just long enough for Complexity to start to push up. A battle comes out in trades on both sides. A bit of a 2v2 scenario. This next kill so important, and Ryan New wins that one. Even catches a bit of grenade damage onto Cherish.
This is just, it's tough for Complexity because they're just not winning gunfights. Look at the slays. It's been the dictating factor. Not one player on Pure seeing a negative KD thus far. And Cherish, you can't get it easier than that. Ryan Noob, he saw a flash of light and was back to the respawn screen.
Kill.
Snipe in the hands of Cherish once again.
He's gonna do it again.
Right back to scoring, and right back to that trip cap. Almost hits that headshot onto Ryan Dube and just body shotting everybody at the moment. They're like, we haven't seen Cherish miss the shot in quite some time. Hudson may have been able to take away Bravo, but to go 3 down for it, not the trade that they're looking for. Pure right back on that Stronghold.
Cherish has just been dominating, and the one thing that you'll notice about that spawn snipe he tried to hit, he got the body off on Ryan, but oh my Miquid, he's used to putting that shot on others. I don't know if he's used to receiving it. Cherish has been unbelievable thus far, but Ryan came off a spawn, got sniped at tower, came off a spawn at big door, got sniped at big door. That's just the amount of space and pressure that Pure has been applying. They have so much coverage, and looks like we're getting some team deaths over here, potentially a crash for Complexity, as I don't believe they would wave the white flag like this, right?
No, not Complexity. I mean, obviously things were looking, pretty bad, and things
worse than bad.
Terrible. Oh yeah, really, really, really bad. But I will say that I don't think Complexity would have given up like that, and you never know with Strongholds. You get control, you stop the enemy team from scoring, and things can, just the way that things can snowball against you, they could definitely move in momentum and roll downhill. So I'm gonna assume a bit of technical difficulties.
Yeah, Ashes was pulling the cord at the back of the facility. He's like, cried out.
Oh, no, Ash is a man of integrity. How dare you?
He is a man of integrity. I can't battle down. Shout out to the coach over there at Complexity. Former Gears of War coach, champion in multiple tournaments. When I say multiple, it's like 20 plus, right? So guy's a pure professional. But back over to Reversal Perfy and Cloud9 into the flag game, and I wanted to see that knockout blow in game 3, right? And when we saw teams go for that trip cap, but these two teams are just so close to each other in skill, it seems that we're just destined to have these back and forth games.
I'm not mad at it, and honestly, Forbidden Capture the Flag is definitely going to be a huge telltale as far as this story goes, because as you've kind of alluded to multiple times in the past, when you look at Forbidden on its surface, I'm like, man, big map, not my favorite. It's really tough when I'm playing ranked matchmaking, but as far as when it comes to coordinated teams, when it comes to step A, step 1, step 2, step 3, and moving in the process of controlling the map, pulling the flag, I mean, this is the ones that are going to test you the most. is forbidden.
Double kill.
Well, fast route to the overshield shows what those extra shields can do. Fantastic from Haynes to just help his team have a lot of space to work with. We're Cloud9 seeing the respawn screens early. This is dangerous from them. The big factor here is whether they can stabilize or not. Get control of that sniper, hit some big shots, and prevent a flagpole.
Also, 30 grabs a hold of that sniper and tries to move it away from that top side. He was already spotted and half of his shield's gone, but now his shields are back. He can get back into this action. Meanwhile, Reversal Perfy, they're taking a lot of space. They're pushing forward. Right now, Cloud9 feel like they're on full defensive, and if they don't win this round of Slays, there could be a flag moving on the other end. Luckily, Tusk is able to take down Breaking Shot. Almost hits the no-scope onto Haynes, but forced to back down. It's Tusk.
Tusk playing patient there, and I think this is a big misstep from Reversal Perfy. Cloud9, they crawl back into their shell, right? Try to fortify their defenses in their back base, and Reversal Perfy, I think, give a little bit too much respect to that. You got them trapped in their back base. Try to fly forward, make an opportunity happen, pull a flag, get it mixy,
Double
but
kill.
they played a long game. Super CC, he's gonna have his opportunity at the flagpole. Common's walking out the snipe spawn, and it was a prolonged push. It took a very long time, a minute and a half of control from Reversal Perfy to get this flag out, but it looks like it's going to be largely uncontested as Super CC not able to get around that corner. Tusk with some massive nades, and he's already on that return. How did Cloud9 just pull this off? A huge misstep from Reversal Perfy.
Cloud9 with a huge return. We're still tied up at 0 piece, but Breaking Shot with a huge snipe of his own right there, denying overshield away from Cloud9. And now, I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm not sure exactly what happened to that overshield.
Oh no, this is disastrous for Reversal Perfy thus far. Suspector's been able to get the extra shields on body, and he's in a prime position to play forward and pull that flag if his team gets control of that snipe putt, but he also has that ability to play back on the defensive line. This overshield, having that island play is important for the team as the rest of Cloud9 is just trying to get forward on the map.
Breaking Shot trying to avoid death here as nades and shots are coming in left and right. No matter where he goes, he thinks he's safe, but a member of Cloud9 is just chipping away at the shields here. Luckily, he has a teammate with him that can work. That's going to be Haynes that takes down Septify, alleviating some of that pressure. Ends up leading to a sniper, a body shot. Common goes down. Breaking Shot still confident enough to push forward.
I think a little too overconfident in that position. Yeah, the sniper, you see your teammate go down. I think it's a bit overzealous to try to take that shot. You've given the snipe back over to Cloud9, and you know that they have their own. You're going to be corralled at your back base now. Even if this flag gets returned, you know a counterattack will be ready for Cloud9 as Septify and Suspector work this long distance pairing.
5 shots to work with here for Suspector. More importantly, teammates with them. This is a 3-man push from Cloud9 as they approach the base of Reversal Perfy. Suspector is able to take down Breaking Shot. The radar goes down, and Suspector and Cloud9 not only have control of Reversal Perfy's base, they have control of the overshield, which is just about to come up.
Suspector there a bit early. Waiting 5 seconds can feel like an eternity, but the extra shields are here. And this has been, like I said, I think these teams are a little bit too timid on pushing into the space. Suspector going to try to finally change that. And yeah, you put a sniper shot into the overshield. The only problem is you give away your position. He has a sniper of his own. Common, not long for the world.
Suspector with the denial grenade over towards Haynes, and we down go Reversal Perfy. That means without any hesitation whatsoever, Cloud9 are on that flag. Breaking Shot, though, the final player, Reversal Perfy, pulls off a double kill to stop that flag short.
And the player too far into that back base to make anything happen. Tuskman waiting at that foothill, and this could be a counter for Reversal Perfy if they can win the fights on the left side. That doesn't happen, and now Tusk has great timing on this flagpole. Common comes back. He knew that someone was in that back base. Great job by him to hunt him down and prevent that flag from going too far. But the damage that Cloud9 is doing to Reversal Perfy, they're suffocating them at that back base.
Septify was sitting on the high side of that main ramp, just putting down damage, being the decoy, drawing in the attention of the opposition, and Sab comes in with almost a huge triple, a huge double. Now that flag moves because of the teamwork of Sab and Septify. Flag almost forward, almost in the base of Cloud9. And Reversal Perfect lose all of their resources, all of their reinforcements. The first flag cap goes to Cloud9.
It's an interesting flag cap because that's a flag cap that went through about 4 or 5 rounds of slays to truly develop and get back home. But it never really felt like Cloud9 wasn't going to get that flag home, right? They took the long route. They knew that it was going to take a lot of resources to do so, but Reversal Perfect, there was just nothing they could do without space on the map, and that's what Cloud9 was so effective at. Basically casting a wide net and forcing the spawns at the back base. Eventually the resources run thin, and Reversal Perfect had to give it up, but they've got their opportunity for a counter. Super CC with the sniper and, well, control of the back hut for Reversal Perfect, and Overshield pushing in. This is ideal situations, especially with 2 snipers on the map.
Double sniper, but no more Overshield to work with. Have Reversal Perfect done enough damage to Cloud9? Putting them on the spawn, hopefully trapping them in their base. Another 2 or 3 down. Could be another flag being ran here by Reversal Perfect. That hasn't come just yet. Super CC will go down, snipe off the map.
And what's the big difference between the push that we saw from Cloud9 and the push that we see from Reversal Perfect? It's the space that the teams are able to take. Reversal Perfect, they're pushing in, they're being aggressive, but there's no one up on that high side of the map to prevent Cloud9 from getting an outlet into getting that space. Once Cloud9 gets up high, to them, it's just a matter of time before they take down these pushers in their base, able to get that job done. And well, now Cloud9 is getting aggressive on Breaking Shot. He's just doing his best. Can Breaking Shot get his shields back? Yes, he does, but not enough. He's still trying to live. Tony, oh, the beatdown comes in. That might be the hardest one fight that we've seen all game.
God bless. Breaking Shot is one tough kill. Whether it's that amazing movement that he used to get aggressive on the opponents or to avoid death like you just saw there. It's crazy, man. Breaking Shot is too good.
Great shots, and with this Overshield coming up, Breaking Shot and Reversal Perfect desperately need these extra shields to try to continue this flag forward.
Overshield activated here for Breaking Shot. He takes so much damage as he tries to get some shots onto Sab on the flag here. Doubles back and takes down Suspector, but no more Overshield to work with here for Breaking Shot. And Septify will take advantage. Huge kill coming out of Cloud9, and also just denying value from that Overshield.
Cloud9 played a very defensive game right now. We've seen this a couple times from them, where they really shell up in their own base. This time Haynes meeting that defensive play with a little bit of a slower push, and Super CC does a great job of cutting in while the Haynes has that distraction to cut in and split those resources. He's able to find 2, and he knows that that third player is around as well, so does a great job of not getting too focused on what's happening across the map, but focusing on what's happening in his quadrant. The problem for Reversal Perfect is they're just not getting these kills in a timely manner, right? There's no execution on the follow-up because by the time they get those kills, there's been too much loss on the map.
Almost every player in this lobby just so good at buying time and really playing their life. Saw Super CC doing the same thing, and they just now took Super CC down. Buys enough time to allow Breaking Shot to grab a hold of the sniper, move into position, takes down Tusk, even gets the body shot. Beautiful shots coming out of Breaking Shot.
Aggressive plays on both sides. This is the 3rd or 4th time that we've seen this happen, where Reversal Perfect pull the flag out but aren't quite able to get it toward past that half line. It's been a great job of Cloud9 to stay with this fight, right? So often you see that flag get to those pillars, you oftentimes chalk it up. No, for them, they've had big plays time and time again where they've been able to stop it before it gets that one step too far. And these snipers, I feel like they've just been a little bit more impactful with their shots. Yeah, we've seen Reversal Perfect steal away a couple snipes, but we haven't seen them really push the other team to the black screen like we have for Cloud9. I think the sniper play is propelling them forward.
Some huge snipes and damage being put down by Septify, and Cloud9 somehow denies access from Reversal Perfect toward that overshield. They had, what, 3 if not 4 players that were positioned for it, but they were never able to grab it. And now look, Cloud9 are right on it. Reversal Perfect are now 3 down. Reversal Perfect may be spawning up. Right now, Cloud9 are grinding forward.
And Sav, he knows that there's a player towards that snipe, but third time that we've seen Cloud9 do this game, the unorthodox flag run up the main ramp. The reason teams don't do this too often is just the amount of sight lines that spawners have to contest this flag, but it really is the only option when that snipe hut is controlled by the opposing team. So far, Reversal Perfect just did not get enough damage quick enough. It's going to allow this flag to at least get back to the base of Cloud9. Now it's just a foot race to this base, and a matter of kills that'll make the difference.
Flag still on the move, but you know Reversal Perfect are watching every angle that Tusk wants to move with that flag, so he backs down. Bit of a trade out there. Flag may have been pushed out, but he still have to work on the return. This Cloud9 the same of Reversal Perfect. So far in the base, Reversal Perfect get offensive. Haynes down to 1 shot, but still a little poke shot on Deceptify, who throws an amazing grenade to take down Breaking Shot. Haynes still goes in for the challenge, wins that one, but there's more coming for Cloud9. Suspector and Cloud9 are able to get the cleanups. They're able to keep this flag alive.
Still keeping that flag run going. We're gonna get some extra time, but Reversal Perfect have not been quick enough to collapse on the team. It's one thing to get that first pick, but you have to follow up with the second and third one quick enough so that the spawners don't get that help. Reversal Perfect keeping this game forward, and an aggressive play. They're bringing the flag back to Cloud9 because they know that they need the numbers for the fight.
Read down for Reversal Perfect. Return is started here. Cloud9 already up 1-0. They don't even need the flag cap. It's the return. It's the finish. Cloud9 send us into a game 5.
Well, it's just a better play from Cloud9, I think, on their execution. 2 flag cap. I think you can consider that a 2-0 win. They would have captured that second flag. I think they're just a little bit more aggressive in the pace and recognize their flag opportunities quicker. Reversal Perfect, a few times they get into that base, they get that first pick, but then a player like Septify stays alive just a little bit too long. By the time they take care of them, the spawners that they got the kills on come up off a respawn and have that ability to play back to their base. Remember, flag's never an equal game when you're on the opponent's side of the map. You have to be able to get those kills fast and move that flag out because they have a naturally reoccurring resource loop with the spawners, right? For your team, if you lose a player, it's much more devastating when you're on the attack because that spawner is going to spawn and then have to move another 10 seconds to get into the action. On the side of Cloud9, a player goes down, you're not worried about it as long as you're able to slow your opponents down because you come off a spawn and you have instant access to fights. We saw that timing really come to bite the side of Reversal Perfect in that game, and now it's a Slayer first to 50 that'll determine everything. And there's one thing about these games, it's been the Slays and how close they've been in every series. This is truly a coin flip in my opinion.
While you were breaking down that so eloquently, so beautifully, we did see a bit of the stats, and we did see exactly what you would expect to see out of Cloud9. 3 players that are getting aggressive, that are pushing the pace and getting that damage, and then perfectly played behind them is going to be Tusk. I feel like this strategy that Cloud9 try to implement doesn't happen if it's not for the mindset of the entire team, and not for and also not if Tusk is not backing them up the way that he does. Low deaths, and obviously saw a bit of low damage, but his presence alone always providing that cover fire as a back player towards players like Sav and Suspector. I can only imagine is so valuable what he brings to the squad.
Yeah, I think we're seeing that play from Tusk in particular was because of his ability to have that snake in the grass play. A lot of times when we're going to Tusk, he was in the opponent's back line, letting them push up so that he could get those natural flanks that were effective in the game. The one thing I recall right before that first flag grab, what is he doing? He's standing at the foothills of that flag, letting the opponents get forward and trying to buy time for his teams to come up. So yeah, he doesn't keep up as much with the kills and damage, but the space that he was taking on the map was vital towards his team's success. Who was the first player to push their way up into that high ground when his team was getting collapsed in that back base? It was Tusk, right? Tusk was often the player that was taking the first step necessary to activate the slays on his team.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to recharge for our game number 5. It's first to 50 kills, 12 minutes on the clock, and two teams who have been evenly matched up until this point, leaving it all on the line to find out who's moving to the winner's bracket semifinal.
Double kill.
Super CC playing fantastic around his teammates already, and he's gonna get 3 of the early kills. It's like this man never left, has a nose for the damage, and so far he's involved in everything. Man's getting kill after kill.
Spectre does the initial damage, make sure that player goes down, and immediately hops on that camouflage. Was down to one shot absolute, but stays alive, gets his shield back, and now combining camo with what?
He did all that work, Tony. He's staying alive, was able to get the shock rifle, and man, that is the exact opposite of what we had expected to happen. Man was just waiting. He just knew.
I mean, hey, some players just have those camo eyes, man. That's amazing. Finding camouflage, that he just moonwalks into you for the backsmack, and now it's shocked in the hands of Breaking Shot, and you know that we know that he knows what to do with it. Already hits one, grapples in to get a new angle. Luckily, Sab didn't overcommit, otherwise he would have ran into the headshot of Breaking Shot.
Man, it's remember, Breaking Shot was just there waiting. It was almost as if it was foretold to him that just stand here, the game will come, and you'll get the shock rifle, and you'll stop Cloud9 from getting any momentum in this game. And what we've seen ever since that point, right, is very slow gameplay. Teams just setting up on their crosses. Cloud9 really depending on Reversal Perfy to make the first move here. Reversal Perfy, they need to get Cherish activated, Common activated on that left side. Let him push in Deceptify. Now they can go, right? Now that you have that player off the cross, you see everyone activate up on the map. You got camo in your hands. This is where you start to go on a big swing in this game. All 4 players of Cloud9 hit that respawn screen. I'd like to see them stay active on this map. Super CC using that camouflage to get forward and to be ready for another attack.
Void Down not only gives them the lead for Reversal Perfy, but on top of that allows them to manipulate these spawns, put Cloud9 exactly where they want them to. Super CC with a huge stick onto Sam. Nobody home just yet, but gotta be safe. You try to play your life here. It's a 17-10 lead. No need to give any unneeded deaths.
Right, especially in a game 5 situation on this map with this big of a lead, you can expect Reversal Perfy to only collapse when they know that they have a guaranteed kill. There's no reason to make the game state go any quicker than it needs to be when you're at this dominant of a lead.
Do you start to see Cloud9 strike back, though, Suspect with the double kill to bring them right back in the game and 3 down once again. This time for Reversal Perfy, we switch gears towards Septify, and Cloud9 currently down by 4 kills. Reversal Perfy spawning up over toward the A side, and something tells me that Cloud9 are ready for it. The flank, the collapse, back-to-back 3 downs.
Front white is such a powerful position, and Septify shows why, right? When you have control of that outside map, of that player at top gold, you can really restrict people from knowing that you're there. Go front white, let the players push through. They never even check behind them. Suspector hit the big snipe shot, and then you saw the damage being put down from Septify on the other end. Great job to collapse in on those players and basically set a trap that was so effective, and Cloud9 down 8 now have a lead.
Does have a player with them over towards the blue pipe. Said, oh my gosh, out of nowhere, it comes and gets aggressive on him. Still, Cloud9 winning this engagement, and it's a 24-21 lead. And not only do Cloud9 have control, they have a shock rifle in the hands of their camouflage player, and that's Tusk.
There's only one shot left. The big thing for Tusk here, just take a good shot and then give the time to whoever's tracking. Say, okay, 25 seconds. You know that next sniper is coming up at 6:25. The important part for Cloud9, stabilize the game. Don't let anything happen too serious. Don't let any collapses happen in this game, you know, like that. But then be ready to go and play for that sniper at 6 minutes and 25 seconds. Unfortunately for Cloud9, it's been all reversal perfy in the kill feed. They just swarm to that point of attack, and they're going to keep trying to suffocate them as you see Cloud9 trapped in the hallway.
Needs to put himself in some great positions in order to assist with everybody on their collapses for reversal perfy. Super CC currently 9-4 at the moment. Breaking shot after that kill was huge, but down to one shot. Bit of attack, 2-man push on a Cloud9, clears him out. Here comes the rest of reversal perfy trying to play for these trades, but the trades aren't happening the way they wanted to. Common though luckily gets a double kill there, but they still have 2 more players to work on. Cloud9 coming in waves.
And look at Cloud9 spawn, breaking shot. He's going to have instant access to that shock rifle. I wouldn't be surprised if he already has it. Yep, and you can see, once again, the timing is important. Cloud9, they're on the other side of the map when you know that shock rifle's coming up. I think they get too caught up in the gunfights rather than trying to slow this game down and play the sandbox to your advantage.
Here's over towards Tusk. He makes a play right for that camouflage. Reversal perfy don't have any eyes on him. Nobody able to bait him out.
His camo's
That's until Hayes comes out of nowhere, bro. Dude, how? I can't even see camo, let alone get a long-range stick. God bless.
Well, we've seen reversal perfy in this spot a couple times where they're trying to put up this big lead, but every time it feels like they're about to run away with the game, Cloud9 finds a way to battle back, and setting 2 players for the shock rifle. That's an effective way to get it done. There are drawbacks to having the shock rifle. The damage output just isn't as much as that sniper. You can't just will your way into a 1v2 victory. Heads up play by Tusk and the crew to overwhelm the sniper on the other side.
33-32 lead in favor of reversal perfy at the moment, but you allowed us to get away with the shot. Super CC wants to shut that down. Problem is that there's Sab waiting, baiting him. That was again Cloud9 wiping reversal perfy, taking back control. Sab chasing down the one-shot breaking shot, and Common comes in. Breaking shot buys enough time for Common to get into the action. Huge play by breaking shot, an unselfish one out of Common gives reversal perfy the lead.
Frustrating moments for Sav in the back. I mean, there's not really much more you could do. Just a fantastic play by the players of reversal perfy, not only to stay alive but also be quick back to that help. It's important to value every life, not to just give up and say I'm gonna die. So often in matchmaking you'll see a player take a couple too many bullets of damage, they'll stand still and accept their defeat. No, ensure that you play your corners, play whatever position you can, and hope that help comes in time, and when it does, you can turn a disadvantageous situation into a game-winning position. Cloud9 really going to depend on these 2 players outletting their way over to C to break open some space for their team.
On the attack still. Another trade out in lives, but all just a distraction to allow Cloud9 to try to play for the camel. Excuse me, it was Super CC though, the final player alive. Snatching up that camouflage, not able to go anywhere because Cloud9 hunted down. Now a 2-kill lead here for C9.
Cloud9 did a great job of forcing that camo off the map, but the problem that arises is they never got quite set up for the spawns of reversal perfy. They've been allowed to push into white quickly, and that might just be enough space to get a couple forceful kills that will make this awkward for Cloud9. Yes, you have the shock rifle, but your shock rifle is certainly not feeling comfortable at the moment, knowing all his teammates are going down. And an interesting play. Giving that shock rifle over to Suspector. I like it. This guy's hit some big shots throughout the game. He has 16 kills. Let the hot hand control your destiny.
That's a lot of respect coming out of Sab right there, because you know Sab could hit some shots with the shock as well, but Spectre, he might be the one to end the game here. Plenty of ammo in this shock in order to work with, and
they're not
nice
watching
spacing.
anything. Look at reversal. They're not watching the middle of the map. They're so determined that Cloud9 is going to play into the perimeters into them. There's a huge opportunity for the team to play through the middle of the map right now if they can recognize this.
Right now, it looks like Breaking Shot and Super CC want to grind forward on the other side of things. 75 with the double kill, shutting down 2 members of Reversal Perfy already. Sab gets aggressive into a few grenades, but the lead for Cloud9, Suspected recognizing the situation. He's going to try to back down here. And now the gold side being watched by Cloud9 and Suspector. 4 kill advantage. Cloud9 can end it.
Big trade outs, right? You only need to get the trade. Suspector shot that mangler pad just to see if any was hiding at that bottom door and allow the player that pushes into white to know where he can pre-aim and try to get as much advantage in that fight as possible. It was a 1v2, but able to get that 5-shot down quick enough to get the trade.
2 kills needed here for Cloud9. Toss one grabs camouflage, jumps right over Common. Backs to back.
They would never expect him, right, Tony? I mean, he's just by himself, and it gets him a free kill.
Just 1 more kill needed here for Cloud9. Ooh, back-to-back kills from Reversal Perfy puts him within 1.
Where's the spawns? That's the important part. Suspector, Sab, they see the spawn over at C. That's a ton of information. They're trying to cross up Suspector. Not able to get that kill, but you know where the final fight will take place. Cloud9, they're not going to move out of C. It's all going to be up to Reversal Perfy to make the play.
Just 1 more kill needed from Cloud9, but just 1 kill behind right now is Reversal Perfy. And who will be the one to make the first move? Will it be Cloud9 to try to play for trades, or Reversal Perfy? You see the pings going back and forth. They know that Tusk is left here towards top tower. Breaking shot. He wants to make a play
Common's
for
trying to hit the jump.
Can't quite hit the jump. he just misses it.
Bro, it would be perfect. There's no one watching the top window. If they can hit the jump, look, they're trying to get someone to hit the jump. Haynes is going to go for it. Can Haynes hit the jump? He's up. He's in. They don't see him, but that doesn't matter. Septify gets the punch off. Great coordination from Reversal Perfy. I think it's a game-winning play, but at the end of the day, it's a knife's edge of a difference between what's going to win and lose. Septify, having the hot hand, continues to allow his team to push forward. I think that was great plays from both sides. The execution not quite there for Reversal Perfy, but the thought process certainly there for them. Cloud9 eke out a very close Game 5 victory.
Man, it was looking like Reversal Perfy may just pull off the upset. They started off with a huge Game 1 win. They ended up winning that Game 3, making it a 2-1 lead, and at times it looked like they might have won Forbidden Capture the Flag if a few things go their way, but
Just trying to hit the jump. Dude, he's trying.
Yep.
Common's gonna practice that all week, man. He has to be so mad at himself about not hitting that jump, and then from there he's committed down into that bottom door. Haynes tried to clean this up. I'm curious where the push went awry. I believe Common tries to go through this doorway. He's just gonna get smacked. No, where does the kill come from? Yeah, I think Common got way too aggressive in his spot there. Just let your players on the high ground take this fight, right? So Common's pushing up. There's a player sitting on the stairwell that's hiding behind there, waiting for someone to come in through front white. Haynes checks the right corner first, and Common tries to get into that fight, but Septify is just able to guarantee a one-on-one, right? It's a 2-on-3 numbers-wise, but that player at the bottom stairwell is just a little bit too disconnected in that fight. I think Common could have maybe been a little bit more patient, let those players in the top half force the fight first, and then try to wrap your way back through. But we're talking about half a second to a second of timing, man. It's still, that is like the, I don't want to make it seem like it's his fault, because it's like we're talking about the thinnest timings possible that makes the difference in that push.
Cloud9 with a huge win to advance forward into the semifinals. They'll be going up against Pure. Meanwhile, the other side of things, don't forget about Bittersweet and Sentinels. They're still in the tournament, and both of them having just one series to go through in order to make it to the winners bracket finals, guaranteeing yourself top 3 in the tournament no matter what happens, but more importantly, being one series away from making it to that grand final.
Well, we'll take a quick break. When we're back, more Halo action, folks. Thank you for watching, and thank you for supporting. We got plenty of y'all here today, and the Halo action not done yet.
Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Dropped. Enemy has the ball. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Ball incoming. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball dropped. Ball incoming. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Ball incoming. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Ball dropped. Ball incoming. Enemy halfway to victory. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped.
Ladies and gentlemen, you already know we are back with more of your Road to Atlanta HCS Open Series, all the way down to lower bracket round number 4. So close to qualifying for that championship Thursday or closeout Thursday. Ascend baseline. I mean, this team, we were doing some big things. I know Complexion played with them for a bit. Now you got Bohm, the return of Bohm coming in. I'm excited here for Ascending Baseline.
Yeah, someone's gonna have to give us a little scouting report. You know what I'm saying? There's some players that I'm not too familiar with. The first one that comes to mind, Triple P. Tony, any idea, any knowledge on this guy? Triple P HCS. Someone in the chat better give us a scouting report.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. You know, I've seen Edge Frag, I've seen Glozy and Tigger for quite some time, but Triple P is a new one, and I mean, doing his thing. You know, 11 kills, decent amount of objective time, couple assists to his name, ain't bad.
Hey, top fragging for his team, right? It's everything you could ask for a newcomer to the squad, but. So far, you know, this game is a game where you would expect a team like Ascending Baseline. Some players have been established for quite a while. I mean, Bohm had a top 4 or a top 4 finish at DreamHack Dallas last year. Going blow for blow with Cooked right now. They're keeping up with a very talented Ascending Baseline roster right now.
I'll be honest with you, though. What a no-scope by Tigger right there. I'm not sure exactly how much Bohm has been playing. I feel like he's just getting right back into the swing of things. Like I even matched him, get some with them on matchmaking, and we did our thing. We didn't win the game, now, I'll be honest.
Yeah, I mean, that's the difference between you, right? Like, Bohm's a closer. I don't think you've ever closed anything in your life, but so far, Cooked is cooking. They've been able to get Ascending Baseline 3 down a few times in a row, and they've gotten a great amount of ball time because of it, but here comes the final push. Ascending Baseline able to battle their way through. The spawners are just too far away, and round 1 will go to the veterans over at Ascending Baseline. The experience maybe helping them through, but Sylvanic and Ivanize, man, a 1-2 combo that just proved to be too much.
Ball incoming.
Round number 1 goes to Ascending Baseline, despite the fact that Cooked real quick. They were killing it for a bit. They actually had the lead. I want to say it was maybe 50-30 at one point, but in the baseline, they run away with it, and now look to run away with this game. If they can control round 2 the same way they did the second half of round 1, 3 down go Cooked, and Ascending Baseline take control.
Great job by Ivanize to push forward, get that space in the back of tower to allow your team to have more opportunities to fight over towards Camo safely. Just about as perfect of a start as you could ask for Ascending Baseline. I mean, look at all this space that they have. It's cutting the map in half, and knowing that these spawns are going to happen at B allows Bohm to take a really powerful position at sandbags.
Trying to push out of the green side right now are Cooked, and some early damage onto Bohm forces him away from that power position and allows Cooked a bit of space to work with. Meanwhile, Ascending Baseline quickly gaining a lot of points, 26-0 run. Sylvanic falls from the heavens. No scope, chasing down players, but it's gonna be Edge Frags and Triple P that get the kills in the play ball.
And the ball is off the map. Cooked finally have their chance at a push, but Perfect nades from Triple P. Ezzo has to be frustrated with that. A little bounce off the glass for the sticky. He's setting up an alley-oop for his teammate. What can Triple P not do? Man, it's looking like Kyrie right now on the map.
Switch gears over towards Ezzo. A bit of long-range shot. Cook don't really have the ball at the moment, and Edge Frags anticipating that Ezzo's going to drop down to the low ground. Beautifully played by him. Meanwhile, Sylvanek catches the backside of Triple P and now ascending baseline back on the ball.
That's the problem with Cooked, right? They got those great kills, but not a substantial amount of ball time that comes back from it. Ascending baseline, when they've been able to get their setup, they've been really able to constrict Cooked on how they can push out, and we've seen a lot of trapping over here at the back green spawn.
Go down from both sides. Closey comes in with the double kill. The cleanup crew is here, and 1v1 against Sylvanek, and Closey shuts him down. Still, Ezzo in ascending baseline, keep their eyes on the prize, grab a hold of camouflage, but now surrounded as the rest of Cook not only attacking from the A side, but from the Charlie side as well, right back on the ball. That was beautifully played by Cook real quick.
Closey, fantastic job of getting value out of his life. Had a really important one-on-one where he had a pretty severe disadvantage, in my opinion. Shout out to the Triple P stick. This guy is playing fantastic right now. But he stays alive, right? Wins the critical one-on-one, and then what does he do from that? He goes on a killing spree, right? Able to just extract that max value because of the pivotal fight won over at the big door.
39-19 lead in favor of ascending baseline, and another huge snipe, this time Closey stopping the push from ascending baseline. Edge frag right on the ball, but still got to deal with a few more members of AB that are pushing up. Gets his shields back. He wants to fight once again, but apparently so do ascending baseline. It's a brawl towards the bottom side of the map. Winner gets ball.
Enemy has the ball.
Was trying desperately to get away, but Ivanize, this is great job by him, right? It's just the value you get as last player alive. Yeah, you're not going to get any ball time out of it, but what have you done? You slowed Cook from getting any true advantage for that next 10-15 seconds. You still have to be able to execute on that next slay, but at least you prevent them from getting too comfortable on their setup. Cooked right now losing players left and right as they try to get their setup at back tower. This is going to force Triple P to really play this position where he's likely going to have to throw this ball off the map.
And Drags was trying to watch the back of Triple P, and he did buy a bit of time and eventually a bit of score line. Obviously, take the lead here, but sending baseline without any wasted time whatsoever. Fresh off of those slays, they're on the ball, bringing it back to their tower side setup. Edge Frags with the damage, portals right back toward the green side, and it's another attack coming in from both sides of the map. Tigger starts it with a snipe. Triple P and HCS and Tigger end up going down, but Edge Frags takes height. And will the height advantage be enough?
I would like to see Edge Frags try to play his life just a little bit more there. It's probably more important for him to be a distraction at that tower rather than getting that big kill on the ball. Instead, boom, after he gets that kill, he feels safe and confirms his position over at that tower. Now with camouflage going into Ivanized hands, this is a big opportunity for ascending baseline to put up some big seconds.
Enemy has the ball.
On a 30-second lead in favor of ascending baseline, now even more than that. Ivanized with the camouflage and ascending baseline with a great position, a great opportunity to close out this round. Tigger with a huge kill onto Sylvanek, but Ivanized still takes him out, and 3 down go Cook, and that might be all she wrote.
Just one more slay will get the job done for ascending baseline. More of what we expected to see from this team in oddball, as Ivanized tries to give a little martyrdom on his way down, but Edge Frag's not going to be quick enough to get towards that ball. Ascending baseline with a fantastic round 2, and I think just executing just a bit better on their holds, right? So often we saw Cook, they're able to get themselves into position to grab some time, but there was a player on the other side that would always try to make things a little bit more difficult for the team and weren't ever quite looking as comfortable as you would like to see them.
Going into this matchup, I feel like ascending baseline definitely the favorites to win this series, at least in my opinion, but I I will say cooked real quick. They fought him hard. At one point, that round number 1, they had a decent sized lead, and I had to step back. I was like, well, hold on. Who are these cooked real quick kids real quick? They stepping up big time. So we'd love to see the rest of that series. Obviously, we will. We're going to take a look at Passion United and TMNT, but I want to give a shout out to Cooked real quick. They made that very competitive, and clearly everybody on that team getting better and better.
Well, this match right here, an important one, because whoever wins this one will be qualifying for the Thursday portion of the tournament. So big battle for both these sides. Passion United has been oftentimes on that bubble, trying to get themselves into a Thursday performance here today.
You already know we got Passion United on the screen. We got to give a little bit of shout out to Pure Delight. He's a pure delight to be around, and his team is a pure delight to cast. Now we have Valkyrie on TMNT with the shock rifle in hands, making a play with this camouflage. Nobody watching from Passion United. In fact, they end up going 3 down themselves. It's a 2-1 leader for TMNT, but it could become more than that if Passion United don't clean it up a little bit.
This is where games can quickly get out of hand. The only reassuring thing from going down 3-1 in this manner is that there's at least some time on the clock to work with, but Passion United going to be doing all that they can to secure this hill, knowing going down 2 hills oftentimes a death sentence in the HCS. I'll say I'd love to see a stat. I wonder if it's possible. You know, shout out to Halo Data Hive if he ever hears this, but I want to see a stat of how often teams, when they go up 2 in King of the Hill, win King of the Hill, because it just feels so dominating, right?
It really does. It really does feel one-sided. At this point, the 2-1 lead is about to turn into a 3-1 lead here for TMNT. You got Valkyrie and Glitchy. We've seen them teaming with Simply Fear Me for a bit. Remember him back at Halo 5. You got Zoom Doctor. I found out about him, a multi-game competitive player. But on top of that, he's also here in North Georgia. And I ain't mad at that. Plays along with the college Halo team alongside Last Shot.
Yeah, he had a quite impressive run in college Halo. Got a top 2 finish during the spring playoffs this year, only losing to Fisher University, that team led by Spartan and the crew. So far it's been having I think a bit of an impressive resume to boot so far.
Lido right now 23-9 at the moment, leading Slays in the entire lobby by far. TMNT is doing this thing and also controlling the gold side right now. Passion United momentarily having control, and TMNT though with a huge flank by Lido. If they don't shut him down, it can be devastating here for these points for Passion United. Camouflage in the hands of Bigaloo. Bigabaloo? I'm so sorry, Big. I totally butchered your name. You're fine though. That's all that matters.
Zoom doing his best to just look down on this hill, right? You have this 2-hill advantage. Not necessarily too focused on getting inside that hill, but rather just making sure you have these perimeter spawns, these overlooks into the hill. And Zoom Doctor's doing a fantastic job of working his process. Play that outside, look for those last few players and burn some time off. Finally, with that full control, you can try to win the game by getting yourself into that hill, because Passion United, this is going to be a tough hill for them to break. I mean, look at all that open space that they're going to have to occupy to get themselves into this hill.
And look at the lead that TMNT have at this point with the 3 down for Passion United. That's it. TMNT not only taking that hill, but taking game 1.
Yeah, I mean, fantastic work from them just to play their process. They got into their positions. It's always a little bit more comfortable when you're up 2 in a King of the Hill, just because you're able to not have to worry about jumping into that hill right away. Wait till the game state is right, get the kills necessary, and then jump in. Just clean. I think that's the best way to put it for TMNT. A very clean game from them.
We already saw the conclusion of that game. Game number 1, so why don't we switch gears, go into game 2 of what was our featured matchup going into this. Ascending baseline already up 1-0 as far as the series, and up 9-5 in the game.
Right now, Cooked are trapped at the back of blue. This is dangerous. And Slavonic, fantastic effort from him, right? This is why you stand over at top gold. He helps his teammates over at hotel get that first pick, and then he can immediately shift his focus to his other teammate that's across the map. They call those the pivot positions. You put that pivot foot down, and you're able to work your multiple angles. Great job by Slavonic to help his team get a couple big kills and to keep Cooked on their back foot early in this game.
Kill advantage here for ascending baseline, but we're on board with edge frags and look real quick who have spacing on the map, but what do you do with it? As Ivanize wins a pivotal battle off screen, Sylvanic shuts down yet another one of Cooked real quick, and as of right now, they're getting cooked. Well done right now. 17-11, ascending baseline, gain control right as camouflage comes up.
Right now, with how Ascending Baseline's playing, with how Ivanice is playing, whatever he calls out, I better hear every other player in the lobby say, yes, chef, I'm working on it. Please, this guy is cooking up a storm. He starts this whole fight by winning a gunfight that he had no business fiving, and then immediately repositions for a massive double kill for his team. It was looking dicey for a moment, but leads his team back into a dominant lead, have the space to play for camouflage. This is just perfect play from Ivanize.
21-13 lead here for ascending baseline, and Ivanize immediately takes height over toward that close side of the map, but information's coming in that he can get behind Glosy and Cook without being seen. Turns it into a double kill, a killing spree. This man's out of control. Eventually,
he overheated.
A bit overheating right there. Yeah. Just a bit, huh?
Yeah, you gotta wait for your shields. Yeah, I understand you want to play a little bit faster there, but that might be some of the best Slayer that we'll see today from Ivanize. That was fantastic, and go take a look at that if you're a player up and coming and you want to understand how to get a little bit better at the game. The way that he maneuvered on the map, the way that he got value out of his life, right? Not only did he have to win the important kill where he was down advantage, but what does he do after that? He repositions himself to work off his teammates' damage, understands the timing, and it allowed him to get 5 in a row.
Ascending baseline may have an 8-kill advantage, but look, real quick, they got a triple peak. B flies out toward the mid side, does have a teammate with him in Glosy. That grenade lands perfectly at triple P's feet, and Enzo and ascending baseline are going to take advantage of that as the lead grows to double digits, and Bohm gets away with the shot.
And Bohm comes back to competitive Halo. He says, you know what? This thing's not hard at all. I mean, I got 3 kills and I have a double-digit lead. Man, he's just cruising. His teammates doing so much work for him. Anytime he gets damage on the map, it seems like they're there perfectly to come clean it up. As he's gonna rack up another assist. Ivanize is just brute forcing his way into the back lines.
Ivanize getting aggressive still right through the driveway side, running into 2 members of Cook. We're gonna make him pay for that, but while that happened, Sylvanic was able to get away with the camouflage. So important. Cook may have used it to try to get some way, somehow back in the game, but double-digit lead camouflage in the hands of Sylvanic. I don't want to call it early, but damn, Cook.
Well, right now, it's 40 kills for ascending baseline. We see 30 engagements for Ivanize, right? This guy is just involved on the map thus far. Obviously, his teammates keeping up in that slay column, but what really impressed me is the assists that follow along with him. He's just been very aggressive getting into these fights, and really impressed by Ivanize in this game thus far.
He's down for Cooked, and one squad wipe away from taking it. Ascending baseline, Ivanize dropping down to low ground. 3 members of Cook watching the driveway side. You ain't gonna sneak in there, but neither will Glosy. Ivanize shuts him down, and just 1 more kill needed. Make it none. Steak-tacular. Cooked real quick. But that's some cooked steak.
All right, it was pretty close until Ivanize won that pit fight. Took the reposition, got the double kill, and that was the catalyst. Once he got that, too much advantage was gained, and they just never really gave it up.
Switch over to another matchup, our secondary one, Passion United versus TMNT. I believe it was a 4-1 win in that game number 1, King of the Hill for TMNT. So a fairly dominant one, but we know how different Slayers can be. Lots of times the underdogs step it up, and if you got some passion, I believe. I'm a believer. Are you?
I always believe, right? I always want to see the series go far. I always want to see the best games possible. And so far, though, Glitchy's about to get himself a triple kill. And this is just great work from him to play up the map, gets that first kill, works towards his teammates to help them with their gunfights, and he makes that triple kill look real effortless.
Double push out of Passion United to quickly go down, but the save for Passion United eventually 4 fall. Lido was the only player alive momentarily, but look at these spawns. Oh my gosh, 2 spawns towards utility, and TMNT have 2 players that spawned right in position to push right through that utility side. So TMNT may have been down for a bit, but some crazy spawns might put them right back into it. Zoom with the double, gets an overshield because of it, only down by 1 kill, but some extra shields to work with.
Great job by Zoom to play patient off of the spawn. Understood that this is probably not where they expect us to be. Just watch the escape route. No one even tries to check the left side. Gets an easy kill because of it, and now gets rewarded with an extra overshield as well. TMNT were playing neck and neck with Passion United. Now suddenly it's been a fantastic run from them, and the only thing Passion United can do is run away from their spawns. It's just collapse after collapse. Passion United, they've been split up on the map, and because of how fast TMNT has been able to play, we haven't been able to see them get together through natural spawns. Finally, we see 4 players of Passion United together, hopefully able to stabilize from this position.
Your advantage don't favor TMNT at the moment as Valkyrie tries to go for the trade. Will not happen though. Switching gears towards Bejesus, who really hasn't got the memo. The BR is out, the bandit's in, my friend.
I love the BR at this range though, right? When you have to hit those long shots, it just feels a little bit more consistent, and definitely a frustrating gun to have to deal with on that other side. But whenever you get into these close mid-range fights, that's when this gun in particular shines. Okay, a little overheating there for Bejesus. He felt confident after the 5 shot, thought he could do something special, and well, throws his head at the player. It's gonna cause him to go down.
Just saw Pure Delight is in the chat. Love to see that. Rooting for his boys. Only down by 3 kills, and at one point had the advantage here in the Slayer, but TMNT starting to gain control, starting to heat up when it matters most. A 32-26 advantage now. Overshield about to come up, and Passion United need it.
Right now, Passion United really don't have great angles to work with, and although they get that overshield, right, you can feel that pressure that TMNT is applying on the other side. Palfius is trying to get any sort of value off that overshield, and he's doing a great job of getting that damage, but all his teammates went down around him while that fight was happening.
Now a 7 kill advantage. This was close for quite some time, but now Passion United really needs something to happen here. Something needs to change, and a double cut of Bejesus, slowing down TMNT just a bit. Trade out in lives, but Bejesus was able to get his shields back. A well-placed grenade by Zoom, and TMNT allows him to push right through it, and Zoom is not stopping. 40-34, 10 more kills to go up 2-0 in the series.
Well, it's important to go on your run right now for Passion United. You want to have at least a little bit of leeway with your deaths before this game gets out of hand. Keep it within 4 is ideal. Thrust coming up as well. Passion United will have that, but TMNT doing just a fantastic job of finding their kills. They go plus in that engagement, and now this is scary for Passion United because they're going to be spawning in this back base. Top control is in for TMNT, and every death here just feels just a little bit worse than in any part of the game.
I just noticed Zoom is 14-7 right now with 10 assists. That is quite the stat line as he adds his 15th kill on the board. Dude is killing it at a moment, and a large reason why TMNT have a lead right now in this oh so important game number 2. It has to be largely because of this man on screen having one hell of a Slayer. Nade started to fly. Well placed one by Passion United. Smart play by Zoom. He knew Glitchy was going to go down. He knew there's not much he can do there. Tries to get away with his life. It won't happen. And Passion United might just get the overshield here. It ain't over.
I'm surprised they've been able to pull this back. It felt like TMNT were going to run away with this game, but Now that overshield's on the map, it feels like anything can happen. Here we go.
Lots of extra shields to work with. Big the distraction, the bait and switch. Maddie awarded the kill for that one. Back in the lead right now is Passion United. Couple members of TMNT are in front of Big. He's gonna find out the hard way, but still gets the kill. That's a glitchy before turning that corner. Goes right back in. Just misses the melee, just out of reach. Valkyrie takes him down, and Zoom comes in with the big kill onto Bejesus. One more needed, but Maddie puts it as 49-49.
Valkyrie's pushing Alkbar on the backside. They need to be careful about the flank that's coming in. He decides to slow it down. TMNT split on the map. Look at them, 2 on both sides. If you get a 4-man push from Passion United, they're going to overwhelm. And that's exactly what happens. 4 players pushing into the left side. Too much to handle. TMNT throw away their game 2. Passion United staying resilient and having their opportunity.
PD is in the house, taking a huge game 2 win, 50-49, going down to the absolute wire and tying the series up with TMNT. A swing game number 3 is going to be on our hands here on our secondary matchup, and TMNT now they're the ones going to be fighting off of their back foot.
Big thing to take away for TMNT. Yeah, control for most of the game. You're still 90% of the time you're winning that game. Try to figure out what went wrong, right? Oftentimes you can feel a game slip by, identify what happened, say, okay, we know what went wrong last time. Let's just make sure that we stay calm, play our process. We were waiting for 90% of that game. We know right now that we're playing like the better team. Don't let a game 2 come back where you kind of throw away something, influence the rest of your series.
Looking at the stat line, and quite impressive between Zoom and Lido. I mean, 31 kills, 16 assists between the two, and specifically Zoom, dude, man, out of control in that game 2. I'm surprised it wasn't enough to get them over the hump, but when you got passion on your side, it's going to be tough to beat.
And oddball, this one's always a battle of attrition, right? You have plenty of time to figure yourself out. Passion United, they had that momentum, try to ride it, figure out how to control the game for once. In the last couple games, you've been playing on that back foot. You were able to overcome in that game 2, but now it's time to control your destiny and to be the one that's leading in the game. It can honestly, it's just more tiring when you're having to play from that comeback position, right? And you have to play more than perfect oftentimes to make those comebacks. Alleviate that pressure off yourself, get an early lead, and play with it.
And trying to tell y'all you're looking for a fight, you got to take it to the streets, and in a tied up series. This is my difference maker right here. No more rockets to work with. Do you miss the rockets on streets?
No.
Something tell me you didn't.
I think streets. I mean, streets still has its problems, obviously, but much better than what it was before, and I still enjoy it for oddball. It's always fun to hit a good rotation and understanding where the spawns are. One of the more simpler maps, I would say, in the HCS, where you can predict spawns pretty accurately. The only thing that I have problems with is because of how small the map is. Oftentimes you can be just looking at the spawn of the player, and they will continue to spawn inside the reticle.
I like the camo change. I feel like, why don't we have camo and rockets? I like both. As somebody who's not the most precise player in the world, give me rockets, give me camo, give me the bulldog, you know. That's the streets I want to play on.
Rockets, bulldog. Well, you know, why don't we add a sniper? You know, top B, there's like nothing in there. You know, what, it's just a grenade pad. Might as well put an extra thing. Oh, look at that. Leaving them with a little sticky on the shoulder. 3 going down for Passion United. And TMNT, the only problem right here is, right, Maddie's position. They have to find him quickly, take care of him so that they can have easy possessions over at A. But Maddie making life hard for them over at the backside of A. And this is going to give Passion United at least an opportunity to continue fighting for this ball.
Multiple going down here for Passion United. TMNT going to take advantage of that, trying to advance that ball towards the A side momentarily, but there's there's some good spacing here. They have pressure with Lido here toward the A side of the map, and they have plenty of space towards the subway side. So lots of options here for TMNT to play it however they want it, and they want to play it aggressive. Another 3 down go past United, and TMNT are continuing to put the pressure on them.
I'd like to see a quick recognition of where this push is coming from. A camouflage coming up. Make sure that you play set up for that camo. I would have liked to see that shroud screen used to maybe to potentially secure that camouflage. Instead, though, right, the kills, that's the most important part. Just keep getting your kills, play that time, and so far, past United, yeah, they might be getting kills here and there and getting control of some of these power weapons and power-ups, but it hasn't translated it into any tangible time. And at the end of the day, that's how you're going to win the game, right? Getting some ball time on the board.
So Lido started off this game 7-1. Now he's 9-2 at the moment in a full squad wipe. So TMNT was a 40-6 lead before that 4 down. It's going to turn to much more than that. Past United need this break.
Here comes the push up on the B side. The problem is there's a right gun trying to keep them down. With all that information that they just got, they know exactly where this push is coming from, and I like them reposition. You can let them have this space. Just be aware of where you can rotate to. They play that ball out early. They're able to do that because of the big lead that they have. Now for them, it's just a matter of playing Slayer.
Gun is out. And Zoom was able to do damage onto 1 while taking down another, which leads to a 3 down on both sides. Confident play by Palfius to grab that ball, bring it back over toward the PD side. That's exactly what Passion United are going to be spawning at. TMNT, they're the ones on the offense right now, and 2 quickly going down for Passion United. And that was not much time for Passion United before TMNT take over.
That was fantastic from TMNT just to completely eviscerate the setup of Pash United. It took them all game to get themselves into that spot, and to rip it apart within 5 to 6 seconds is really a testament to how well they're playing at the moment.
78-16 run here for TMNT. Camouflage coming up. I know Pash United wanted, and they won't get it. So Valkyrie and TMNT, they have the slays, they have the ball, they have the setup, and now camouflage as well. This should be round number 1 going to the boys in blue.
All right, now I think big thing, but Jesus, I want to get you a kill. Right, 9 assists. This isn't even like, at this point, I don't even think it's his fault. I think his teammates are just stealing them from him. There we go. You got the breadstick on before the end of the round. Man, gotta just get yourself feeling a little bit better, but Valkyrie's just been getting perfect positions with this camouflage, and oh boy, that's a tough spot to be at. But hey, it's not over yet. Maddie with a couple big kills, and he might be able to find a third. This red gun, impressive for Maddie. He just 1v3 TMNT. Is that going to be enough to ignite a potential round 1 comeback?
Jesus is able to take down Zoom. That's a 2nd kill on the board. That's starting to look better and better as time goes on here, and Passion United not quite out of it just yet. 92 points and counting here for TMNT, but they still have to slay out, which I think they just did.
Oh, it's Maddie again. He 1v3 last time. Maybe he can 1v3 again. Right?
I don't know. I don't know if that's how it works.
Oh, round 2, here we go. Passion United at least get a little bit of something to write home about towards the end of that. Maddie with that big kill, but the camouflage was just killing them. The way that Valkyrie was playing with this, it's just too easy.
Round number 2 here. It's a tied up series of 1 apiece right now, and it's TMNT up round 1. On here for Passion United. Passion United definitely showed us some life towards the end of that round number 1, so I'm feeling confident. The same way that they kind of ended round number 1 is how they start here for round 2. And with a quick read down for TMNT, Passion United, they're going to be the ones getting first hands on the ball.
That was great work by those players to play together at B, try to coordinate up their bandits and get those early kills. From there, it just makes life a lot easier on the back end, able to eventually get the kills over at ball. You've grabbed camouflage, you have shotgun, but every time we've seen Passion United get a setup, it's been a pretty quick break from TMNT. This time, though, Valkyrie lasts alive, just trying his best to stay alive and let his spawners come get the help.
does a bit of damage, even though he was the final player alive for his team, and that's going to be value because now the players at TMNT come off on and hate each other.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you're just like too worried about staying alive. You're in any corner, and your teammates like, oh, you just saw me walk. Like, what is that? But
Double kill.
Zoom Doctor picked it up where he left off. Had a great Slayer performance, although it wasn't enough to win the game. He's been so deadly with his shot today.
Defensive setup now up for TMNT, down as far as points at the moment, but it should be them taking the lead. If they can hold off for a secondary round of slays, they can end up running away with it just a bit. They try to play the ball and slay out, but Jesus intercepting it, keeping it toward the A side tower, but that might work in favor of TMNT, and they're starting to get the kills they were looking for.
Lido left with a sticky, and although Passion United go 4 down, the spawns were at C for TMNT, so Passion United, they go 4 down and get ball control? Don't see that every day.
Back with the camouflage once again at this point. Feels like spawning with it at this point. 15 and 10, 8 assists.
Enemy has the ball.
Maybe down to 1 shot, but goes in for the back smack, has a teammate with him. They're going to be the final player alive for Passion United. I'm surprised TMNT, though. Not, there we go. I was like, at what point do we pick up the ball here?
But to them, it's just about playing the process, get the slays, get yourself set up for the first time in this round. It feels like they have a bit of a setup to work with, but Passion United, I think we're starting to see a little bit more of that momentum from them. They're starting to get these early picks to at least force some play balls, and TMNT certainly not looking as comfortable as they were in round 1. A tight game thus far.
1 point advantage, but it's Passion United with the lead at the moment, but it's Valkyrie. Bulldog. A bit of a flank. Jesus had no idea Valkyrie was right behind.
It looked like his teammate. It looked like he was going in for a team shot. If you were like for Valkyrie's POV, very rarely are you able to still walk up on someone like that.
Shotgun is down. Only 1 bullet to work with Valkyrie and TMNT. And I do see some players from Passion United pushing right up to the purple side. 1 shot can't get away, but Maddie with the stalker. Big slay out of Maddie. Still both teams fighting for any semblance of lead control right now. They're looking for that fresh 3 down or a full squad wipe before they're able to commit to the ball.
Passion United's been doing a good job at least forcing their action towards ball. They're not getting too caught up on taking long range fights too far away from that ball. So even when they don't win their gunfights, they've caused so much damage towards where that ball setup is that it's been pretty tough for TMNT to feel comfortable about picking up that ball and getting some time out of it.
37 to 33. And it feels like TMNT have grabbed every single camouflage. At this point, have Passion United gotten 1?
Feels like that could be the difference maker, right? Just get 1. These camo plays have been just destroying their team.
34 to 37, TMNT with the collapse toward the tire side. 2v2 situation right now, and Zoom obviously understands it, wants to stay alive, but some good damage on the Alpheus, and a great nade. Bringing him back down to 1 shot still. Zoom wants to be involved, wants to stay alive, but Jesus chases him down. Glitchy gets chased down himself. A double kill by Maddie. Not quite the triple as Lido shuts down the tire side, and has spawners coming up with him.
Once again, Passion United getting the spawn that's closer to the ball. It seems as if TMNT a little too focused on maybe playing their life rather than playing the position on the map. So often we've seen Passion United lose their numbers advantage, but because they spawn close to that ball, they've been able to at least eke out a little bit of ball time from it. Big thing that TMNT has going for them is just these slays that they've been winning. They've been firmly in control of the slaying column, and it's allowed them to get this ball time.
Only a little over a minute as far as neutral time on this game, so, or at least on this round, I should say.
Look, did Passion United just spawn PD again?
Time may become a factor. TMNT Did a great job of clearing out that A side. There is one more player over toward the PD, and right back on the ball is zooming TMNT.
Palfius was able to get the camouflage, but was immediately traded. Glitchy shoots him down, so no camo for Passion United to work with to get back towards this ball. TMNT taking that lead late in this game. It's going to be up to Passion United to break the setup to continue on this oddball.
Taking a big push, and it leads to a 4 down for Passion United. Now the question is, are they going to play the ball? They're going to try to play the time here. It looks like they're going to try to
keep
end
putting
it.
time on. I think you get a little bit more time. You try to get yourself a comfortable lead, then whenever the push happens, you play that ball out once again. So often you see players try to play the clock a little bit too early, and all it takes is one break, and you essentially play the other team for yourself. The other team has too much of an advantage. So far, I think fantastic work from TMNT, right? They pick up that ball, they wait for the push of Passion United, then they throw that ball out. And now you can feel a lot more comfortable just playing around that ball. So far, fantastic work from TMNT, and Slays always the top priority for them. They just outslayed Passion United, clear and simple. That was their win condition in this game.
TMNT taking that game 3 2-0, and now just one game away from advancing forward are TMNT. Now we gotta find out if Passion United have it in them. We've already seen one game 5 in the previous series, and that was pretty fun. And we see another game 5 here. It starts with Live Fire Strongholds coming up next.
Well, the problem for Passion United is the game that they won was a game where they had to make a big comeback at the late stages. TMNT in every game that we've seen thus far have just been able to outslay, outperform. I mean, look at Glitchy's stat line: 26 kills, 22 assists. Just look at that assist column. How are you supposed to be the team that's playing this well together?
That is quite impressive. I mean, I love that stat line right there. 26 kills, 22 assists. Another side of things, 31 kills and 15 assists with a 20.0 KDA. A little bit of 70% accuracy. Dude, Lido, he's been having one hell of a series so far against this Passion United roster.
Yeah, but don't let that distract you from the damage that we've seen being outputted. Maddie, remember, he had a big game for Passion United. Obviously wasn't enough for them to win, but 7,600, nothing to turn your nose at. But Zoom Doctor and Glitchy putting up about 7,500 a piece there as well. So big damage dealers for their team. And oftentimes I think that's a stat we get too caught up on the kills, on the accuracy, when really the stat that matters, right, is that damage dealt. Just putting damage on map, it's more than the damage that you take. More times than not, you're gonna win a game.
Big win come out of TMNT. Now we're gonna find out how good are they at closing out a series. I feel like going up 2-1 is obviously impressive, and maybe to them, they probably felt like this could have been a 3-0 with that only a 1 kill difference in that game. Number 2 was Passion United that really came out crazy in that game number 2, and they're gonna have to do something just as crazy on Live Fire Strongholds, because as far as slaying and objective efficiency, I feel like it's leaning towards TMNT right now, and obviously game 4 is an objective.
And the big thing for Passion United, right? Get your slays, play your process. Don't overheat when you get your slays. So often what we see is teams get those 2-3 down, and they just try to do a little bit too much after that. It's important to still play strong, fundamental Halo after you have your big pop-off moments. Not everyone has to be flashy, right? It's so often it's fun to try to replicate what we see from a Renegade or a Bound, but at the end of the day, if you play clean Halo, you're gonna win.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it could be the final time that we see Passion United. I know Pure Delight is in the chat. He's gonna make some noise for his boys. We're gonna find out, will it be enough to carry them into a game number 5, or will TMNT grab every single camouflage like it felt like they did on Streets? That's one thing that has to change for PU, for Passion United. They have to get eyes on camo. They have to take it away, keep it out of the hands of Valkyrie and TMNT.
Oh, this is another big map that's happening on the other side. That's also a qualifying match. Ascending Baseline made their way through, and from their side of the bracket, they've been able to put up a substantial lead. Look at this, up 1-0 in the series this far, and having a dominant start to the game as well. As Slavonic, Bowman, Ivanai is really turning heads. I mean, look at this, Clutch Academy just keeps going 4 down.
15-4 lead in favor of Ascending Baseline. And we gave a little shout out to Pure Delight, his community earlier. Well, we got to give a shout out to Clutch Academy too. While we at everybody getting shout outs right now. Some amazing communities doing some amazing things, making it deep within today's tournament. But right now, Ascending Baseline, dominant performance as we switch gears over towards Bone, who hasn't even died a single time this game.
You ever play some Clutch Academy 8s?
I'll be honest, I actually haven't played much 8s at all, which is crazy because in Halo 5, all I did was play 8s, and now I'm like, because I'm streaming now, I'm like, I'm just a matchmaking kid.
Right, I mean, how dare you play 8s? That's out of the question.
But the problem when I play 8s, like, I'm like so like in the game, and I don't want to like, I don't want to talk to, yeah, I don't want to talk to chat while like, you know, while my teammates are like, you know, sweating and putting money on the line. So I feel like for me, 8s isn't the best, because then I don't talk to my community and then they get mad at me. Some way, somehow, I'm gonna make somebody mad.
It's like Clutch Academy 8's pretty fun. They got like a whole Discord system where you can like join up and join a queue. It does all the work for you. I've been wanting to play. I play occasionally. I'll say oftentimes I'll go in there and I'll be, they're playing 8s. I'll be, I gotta wait till they don't have an 8s lobby going on, just because there's always an 8s lobby going on. I never want to break up the love between the 8 players that are playing, but maybe I gotta get a little bit more active on it. That being said, Tony, come play some 8s, bro. It's just, I know you stream too much, bro. You gotta take a vacation one of these days. Get yourself in an 8s lobby.
For sure. I actually miss it. I feel like playing 8s and playing matchmaking is just totally different worlds. You have more players communicating, trying to get on the same page, doing their thing. It's beautiful. It's so much more fun than matchmaking, which sometimes can be a little rough. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Here we go, trapped into the back base. The collapse coming through once again. Ascending Baseline has just been maneuvering massively on this map. No problems for them, and Clutch Academy just so often they see themselves going down in multiples. I think that's been their problem thus far. They just haven't been able to have 4 players looking at the same thing at the same time.
It's tough. It looks like it might just be a state-tacular here. I mean, 7 more kills needed for Ascending Baseline to close out this game number 2. Still seeing some life shown by Clutch Academy. They're not going to give up easily, even though things look bleak. A 30 kill deficit, they're still going to give it all right to the very end.
That's the big thing, right? I mean, sometimes the game just doesn't go your way, and I think that's this game clearly, right? You came out the gate going 4 down 4 times in a row. You know you're not gonna win it. Just try to find something to give yourself a little bit of momentum going into round 3, going into game 3.
Why don't we switch gears over towards our Passion United and TMNT matchup? As obviously this game just started. You know, obviously a little bit of one-sided that Ascending Baseline matchup, but right now, Passion United with the double cap, both Alpha and Bravo belongs to them. And in camouflage, okay, this is much better for Passion United than we saw in that game 2. Or excuse me, game 3, excuse me.
TMNT, they're playing for the shirt cap right away. It's gonna be at the it's gonna be up to Balfius to hit a big shot, and well, big shot he does hit. He goes down to 1, but he's gonna be at least able to keep that home base secured for his team. Unfortunately, it's just too much of an island, right? I would like to see him play a little bit more passive there until his teammates can start moving up towards him. Gets awfully aggressive with that sniper and throws it into the hands of Lide, which is a shame because you see Passion United get 3 kills on the other side. How dominant would their position be if they also got this set up and had that sniper in the back pocket to work with?
MNZ momentarily having that double cap, but it is Passion United right back on the ball. Meanwhile, Lido right back to doing Lido things. Huge plays coming out of him, but at least to a 3 down for TMNT and Passion United. Glitchy Hopping right on one stronghold. Meanwhile, Zoom, he wants Bravo.
So far, Bastion United just, it seems as if they're not the ones that are able to dictate the pace too often in this game. When they do, they haven't been able to do it for long periods of time. I'd like to see them just get one strong setup, right? Get yourself a setup, get yourself your crosses, try to make this, try to get into that trip cap situation. This is their opportunity right here. Get these big kills, get yourself a trip cap, and try to put out a knockout blow early in this game.
25-13 in favor of Bastion United as Maddie triple his assist that he does kills right now. The man is being unselfish, putting down damage, staying alive, and allowing his teammates to shine there. But as I say that, he does get shut down. Into the black screen here, but Jesus, the final player alive from Bastion United, grabs camouflage, but TMNT grab a triple cap.
Jesus, using that jump, man. I gotta get myself in the lab, Tony. I see everyone hitting this jump these days. They make it look too dang easy, and well, this has been a devastating result for Bastion United. Look at how aggressive TMNT have been on this trip cap, and right now, Bastion United, big focus for them. You just gotta get together. You're gonna be spawning all across the map. Look at how spread out they are, and they don't have any control. This is a recipe for a prolonged trip cap. You got Jesus at tunnel, you got your other players over at A. They just don't have any space. Like, they don't have that connected space.
TMNT winning a lot of these slay battles, whether it's individual or team oriented. It's still TMNT. They're slaying out. Now another triple cap for them, 89-47 lead. By the time Bastion United take away Charlie, it's great, but they need a lot more than that. They need to get their kills. They need to push forward. They need to push TMNT back, and a squad wipe for Bastion United.
So what they've been waiting for, an opportunity to get back into a trip cap situation. You have the sniper in your team's possession. You cannot let this opportunity slip by. Find the big kills, keep TMNT from being able to quickly get out of the stranglehold that you have.
Ooh.
One more.
She's with the body shot.
For the people.
Into the bandit for the kill. Alpheus gets aggressive on there. Portal's right back. Try to avoid that nade damage. Finally, they take down Valkyrie. And oh my god. Glitchy loses his head courtesy of Bejesus and his killing spree.
Nice, great job. I mean, that's a hard shot to hit on the head. Glitch just perfectly nails those shots. Bejesus doing fantastic work thus far for his team, and just like that, Bastion United are right back in this game, and they might just be looking to take a lead as well. TMNT have no ability to play forward. Look at them, they're going down. The big thing is they're going down in staggers. As 2 players spawn up, 2 players go down. This is a dangerous trip cap that has the potential of landing lasting much longer than TMNT have anticipated.
But Jesus is flying right now, and I'm loving every bit of it. Clearly, he had his nutcase this morning. Make sure you use code LVT.
Yeah, $5 off. Get some Ninja's nut. Camo in, live day. Gonna have an opportunity just like that. A trip cap swapped into the hands of TMNT. It all started with the triple kill from Lide. He's gonna be able to follow it up with even more camo in his hands. Just one away from the killing spree. He will get it 5 in a row.
3 down go Bastion United. Trip cap for TMNT. Lido with the camouflage. Bastion United was starting to heat up just a bit, but now it's TMNT's turn. Bravo about to change hands. Apparently not Zoom with the kill. The reset of TMNT continue to put points on the board.
Fantastic work from Light. I mean, this guy's just been perfectly maneuvering this map, and once again, he's gonna find himself a 3 kills in a row. This guy's getting pretty close to a frenzy at this point. Ah, no, I just had to say it. I honestly, that's for you, PD.
We're just like biasly casters cursing here. Like, what is going on?
He's too much of a problem. I'm waiting for that. I'm waiting for that check to come into the mail, though. Those conversion rates might better be right, PD. 152-137.
TMNT still have the lead at the moment here, and now starting to get the slays as well. But Jesus, Popping that portal. Comes right back in, but Lido ready for that one. 4v2 situation. Ash United should be hopping on Bravo. Never mind. They're not. They're 3 down. They are not hopping on Bravo. I'm sorry.
Where are they supposed to be?
I thought they were hopping on Bravo.
Sorry, I see them all on
not.
the respawn screen. That's
That's on me. My bad. They should spawn on Bravo.
Oh, so far Lido, it's not letting him spawn anywhere. 25 kills for his team thus far. He's about to rack up a couple more. Oh my god, this guy's in the flow state.
Snipe in the hands of Lido. 26-9 right now.
Think he's gonna miss?
All series long has been crazy. I mean, he doesn't miss. It's impossible. Watch this. He doesn't miss.
5 in a row. He went from I think he got 8 in a row into another 5 in a row. This guy, that might be the best stretch of Halo you're gonna see all day.
I mean, the man was shooting a 70% accuracy in that one game. Crazy. As we're switching.
What are you doing, Glitchy? Okay, look. You guys might have a big lead. This game's not over yet. You can't be doing your 360s. This is a big opportunity for Passion United. They send up 4 down. They're working on a trip cap of their own, and well, Bigelow sees the spawn. They have an opportunity to win this fight at A. You can keep TMNT in a stranglehold.
Ooh. Bigelow coming out with the pivotal battle, leading to a 4 down for TMNT and a trip cap for Passion United. It can be flipping and jumping around doing 360s, no more for TMNT. The comeback now has become very real here. If TMNT don't execute, they may just lose it. They may just get upset and maybe sent to a game 5. Passion United have the lead.
This reminds you of any game that we've seen in the series thus far. Up massive, you start to see the comeback happen. See if the Passion United can force it once again. Just 20 more seconds. Maddie was a huge gunfight. The perfect reverse he at the back of green might just be enough. You got one more push if you're TMNT.
It was Maddie, the main damage dealer of that last game, and we saw him win another important battle. They're out the green side, and now with the 3 down for TMNT, I don't see anybody in position to be able to push in towards the strongholds. We're going to a game 5.
Okay, so you got, I think 1 player went positive. Let me go check the screen real fast. No, 2 players. 2 players went positive. Okay. Let's see, if 1 player goes positive and you win a game, that's a pretty big deal. But it just shows you how powerful the trip cap is, right? They got the trip cap, and at the same time that they got the trip cap, they went 4 down. Just a massive blunder from TMNT. I think maybe got a little too caught up in how good they had been playing, that you got to realize at any point in time a team can make that comeback.
That's what Stronghold's all about. Once you stop that enemy team from scoring, it can really snowball against you or snowball in your favor. And we're taking a look at some of the stats, and we saw Lido with that 29 kills, and we saw him really just flying almost all game long, but eventually Passion United, like you said, only needed 1 trip to really be the difference, and that's just good Halo. That's why we love Strongholds.
It's always great to see that the trip cap. It's so satisfying when you get it in and you're able to hold on, and it's honestly, I think, the win condition for every team that plays Strongholds. Whenever you see a team win, especially when they don't win in the slays, it's because at some point in that game they're able to establish a dominant trip cap.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to a game 5. You know what that means. We're throwing 12 minutes on the clock, and it's gonna be first to 50 kills. In order to take the lead, we land here on Recharge, where you got a bit of shock rifle action, you got a little bit of that camouflage, and plenty of resources around the map to help you take advantage and take control of the most important powers and power weapons here. One team will be advancing forward and going, or at least are they going to Thursday, or that one this is a Thursday matchup, right?
This is a Thursday, yeah.
This is a day 2 matchup right now. I don't know why it took me to now to just realize it.
Here we go, Glitchy. This is aggressive plays down into that camouflage, and Lido trying his best to capitalize off that damage, but Passion United gets some big kills, and the big thing that comes from this is that camouflage, I believe, is still on the floor, and Passion United should have quicker access to grab this.
It's gonna be Bigaloo. I mean, now with this camouflage, we saw how dominant TMNT were on streets because of these camos, so even out of your hands and giving yourself an opportunity, use this to your advantage, but tries to be a bit of a sneaky snake. Richie spots him on his way over toward the drop wall, only trade there. But Jesus stays alive, and so the Zoom and TMNT daring Passion United to push up through the gold side.
I think the next strategy you have to do is whenever you see a camo player, you can't stop sprinting. You keep sprinting. You make it seem as if they don't know you. Jump over the head. Go for the ninja. Every time I see a player stop, they're like, oh, the camo player just knows. It's like, ah, they spotted me. Time to start shooting. But if you kept sprinting, right, Tony? Think about it. The 5-head plays that you could make.
Sure. I agree 100%. I also agree with Lido having the shock rifle right now. 1-1 already. Maddie stuck in between a TMNT sandwich. It was a 4v1 right there. Jeez.
I think he's picking up right where he left off, right? Lido had him in a huge game, a 29 kill performance where he went double-digit positive. Now, starting off this game, 5 kills to just 2 deaths. He's been playing fast. He's been playing aggressive. My only concern, right, is just giving up a couple too many easy deaths because you overheat. Big thing I think for players in that up and coming amateur scene or that semi-professional area is to know that you have that professional talent on your sticks, but you can't overheat. You can't try to do too much with your life. But Lido, man, he's been in control of everything so far. He's got a camouflage for his team, and now has an opportunity to potentially stack up a few more kills.
Remember, Lido, if you get spotted with camouflage, just ninja the enemy. Ninja all of them.
Ready? First one.
And, right here. If you get spotted, you got ninja. It's a ninja! Ninja! Come on, Lido.
See, like if you ninja him, you don't take any damage, man. He doesn't pick you up.
Just ninja him.
Just ninja him. Be like Ninja, bro. Get yourself a nutcase. Pop
you
it
are
open.
a nutcase.
$5 off LVT. Drink a little bit, and then go for the ninjas, bro. Make Blevins happy.
21-17 lead in favor of TMNT. Zoo does a great job of getting down to cover, getting his shields back. Living to get another engagement, but multiple different angles onto him leads to him being removed off of the map. It may be a 2-kill lead for TMNT. Passion United, they have space, they have a shock rifle. I'm liking their positioning at the moment.
Right now, TMNT, for them, that make Passion United make the play, in my opinion. Don't try to give them something too free on this push, especially with a shock rifle. As much ammo in the shock rifle as there is, he plays like that, right? When you start maneuvering on the map, there was no reason for you to try to force something in that situation. I think you should have tried to make Passion United get those kills instead of allowing Maddie to get you on those crosses.
Maddie, you dirty dog! You dirty, dirty dog! Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. I screamed a little bit. My neighbors are probably gonna wake up right now. I was not expecting him to rip apart the pieces of TMNT, and now his team seemingly feeding off of that momentum. 26-22 lead. Passion United have control. They now have a camouflage as well.
That's scary. TMNT, they've had control of the series, basically all series long, or it felt like every game they've had these big leads, and now for the first time, Passion United, when it matters most, game 5 situation, they're the ones that are controlling the pace of the game.
Camouflage in the hands of Maddie is 2 in a row here for Passion United, and they're going to use that to take 2 quickly down for TMNT. The rest of the 2 players for TMNT are still getting aggressive toward the gold side and running into their death. They are just death walling into Passion United, who now have a 9-kill advantage.
Well, it's been a big run for Passion United. The big problem for TMNT is they haven't been trading any of these kills.
What a stick. Oh my god. Yo, what a stick. Dude just crap out of a grenade. Ends up hitting the stick Marty Dom, and Vegeta's is able to take down Zoom, and every passing second that goes by goes in favor of Passion United. We're getting dangerously close towards their end game.
If you're gonna come back, you have to start now. Yeah, before I'd say you have until the 44, 45 kill mark, right? That's usually when the game is like a little bit too easy just to play trade for trade. Okay, I was about to say that's a big kill by Glitchy to find the shock rifle player and to force a one-on-one that doesn't get traded. Now you have the weapon that's gonna make this game possible for your team.
Put a 32 advantage, still in favor of Passion United, but you can't get overzealous. TMNT feels I didn't come back at any given moment. You give him an inch, they'll take mild. Glitchy down to one shot. Why is he still alive right now? Palfius hearing the call out, getting aggressive towards it, trades out his life in order to do so, but every trade right now works in favor of Passion United, who have just about almost a 10 kill advantage and their third camouflage in a row.
Yeah, I really like that play from Palfius. Like, yeah, you end up getting traded, but work on that information that's known. Try to ensure you get that pick. Once you get a pick, it's about simplifying the game state, right? So often you've seen those 4v4 situations, the tension on the board's just a little bit too much. If you offer up that pawn trade, you can oftentimes get that maneuverability that you've been looking for and just make the game simple, right? And when you have such a big lead, that's a big thing, right? Get the rooks, get the bishops off the board, make this a simple end game.
Palfius takes down Valkyrie. Turns into a 4v2, and Glitchy goes down as well. One more kill. It's gonna be Zoom, who's getting chased down by multiple members of Passion United. The upset, the body disrespect. They're going to day 2.
Man, it's fantastic work. That run that we saw was just fantastic from them. They played aggressive. They were in their face, and well, a little bit of a nutty bag at the end. Popping open his nutcase in celebration. $5 off with your code LVT today. And Passion United, well, they'll be suiting up on Thursday. Yo, Maddie, the boys, well, the PD, you better be shipping all these guys a case. I better be seeing a nutcase in every one of their hands come this next tournament. Get them situated. You know what I'm saying? $5 off each one of those orders. That's easy enough.
I mean, it only makes sense. That matchup, that win, was absolutely nuts. And if Pure Delight and Passion United had a code, I'd be using their code for some nut games right now.
I'd be using LVT's code, bro. I don't know what you're talking about, Tony. We stay on the LVT code.
I'm just trying to give them a shout out for winning the matchup.
And then
the matchup, we use code LVT.
They got to see them on the screen. You know that's their code. The code for the nutcase so is LVT. Pure tonight knows
they
what's
don't
up.
even have a code. Just let them have. Ladies and gentlemen, make sure you use code LVT whenever you buy nutcase, and make sure
Damn right.
you show some love to Passion United as well. We're all united in this. Pure Delight, Passion United. That was a great win, and man, dude. I mean, in my opinion, TMNT went into that matchup and they looked like the favorites. They were playing some clean Halo, and at some points it could have been a 3-0, but Passion United come out and pull off an upset, maybe the one of the tournament.
Looks like we still got a few more matches to go. Stop the Glaze versus Last Minute. This is the last match of the day. Will be up next. Passion United able to unite everyone through their gameplay, and hopefully we can unite everyone through a bit of nutcases. You know, just a little bit nut to go around for everyone over there. $5 off. Go to OVT. We'll be back with our last match of the day.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. It's your HCS Open. And our final matchup for today, we need to find out who's going to that day 2. This tournament will conclude on Thursday. And we have another exciting matchup on Why Not Be Reckless, aka Why Not Be Casting. I got my man Tools cast with me. Tools, how have you felt so far about today's tournament?
You know, it's been a lot of interesting games thus far. Obviously seeing the new rosters, like Complexity's new roster, the ups and downs that they had. The last match was super intriguing to me just because we saw a game where one team felt dominant throughout most of the games, 4 of the 5 games, and ended up losing the series, right? So maybe see a little bit more of some of that action. The team that gave Complexity some troubles early in the bracket here was Stop the Glaze. Complexion in the crew had one of the quickest games of CTL that I've ever seen against a partner team, just 3 minutes into a game, and they were able to run away with a lot of firepower on this roster.
You see that firepower leads to a 4 down for the latest minute.
Enemy team
Switching gears over towards Collective. Complexion gets away with Camouflage and Shock. Nemesis and Adversary are gonna find that out the hard way. Perfect shot to the dome, almost takes down the second. No time being started here for Stop the Glaze. Meanwhile, Lightest Minute trying to come off a spawn and push out of the A side of the map.
Complexion trying to do as much damage as he can in that middle of the map. Impressive job from him just to stay alive. He used that grapple to really just give himself that little bit of elevation to cut off that line of sight. And, well, staying alive and keeping that shock rifle in his hands is priority number 1. And he's on a well-timed flank again, behind Nemesis. He'll find that first, and he's going to find another kill. Now, obviously, just a great job from him just to be behind enemy lines at all points in time.
Almost done with the progression as far as this hill. Complexion takes height over toward the Battler side. Looks like Nemesis and Lightest Minute recognize the situation. They may be playing toward the A side, or excuse me, the C side. They may be playing towards this next hill.
And that's about as clean as you can get a hill. Only about 50 seconds of neutral time coming off the clock. Dominant. I don't think Lightest Minute was able to even step in the hill, and that we saw that secure. And even though they rotate early, so far it's been a lot of back and forth between these two teams that I think is, in my opinion, gonna go to Stop the Glaze. Yeah, they don't have control of that hill yet, but so far I feel like they've had a pretty good chance of breaking in the way that they've been playing.
Question hasn't died a single time just yet. Killing sprees for him as he plays forward. Nades are landing right at his feet, and his Nemesis awarded the kill for that one. Looney immediately taking hill time and Stop the Glaze go 3 down.
A great job by Lightest Minute not to get too caught up on that push, right? You saw that first pick go for Stop the Glaze. They trusted that they'd be able to get them on the cross into the hill, and well, this has been a quick response from them. Impressed that they were able to really stop that momentum that we saw from Stop the Glaze early in this game.
Lightest Minute able to tie things up. Plenty of time on the board as the hill moves towards the Whirlpool side of the map. It looks like Stop the Glaze have early positioning towards it, and Complexion putting on some early pressure. Shut down by Nemesis, but 3 down goes Stop the Glaze, and looks like Adversary and Lightest Minute broken this A spawn.
Fantastic work once again from Lightest Minute. They've done a great job at collapsing and finishing the wipe, right? They're not letting players stay alive for that extra couple seconds. That makes things a little bit more mixy. I think that's the reason why they've had the success that we've seen in the second and third hill thus far.
Enemy team took the hill.
Pushing down to 1 shot, but somehow still alive. Chases all the way down to the triple stack side of the map. There is a 1-shot player, was a 1-shot player, and then Looney gets behind us. So excellent job by Nemesis to stay alive, and Looney to get the back smack to keep him alive. And now they've set their sights for the A side, but back-to-back kills. Those nades crazy out of Squilly and Collective. Both teams wanting not just the hill, but the spawn as well.
And this is where it gets scary for Lightest Minute, and how you have Camouflage in the hands of Collection. Great job to minimize that harm that can be done from him, but we saw some great map control at the time for Stop the Glaze, but once again, lightest minute, man. Every time it feels like they come up to the strong opposition since the first hill, they found some important kills. They've been able to neutralize the damage and get control. It's thoroughly impressed thus far.
He gets a kill, and once gets his shields back, immediately pushes a direct route through batteries. Leaderness with the kill towards the east side, and does have an opponent in Advocacy. Advocacy immediately finds the nearest exit over toward the gold side, and his team a 3-man push on a lightest minute toward the gold side, and Leaderness running into 2 members of the boys in blue.
Squilly has a decision here. Do you even try, or do you really just set yourself up for success on this next hill? Lightest minute, they have just such strong control, and yeah, for them, this is just move to next. Squilly, I'd like to see him get that top glass control, work on getting damage on these players that are going to try to cross early.
It was the first hill that belonged to Stop the Glaze, but back-to-back kills answered by Lightest Minute, who's just gone 3 down. Stop the Glaze, definitely going to take advantage of that full squad wipe.
And now this is where you have a really potent setup, right? Gunplexion is going to be able to watch any exit from A with the shock rifle. You just have someone make sure no one gets behind him easy enough, and well, you're going to have a recipe for success here already halfway throughout this hill. On a hill that's relatively open, you'll take those moments when you can.
Big kill out of Collective onto Nemesis. Although now he's the final player alive, was after Fatty, or before Fatty's double kill there. It clears things out for the lightest minute, right back on that hill. About halfway done with it to Stop the Glaze, but lightest minute starting to gain control.
There we go. Stop the Glaze. Once again, have that position. They have this long haul. They have that outlet towards glass. They've been able to get great amounts of time because of it. And, well, no one can come in from the backside because Gunplexion just has been locking it down with this camouflage shock rifle combination. Double kill for him, and Stop the Glaze getting everything that they need in that round.
Gunplexion now has camouflage, well, had camouflage, but now still has the shock, I should say. Looks like one burst in it and Stop the Glaze. Some early time here. Lightest minute want to get him out of that hill as quickly as possible, but Squilly gets himself a bit of a trade. Complexion now making sure that nobody peeks out of the top A side, takes down Nemesis, stays alive, and look how much time Stop the Glaze were able to accumulate before lightest minute get him out of the hill.
They've done a great job just controlling that back side of the map. Eventually that break's going to come through when Gunplexion has to be kicking himself a little bit. He's like, I thought my team was okay. I left that area a little bit quicker than I would have liked, and well, now lightest minute have a great setup. It's going to be up to getting that opening pick, right? God, he's going for it, man. Taking that tough long range fight, but able to get him one shot, hoping that's going to be enough to allow them to push forward.
Light has been about tying things up as far as hill progression. In fact, with the double kill off screen, Gunplexion, final player alive, killing spree for him, but it ain't gonna be enough to stop Fatty and lightest minute. They're so close to taking this hill. Leaderness, the first one to push up, hesitates just a bit to wait for his teammates to come off and spawn. The collapse will have to happen now if they want to deny this find this third hill from lightest minute. It's a 3-2 lead. Lightest minute steal away that bottom mid hill. Stop the Glaze, end up getting squad wiped here, but in fact he was not able to get away with Camo.
Lightest minute just did a great job of denying access, right? There wasn't really an opportunity for Stop the Glaze to even step in that hill, and that's because the space that they took and the routes that they were forcing Stop the Glaze to take. When you don't get those kills and you don't have quick access, it's just so easy for a team to accumulate that time. But we've seen multiple times now where Stop the Glaze have strong responses to some of these hills being captured. They get 4 down, camo, shock rifle in the hands once again of Gunplexion, the second time in a row that you've given this man an opportunity to help his team secure a hill.
Perfect.
17 and 8 right now. The man's only died 8 times this entire game. Stop the Glaze, find himself down by 1. Not for long if they continue to play like this. 3 down for lightest minute. Stop the Glaze. Huge round of slays.
And now Gunplexion has to be thinking, okay, this team's going to be rotating. They're not going to try to contest this anymore. What can I do? And well, he's going to try to get himself a high vantage point to look into those next power positions and try to find that opening pick to allow his team to push up.
Enemy team took the hill.
Down to one shot. He wanted to grapple towards the top white position on the map, but didn't have the shields in order to do it. Tied up at 3 apiece. This next capture will determine who wins this game, and the melee doesn't register, doesn't need it to apparently. But Nemesis and Factory with some cleanup kills. And lightest minute, the man advantage. Swilly loses his life.
All right, this is exactly what we saw at the start of the game. Stop the Glaze were able to control that first hill, but this the second hill was what was backbreaking to them. They never even really had a chance to stop it, and well, the same looks to be happening once again. Big gunfights for lightest minute.
One, as close as it was, as fun as it was to watch, as any indication of what the rest of the series is going to look like, I promise you, we go into a game 5. That was as close as it could get. A little bit of back and forth action. Both teams had control. Both teams made mistakes. And it leads to a game number 2 with, I feel like, more questions than answers there. As we take a look at some of the stats, some of the damage that being put on the map. Squilly, over 6k damage. You know, well above anybody in the lobby. Still wasn't enough to get him a win in that King of the Hill.
That's fantastic damage from him, though. I mean, great game, and honestly, it's a little surprising to see the scoreline when you look at that damage output that this team had, right? That we had like 3 players having over 5k in that game. Seemed like they were finding big important kills. Gunplexion was running around with that shock rifle sniper shock rifle camo combination. But at the end of the day, the setups that Nemesis and the crew had were just impossible to break.
Full team effort in order to close out that one. We're taking a look at still some of the highlights. And you talked about that camo shock combination. Deadly. And to be honest with you, I actually thought it was going to go in the way of Leaderness and crew. Like it looked really good at times. Like even that squad wipe right there. This is perfect control, and still, 3-2 advantage. The comeback on batteries was nice, but it wasn't enough. Stop the Glaze. It was Stop the Glaze that couldn't exactly get that final hill. Lightest minute steal it. Will they still overshield here in game 2?
I like this from Gunplexion. Don't get you caught up on the overshield itself. Work your way into the overshield. Allow your teammates to grab it, get the damage necessary for your team to have a strong start. They're going to be able to take that 2-kill advantage early on and have a little bit of those extra shields to work with to try to push their advantage.
Just wants to push right up toward the top car side. Presence being felt on the P and the car side here from Stop the Glaze. Lightest minute. To find that out, Leaderness no longer with the extra shields to work with, but Stop the Glaze that have a man advantage, so they're going to continue to press forward. Leaderness being the tip of the spear on this attack at the moment. Takes a bit of high ground, can't exactly get the melee. Lightest minute, weathering the storm for at least a bit, but it still eventually leads to a 3 down and a 4-kill lead for Stop the Glaze.
Gunplexion is playing awfully aggressive. His life here. He's been maneuvering on that bottom map. Oh, he's been seeing a lot of sprinting, a lot of finding players out of position because of his movement and how fast he's been maneuvering into these spots. Fantastic double kill right here from Gunplexion to allow his team just to keep that control. And Gunplexion has been really flying around on these low sight lines.
He's spotted. He's going to be dealt with. Lightest minute. Take a man advantage once again. Actually, now a 3v1 scenario. Lightest overshield is coming up. That's going to put Lightest minute in fantastic position to grab a hold of it.
The next overshield coming up, you will want to get this thing to solidify your lead, but Leaderness able just to get away with it. That has to be a tough pill to swallow for Lightest minute, man. They got the kills necessary. They had 2 down in that moment, but they weren't quite able to secure that overshield. That overshield is going to be enough to maintain the lead for Stop the Glaze. Great job by Leaderness to steal away an overshield.
Yeah, not gonna lie, thought those kills, thought that position was gonna lead to Lightest minute grabbing hold of that OS, but I guess there was a few seconds for Stop the Glaze to be able to slay out and steal it away. So 20-17, make it an 18 lead for Stop the Glaze, but once they lose a hell of that overshield, Lightest Minute take over once again, and now just a 1-kill game, and Lightest Minute still have the advantage and spacing on the map.
20 apiece, evened up. Lightest Minute, I've been impressed with how they've been keeping themselves in this game, right? They've been denied 2 overshields now, and you're still within a couple kills. Keep that momentum up, and suddenly you get that next overshield. You can see yourself starting to control the pace of this game.
Things are going down. Your complexion trying to change the rest of the crew over toward the fridge side. Not all of them had already pushed up, but there was one straggler behind. Still, while running away, get themselves a double kill. A huge play coming out of Gunplexion, and Looney just ate himself.
Enemy halfway to
Just a little bit, but great priorities from Gunplexion, right? You get shot in the back, a little unfortunate when you think about it in that spot, but what does he do? He pushes on. He says, okay, I know I have the timing still on this flank. Let me play a spot where I can get these kills and then try to isolate that angle from the player that's following behind. Ends up going plus positive for his kills, for his team's kills in that engagement, and that's all you can really ask for in a Slayer.
As noticed on the screen, Collective is 13-6 at the moment. I'm still mad there's no assist on the board for him, but that's quite a stat line coming out of him as we switch gears towards him. Obviously, it just took a well-placed grenade by Lightest Minute, but notice all of them are stuck in the fridge like leftovers right now, being surrounded as not the glaze are going to immediately push forward through that Gunplexion with the overshield, confident enough to push right through. A 34-27 lead now for Stop the Glaze.
And the big problem for Lightest Minute is they just keep going down at the inopportune times. They don't have an opportunity to fight for that overshield because as it's coming up, they're all coming off a respawn in that fridge, and then it just makes the next step that much easier. We finally see a big lead spread out in this game, and I think largely due because of the overshield control of Stop the Glaze.
Now Collection really stepped up his stats as well. 9-6 right now. Love the 7 assists to go along with it. Huge kill and assist goes on the board. Lightest Minute able to take him down, but damage has been done. 6 kill advantage over Stop the Glaze as Advocacy gets the black screen as well. And Looney, former teammate of Gunplexion, gets himself a heat wave to work, which shuts him down. Right back, staying alive, wants to take to the high ground now. Lightest Minute not out of it just yet.
team nearing victory.
Wave doing good damage, but oh, Looney hoping to get that damage with that long-range heat wave shot, but I think those bullets were spreading like the Red Sea, man. They just split away, and that player gets away one shot, and that's going to be a devastating result for Lightest Minute. Stop the Glaze now with a substantial lead coming into this end game for them. It's just playing trades. Just don't give up any free deaths.
Kill advantage here for Stop the Lead. Stop the Glaze, excuse me. Ooh, big shutdown coming out of Advocacy. Team ends up going 3 down. He's going to be the first player that has to deny access to this overshield from Stop the Glaze. They have the advantage. If you can buy enough time, you see Lightest Minute already off of spawn. They're already pushing forward. Not sure exactly what happened with that overshield, but I know Lightest Minute getting the kills, and it's Complexion once again. Puts the overshield to work, gets himself a double kill, 3 kills away from tying up the series.
Gunplexion is just securing this for his team. Playing aggressive that overshield, find the isolated player, finish it off, get yourself one step closer. At 48 kills, you just know, just find the trades. The game's over, and there we go, 2 kills. Great job by Stop the Glaze. It was early, you know, back-to-back fights in the early game where they weren't quite able to take away that lead with those early overshields, but once they were able to secure that third one, it felt like it was just too much for Lightest Minute to handle. You gotta see a little bit more power-up control throughout that game for Lightest Minute. They'll have to go back to the board and figure out how to recover in this next oddball.
Take a look at some of these stats. 19-9 out of Collective. 3 assists to go along with. That's good for 11.0 KDA. Then you got Gunplexion with 15 kills and 10 assists. Literally contributed to half of the team's kills. If you add it up together, that's good for a 9.3 KDA. Definitely the leaders within that lobby right there. And large reason why they got a 9 kill advantage and able to take away that game number 2, which brings us to a swing game 3, where now they have the momentum.
Oddball. It's like I felt like that first game, even though Lightest Minute won it, it felt like it was still a game where Gunplexion's team had control for a lot of it. And that's what I want to see change in the Streets of Oddball for Lightest Minute. I want to see them come in and just have that control, win the game where it's not a steal away, you know, where it feels like they're controlling the pace, where they're getting the kills.
You know, we're looking for a fight. We're headed to the streets of New Mombasa, Oddball Streets. And I know you said, I don't know if you were too much of a fan as far as Streets the map, but you did still say you like Oddball on here. And I'm going to agree with you. I think Oddball still plays well here on Street.
I think it's great. I like the rotations. Camouflage adds like a little bit of I think that X factor that was needed on the map. I'm certainly glad I'm not getting shot by rockets anymore. I would say I would like to see either like a red gun or a shotgun removed, like one or the other, Tony. I don't know which one you prefer, but still, I think still just a little bit too much equipment on the map. But so far, I've been pretty happy with the changes. I think this map playing much better than it was in the past. So we're seeing an early ball grab for Stop the Glaze. They prioritize just grabbing the ball, and well, you see already that might not have been the best play. Collective, though, he might save it all. Triple kill for him, and a factor you can't hide. An unofficial over for Collective as he has 4 kills for his team before anyone puts another stat on the board.
There may be plenty of resources on the map, but apparently Collective doesn't need any of them in order to drop that triple. Beautifully played 4-0 start here for Collective, who also unselfishly jumps on the ball. He has all the kills for his team, and he's still on the ball. My ranked matchmaking teammates need to pay attention to that.
Leaderness is going to be able to control these players over at the commando with this shotgun. This is just masterful work from him, keeping 2 players preoccupied, trying to get that help to come through on the other side. Unfortunately, all that work not really going to mean much because his teammates just not able to find those slays. Lightest Minute able to get back control of this ball, but I'll say for a team that went 2 down right away, to get 26 seconds of opening oddball time, you can't complain too much. I'll say a very odd stat disparity between everyone on the team. Would like to see more of a team-oriented effort into the second half.
26-17 lead for Stop the Glaze, still having the advantage, and Leader's getting a back smack seemingly from the front there, but good enough for the kill and good enough for some ball time here for Leaderness to Stop the Glaze. Has that Stalker rifle, but doesn't need it to take down Advocacy. Notice active camouflage coming up. Both teams will change their attentions towards it.
Camouflage coming up. Leaderness is going to be the player to focus on. That red gun can stop anyone that tries to push for it, but instead of playing for the camouflage, Lightest Minute was putting a lot of pressure towards that driveway side to try to take down the power weapon user. They're going to be able to do so, and now the question is, where's the follow-up, right? You want to be able to get towards that ball quickly, and too many trades going down right now. And Gunplexion having camouflage as well, this is going to be some good ball time for Stop the Glaze.
Actually, using that camouflage to get the information first before committing to that damage. And that's some good damage onto 1, but more importantly, Lightest Minute forced to back down. Like a bit of a new angle, and that's so much ball time now being accumulated here by Stop the Glaze. It feels like this push has to work out for Lightest Minute in this engagement, but it's not. Down to 1 shot, able to take them down. That's a staggered 3 down, going for Lightest Minute and Stop the Glaze. They're still putting time on the board.
It was a 3-man push over on the B side for Lightest Minute. They had numbers advantage. Gunplexion tried to get there to help and tie, but he wasn't needed. They just win the fight. Simple as 2 players against 3, winning big gunfights, and Gunplexion's been playing fantastic in this isolation role, getting perfect kills, finding these players that are trying to milk out their time and getting aggressive now with this shotgun. Honestly, if he was able to get around that corner and stay alive, this could have been just one of the easiest rounds possible to Stop the Glaze. I think you got one more chance for Lightest Minute, but look at how forward the players for Stop the Glaze are on trying to take these fights.
88-17 lead, a dominant one here for Stop the Glaze, and I want to count Lightest Minute out, but something would definitely have to change. They have to slay out fast, and they need a clean setup. I'm talking multiple round of slays to get back into this one.
Complexion's just been patrolling. He has this natural sense of flow on the map that not many players have, and it ends up getting him kill after kill. Feels like we've really seen Complexion step up his game in this last year or so of competitive Halo. He is knocking on that door for some big results later this year.
That has been a still 10 points on the board right now. They have to play damn near perfect. One round of slays that goes the way of Stop the Glaze, and that could be it with the speed down for lightest minute. I assume Stop the Glaze want to hop on that ball, but Factory with the Stalker changes their attention for just a bit, just long enough for lightest minute to come off a spawn.
Right now, I'd be pretty concerned about that ball getting reset if I'm Stop the Glaze. It's been down on the ground for quite a bit of time, and lightest minute, they're well positioned to play for that reset. Oh, I've never seen the spike grenades do that much damage. Tony, what was that? That's like season 1 spike grenades.
I mean, well, first of all, he threw 2 of them, and he threw them at the exact angle, because you know the spike grenades, they do most of their damage when it's about
it was a mile away.
% angle. Well, that's because you got to do the math. You're not good at math. I knew the spike grenades would do that much damage because I know to the exact decimal how to take advantage of the spike grenades. Just simple math. Trajectories, Pythagorean theorem. Get used to it.
What is the Pythagorean theorem, bro?
A squared plus B squared plus C squared. Loser.
Are you positive?
Positive.
I heard. I'm sorry, Tony. I'll step off.
I went to college. I didn't graduate, but I went. I
showed up.
89-43 lead in favor of Stop the Glaze right now. 11 seconds away from taking this round number 1. But lightest minute. They've been putting on a last-minute effort, a last-second effort, it feels like, and they're slowly starting to crawl their way back into it as multiple fall for Stop the Glaze. In fact, he gets himself another camouflage.
Well, in fact, this is redemption time for him. He was having a rough start to this game, 1-7, now 4-3 in these last swings. Has that camouflage. I'd like to see him. You gotta be aggressive here. The other team's getting time, and I don't think they're gonna be able to get there in time. I think that camo had to be a bit more aggressive, but honestly, even if he is more aggressive, it's not really that big of a knock on him, just because I don't think he was gonna be able to do much with 3 players standing there, but didn't feel like there's many other plays to be made.
Just remind you guys, this is the final matchup here of the evening, and we're going to find out who is going to day 2. This tournament will conclude on Thursday, and as of right now, a swing game 3, tied up at 1 apiece, and Stop the Glaze, Complexion and crew, what they call the People's Champ, taking round 1.
4 down for in favor of lightest minute, and this is gonna be a quick ball hold. This is essentially what Stop the Glaze had early in round 1, where they were able to get it back into this base, able to set themselves up for this camouflage and play for. Now the big factor for lightest minute, if you want to have this prolonged hold, is just being able to secure that camo and getting away, or at least being able to neutralize the camo early on.
Going down once again for Stop the Glaze. Lightest minute played so well toward that second half of round number 1, excuse me. And the beginning of this round 2 has been kind of all them. 20 points unanswered here in favor of lightest minute, but against Stop the Glaze. Leaderness with the Stalker. He wants to win that 1v1, can't quite find the headshot onto Avicii, and now his teammates are starting to drop left and right. How does he navigate the situation? Well, it starts with a new angle, and it starts with Squilly having his back.
Yeah, you know, I respect Leaderness, because that's a man that knows how to listen. Every fight that he just engaged in right there was because of a call out that he was listening to. He developed on the map perfectly because of it. You saw him checking his backside a lot because he knew there was a player coming up on the flank, and his kills, big reason why they're able to be as set up as well as they are now. Look at how lightest minute have to fight through the map, all of them trapped at the back of C and having to funnel through the bandits of Stop the Glaze.
Also the reason why every one of his relationships have worked out. It just, man,
fantastic.
It just gotta listen.
If every relationship works out, does that just mean you've only ever been in one relationship?
I mean, it can go a different direction and not, you know, and still work out. You know, it could be a situation where maybe, you know, the two found out they weren't compatible, but you know, they ended up breaking up as friends and things were good. And, you know.
So you say
That's our
every
TED Talk.
relationship he has, even if it doesn't, you know, work out, they're still friends.
Exactly, and in that case, it still worked out. You know, they ended up separating amicably.
Enemy halfway to victory.
And now he's in a quadruple relationship.
He's in a throuple? Quadruple is that just like a variation, like 4?
Yes.
Are you saying his teammates? Are you saying he's in a relationship with his teammates?
We're done with this conversation.
All right, are we getting into the fan fiction section of our broadcast?
53-47 lead in favor of Lightest Minute at the moment. Stop the Glaze with some big kills, but it's Lightest Minute that are keeping them back. Earning this ball time. Leaderness wants to make a play here. Lightest Minute back on their setup.
They have their setup, but Stop the Glaze have pretty quick access to at least prevent them from getting too much ball time here, and I like how aggressive they are in that spot. Don't let the spawners of Lightest Minute get back to help. They break the setup immediately, and well, now you can start to see how far away Lightest Minute are. They're gonna have to work up the map in order to contest.
But that Stop the Glaze have just taken the lead only by 1 point at the moment. Trade out in lives lead to an advantage in favor of Stop the Glaze. 3 down, go Lightest Minute. A full squad wipe. Camouflage about to come up. This is not the time to go for it down.
They did get that C spot, so they had that quick access to deny Camouflage at least right away, but Stop the Glaze gonna throw that ball down and try to put their numbers towards Camo. I think they just, I hate to use the term overheat there because it didn't feel like it was an overheat, but definitely just not aware of those spawns. Gave up that early death on their way to Camouflage and allows Fact to get away with it. This feels like a big misstep, allowing Lightest Minute to get away with Camo, potentially work their way back into this round.
Fact with the high ground somehow gets to go onto Squilly. Still surprised that Lightest Minute were able to take so much control. This Camouflage for Facty. He gets stuck. Oh, big stick by Leaderness.
Always feels bad when you get that little oomph of damage and you see a sticky coming at you. No more camo, but still time being earned by Lightest Minute, and you got maybe 2 pushes here if you're Stop the Glaze to get this job done. The collective find those big important kills. The question is, where are the spawns from Lightest Minute, and what does this play ball look like?
6-77 advantage for Lightest Minute. Looking to send us into a round 3.
I like this. Be scrappy, right? Pick up this ball. You're so close to 100. Even though he's in the middle of the map, wide open with all these players looking at him, he's still getting that ball time.
Only 1 second separates the two. These slays so important, and Stop the Glaze start off with a bit of an advantage here. Collective. Oh, he's still alive. Big kill by Leaderness to cover his teammates back, and that's gonna be Stop the Glaze hopping on the ball. But Lightest Minute, they're not giving up. They're right on the attack off the spawn. A direct route towards the mid map leads into the bulldog of Leaderness. 3 down, go Lightest Minute, and into the setup they go. That might be it. Stop the Glaze taking the advantage here in the series.
I really like that play. When the ball was out in the middle, they pick it up, they start getting their time. The reason they do that, right, is that they win their fights on the next stage. They're going to be in prime position to win the game. They're making a play to win the game rather than not to lose. And fantastic work from Gunplexion and the crew. They've been looking fantastic thus far. A close game 1 loss followed up by like 2 pretty substantial wins as we go into the Strongholds.
Take a look at these stats here, and we're going right to the damage. And Squilly, once again, just being that main damage dealer for the crew. Even in the games where he doesn't have the most kills, he has still just been dominating the damage department. And by far the most in the lobby, even 600 over Nemesis on the other side of things, who obviously was very good for Lightest Minute, but Squilly, a damage dealer on the map.
Now we go into Strongholds, and it feels as if in this game we've seen better rotations. Okay, we've seen better rotations from Nemesis and the crew, right? Lightest Minute, I feel like they've been better on the rotations, but we've seen much better setup play from Gunplexion and Squilly. So I'm very curious how this Strongholds ends up because of this, because if you're gonna allow Nemesis and them to start running around this map and to cause mayhem and to be constantly working on that trip cap, I think that's how they're gonna win this game. Being quick, having a lot of those captures, and being fluid on the map. Gunplexion on the other side, though, if they can get that two cap, work their way into that death blow trip, right? So what you're gonna see is they're gonna get two, they're gonna set themselves on the map, and if they're able to get those early picks, then they'll play for their trip cap a little bit more, a little bit less flowy, a little bit less movement on the map, but still gonna look for that trip cap at all points in time. You're always looking for a trip cap on this map, on any Strongholds map, really. It's the way that you win these games.
Lightest Minute, we have our eyes set on you. What are you made of here? Because the last two games have gone in favor of Stop the Glaze, and something has to change right here, right now. You know, they say you don't have to be great at the start, but you got to start in order to be great. So if Lightest Minute, they start off hot, they come out swinging, maybe they can take this game. Maybe they can even take the series in a game 5.
Personalized delivery, a sniper down to back green. It will go into the hands of Leaderness, and their early setup for Stop the Glaze. And Leaderness is just trying his best to stay alive. He isolated in that fight. Eventually that sniper is going to be shifting hands, and it's been a chaotic start from both sides, but I think in chaos is where Lightest Minute's going to have success. They want to make this game a little bit mixy. They want to be quick on rotations.
Early lead for Stop the Glaze, but right now the Bravo Charlie setup belongs to Lightest Minute. That snipe shot belongs to Looney. Beautifully placed. A 4-in-1 start for Looney, and still has that portal and sniper combination to work.
Here's the steps. Wow, great job. He's got that headset cranked. Heard the footsteps over at Cuts. Moves back, and well, because he gets that early snipe shot in, it's an easy enough pickup for his team, but there's no follow-up play from there. That's what I've been trying. That's the biggest mistake from Lightest Minute, it feels like, so far in this series, is they get the setup, but they've been having a lot of trouble at just holding holding something like a 2 cap or an oddball hold, or that's where I want to see the improvement in this game.
Well, he finds the easy one-shot player. Active listening leads to a kill. Also leads to a 3 down for Lightest Minute. Trip cap in favor of Stop the Glaze. They may have been down in points, but not anymore. Stop the Glaze take the lead.
I like this from Schoolie. Play fast, try to clean up the damage that your teammates have done. Unfortunately, you know, you're bargaining for one, and sometimes there's two. Looney will find that easy cleanup, and already trying to get his team an outlet towards C. This is a big capture here because of camouflage coming up. If they're able to maintain that CA control, it's going to make grabbing this camouflage much easier. So these fights over towards A are going to be important, but it looks like they might just be content with giving up camouflage to the other team, understanding that we're going to work on that BC capture instead.
It's been right back under double cap setup here, and we do know that Sniper should be coming up, so now both teams have to navigate either defending or being offensive towards a stronghold, but also making sure you don't lose sight of that power up or the power weapon. 3 down, go Lightest Minute. Ooh. Looney! Oh my gosh, there's no shot.
Stuck the
There's
camo.
no freaking shot.
that was absurd. And then he catches Collective off spawn, peppers him down with the damage. Commando going full auto across the map. Big plays by Looney. Give early control to Lightest Minute.
I can't believe what I just saw to Looney and Lightest Minute right there. Look what it turns into. Gonna be a momentary trip cap and Stop the Glaze attacking Alva, but Avis getting easy 3 shots onto Complexion, was flying out there. 3 down once again for Stop the Glaze and Lightest Minute. They take the lead.
Nemesis really has the potential to put this game away early, in my opinion, with this sniper. And while you can see he's deadly with it. Come on, Gunny, you gonna try the same angle? He's already taken down one. You better take a different approach. And there we go. Gunplexion not daring to challenge Nemesis with this snipe.
92-67 lead in favor of latest minute at the moment here. Looks like Nemesis trying to sniff out the competition, finds Gunplexion, but with his back turned, the rest of Stop the Glaze are able to push through that. Alpha and Bravo now belong to Stop the Glaze, who lost the lead for a bit, but now have control.
Looney knowing that he has to go find that sniper player. Unfortunately for him, Squilly saw and said, hey, I'm just going to go up high, and he'll be able to get his shields back. Repulse. Is it enough? Oh, my God. Just set up the fadeaway shot instead. He's not going off the map. He's going to the respawn screen.
Yo. Okay, Squilly, I see you, baby. Looney was nasty with the sniper himself, but not able to hold on to it, and that's leading us finishing off back the Alpha and Bravo already in the hands of Stop the Glaze, but another triple cap. They have the lead, and they're being greedy.
Enemy has laid a
Leaderness getting behind the competition. I like that. I don't think he expected to have to hold on to that commando much longer. And here we go. This has been a trip cap that's been devastating to the side of Lightest Minute. Finally able to get themselves a home base, but the problem is that they're trapped. They don't have space to work with on this map, and Leaderness is getting ready to pounce if anyone spawns at B. The spawns come over to screens, but at the same time, you're not advancing your team's win condition by getting those kills at your home base. We need to see Lightest Minute get that space and start working for two.
170-98 lead in favor of Stop the Glaze, and they've been putting way too many points on the board for Lightest Minute to be comfortable. Trying to find some way to find an avenue towards Charlie, but not able to navigate properly. Still, Looney, he comes in, he takes down one, and that leads to a 4 down. Now it's Looney on the sniper. Now it's a trip cap out of Lightest Minute. No time wasted whatsoever right now. Well played by Lightest Minute.
This is where we can see the game change. They're going to make their play towards C. Looney has to take down 3. He has 1 sniper shot. None of them connect, and that's going to be an easy enough break for Stop the Glaze. Lightest Minute and their continued struggle on these setups. Costing them dearly there. Factory trying his best just to buy time over at B. He knows this push is coming.
Very small talking decision making that led to a 3-man push that allowed Stop the Glaze to immediately take away Charlie, but 2v2 scenario, one with Collective has to navigate while one shot. Shields are back up. Weapons are hot, and Squilly covers his back. Collective and Stop the Glaze right back on Bravo. Alpha as well. Lightest Minute, they're going to have to settle for Charlie.
enemy team scoring.
Slow, impatient Squilly waiting for where this action is going to come from, and this is probably the slowest the game's felt all series long. And here we go. He's heard where the damage is. They're trying to collapse in, and big fight for Lightest Minute. Squilly's just gonna let that one go. Says you guys can have A. I'll try to secure the spawns for my team over at C, and now it's a fight for camo.
Feels like this was a close match for so long during this game, but now Stop the Glaze are really starting to put some separation within the scoreboard here. And mind you, they're the ones that are up 2-1 in the series, 1 game, and they're advancing forward to day 2. Lightest Minute, they're the ones who need to answer back. Right now, they may just need a miracle at the moment here because they're falling too quickly, going down for Lightest Minute, which could be the last round of Slay, the last engagement. Advocacy with this camouflage has to retreat towards Charlie. Doesn't get the backsmack, so ends up being taken down. Stop the Glaze have done it. They may be going to day 2.
Yeah, they just hit the out rotation at the end, and the setups were pure. 3-1. They'll move on to Thursday, and fantastic work by Gunplexion and the crew. Stop the Glaze playing terrific Halo in those last few games. Really, that I felt like that oddball sort of solidified what they were going to be able to do in this series. A very close game 1 with big runs from both sides, but Stop the Glaze just being that one step better today.
tells you about that mental fortitude to lose that close game one like you mentioned, then go back to back in order to close it out. It's very easy to hang your head low and have the mental not be strong after a big game one loss, but not these guys. Not stop the glaze.
That does it. I don't think we have any more matches today. We have our winners bracket and losers bracket set for Thursday. The tournament will continue on in just a few days' time. Cloud9 going to be going up against Pure, which that Pure roster is basically Proton that we've seen in other tournaments. And then Sentinel's going to go up against Bittersweet. In our winners side, we'll be starting with that Cloud9 matchup, and then there's plenty to watch in the elimination bracket. 4 teams ready to go, and look at that. We see a couple of those teams that were able to make their final spot, but anything that's bouncing out to you right here, Tony?
I want to see more complexity. I feel like complexity. I've had a very complex 2024. You know, you had a great roster which featured the likes of the Gears of War Phenom Precision gets robbed from you, and then it's just been, you know, up and down since then. You know, you're running with Sparty, and then Sparty gets, you know, DQ'd for the entire year, and now you're just trying to figure out a new identity, a whole new team right now. Complexity going with, and starting off in that lower bracket, round number 1, going up against a very prepared and very ready Scion Esports. That's kind of where my eyes are drawn to, is that complexity matchup.
Well, Thursday will be the day. Be here or be, I don't know. What can we do to the folks that don't show up, Tony?
We can make them squares. Be there. Be square.
Everyone that shows up, you can get $5 off your LVT. You can get $5 off your nutcase with code LVT. How about that, guys? Go get some nutcase. Come support what we're doing here today. We want to do some big things with these guys in the future. You can get $5 off your case here today. Get some of the best nut milk that we've seen hit the market, man. This has been fantastic. Louis has been raving about it. He's got his cases over there at home, and you can get $5 off your case here today. That does it for today's broadcast. Thank you everyone for coming out and participating, all the competitors here today. Tony, any last messages you want to leave with the folks before we go?
Well, you know, I could sit here and just, you know, go on and on how much I love me some LVT Halo, and how it was amazing that I got the chance to cast with my original duo. Me and you go way back. And I love it. I could sit here and talk about how amazing the chat has been literally all day long, and you know, and just show some love all around. But instead, I think what I'm gonna do is just simply say, get yourself some nutcase.
Hey, baby, let's go. Let's go. Thank y'all for watching. We had a fantastic time with y'all today. Be back on Thursday for more competition. If you want to stay tuned with what we're doing, go follow us on the socials, LPD Halo on Twitter. We're going, you know, better what, sub to the YouTube. Yeah, we stream on Twitch and YouTube at the same time. We also put a lot of our highlight matches. You might see one here later today. That complexity match going to go up on YouTube in just a few moments. So go check out the YouTube. I think we're getting close to 10,000 subs. It's been blowing up. Love the support that we've been getting over there. Thank you all for watching. We'll be back in just a few days' time.